This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process, Spirit, Nature, and Our Bodies, given in 1923 and 1924. Lecture number 1 is entitled Healing Methods Based on Spiritual Science, given in Penmaenmawr in England on August 28, 1923. I am very glad to be able to spend an evening accommodating your wish to hear about the therapeutic principles that have been developed on the basis of the Anthroposophical worldview. It is difficult, however, to speak briefly on a subject that encompasses so much. At best, a single short lecture can be no more than aphoristic, and barely suffices to communicate the important points accurately. In addition, such a lecture entails certain observations that are, necessarily, somewhat far removed from normal consciousness. I will, nonetheless, attempt tonight to make the important points as accessible as possible. The medical school of thought within the Anthroposophical movement certainly did not come about because we anthroposophists want to be everywhere at once and stick our noses into everything. That is certainly not the case. But as the Anthroposophical movement attempted to make its way in the world, its membership grew to include, among others, a number of physicians who were seriously seeking the truth. Quite a few of these professionals became conscious, with varying degrees of clarity, of weaknesses in the views of today's officially recognized medicine, and realized that medicine, having chosen to take the modern, conventional natural sciences as its sole basis, often lacks the foundations for a real understanding of disease processes and cures. Our conventional natural sciences, in turn, are on firm ground only when dealing with discoveries that can be made in the external natural world by mechanical, physical, or chemical means. All that physics and chemistry discover about natural processes is then applied to understanding human beings, who in fact contain a microcosmic concentration of all the world's processes. Physical and chemical processes, however, never take the same form within the human body itself as they do in the natural world outside it. The earthly substances we take in are not mere passive substances, but are always imbued with natural processes. To outer view, a substance appears to be simply at rest within itself, but in reality all kinds of processes act and interact in it. Thus these processes, these natural, physical, and chemical actions and interactions, are also taken into the human body. Once there, however, they are immediately transformed. We can understand how natural processes are transformed within the human organism only by truly learning to observe human beings. By choosing to base itself exclusively on physics and chemistry, today's science, however, ignores the specifically human factor in the actions taking place inside the human being. Nothing that takes place in the physical human body, for example, does so without being simultaneously influenced by etheric processes, astral processes, and the I processes. But because science disregards all of these suprasensory actions and interactions, it cannot really approach human beings as such. It cannot see inside human beings, either healthy or sick, in a way that allows it to recognize exactly how external chemical and physical processes continue to work there. How are we supposed to assess the effect of a remedy if we cannot understand the action of a natural substance that is introduced into the body, or used to treat the body in some way? We can say then that in recent times the greatest medical advances have occurred in the field of surgery, which deals with physical procedures that are more or less mechanical. In contrast to the state of the art in surgery, when it comes to actual treatment, and this is not my opinion, but that of physicians who have become aware of this problem, confusion reigns because prevailing views on natural science exclude the essentially human factor from scientific observation, making it impossible to see the connection between a natural substance and its effect on an illness. By attempting to understand the inner nature of the human being as both supra-sensible and physical, anthroposophy can also yield insight into the use of various natural remedies in treating human illness. Today we confront certain fundamental limits of medical science if we so much as inquire about the actual nature of illness. What is illness? Modern scientific knowledge cannot answer this question at all. According to scientific views, all the processes that take place in a healthy human being are natural processes from head to toe. But in that case, what are the processes that take place during illness in the human liver, kidneys, head, heart, or anywhere else? They too are natural processes. All healthy processes are natural processes, and all disease processes are also natural processes. Then how can a person be well under the influence of an activity of one sort and ill under the influence of another? The point here is to avoid speaking in vague and general terms. To say that healthy natural processes are normal while diseased natural processes are not is to merely use a handy phrase that comes to mind when we do not understand what we are talking about. Quote, "Do not plague yourself too anxiously, for just where no ideas are, the proper word is never far." Close quote from Goethe's Faust. It is important to note that whenever we apply only modern conventional science, we deal with corpses rather than with living human beings. We take pieces from the body here and there and imagine the healthy or diseased natural processes that take place in them. In this approach, it really makes no difference whether we take tissue from the head or the liver or the big toe, because in the end it all comes down to cells. Histology, the study of tissues, has gradually become the most highly developed area of knowledge about the human being. Indeed, if you consider the smallest parts and leave out all the interacting forces, all human organs are the same, just as all cows are gray at night. The result, however, is a nocturnal gray cow science, not a true science that deals with specific human organs and their differences. Although I have been studying the necessary foundations of a specific science of the human body for 30 to 35 years, I have dared to speak about them only in the past few years. People usually believe that spiritual science achieves its results very easily. In contrast to the physical world, where real work in laboratories or clinics is required, people imagine that you simply need to look into the spiritual world in order to find everything you need. It is obvious that physical research takes effort, but it is assumed that scientists of the spirit simply look into the world of the spirit and everything is revealed to them. That is what people think, but it is not true. Conscientious spiritual research takes more effort and, above all, more responsibility than working in a laboratory, clinic, or observatory. Although it is true that the first conception of what I will outline briefly tonight was available to me 35 years ago, I was able to state its principles only a few years ago, after I had assimilated it thoroughly and checked it against the totality of accepted modern science. Footnote, see Riddles of the Soul, Collected Works number 21, end of footnote. The therapeutic stream within our Anthroposophical movement, which I mentioned earlier, came about under the auspices of these principles governing the subdivision of the human body. When we look at the physical human body, we must distinguish three different members which may be given various names. It is easiest to approach them, however, by characterizing them as follows. One system in the physical human being is the sensory nervous system, which is localized primarily in the head. The second is the rhythmic system, which includes not only respiration and blood circulation, but also rhythmical digestive functions and so on. The third human member consists of the connection between the motoric system of the limbs, and the metabolic system. This connection will become clear to you immediately if you think about how limb movement promotes metabolism. Also, when we continue into the body in the direction indicated by the limbs, we find metabolic organs. Anatomy reveals this close association. Just consider how the legs and also the arms continue inside the human body in the metabolic organs. Thus we can distinguish three members of the human being: the sensory nervous system, localized primarily in the head, the rhythmic system, found predominantly in the chest, around the heart, and the metabolic limb system, encompassing principally the limbs and the adjacent metabolic organs. We must not imagine this subdivision of the human being as crudely as it was described by one professor who was trying to give anthroposophy a bad name, footnote Professor Hugo Fuchs of Göttingen, end of footnote. He made no attempt to understand the deeper meaning of this subdivision, but simply denounced it, saying that anthroposophists claim that the human being consists of three systems: the head, the torso, and the limbs. This is a quick and easy way to make the subject look ridiculous. In fact, stating that the sensory nervous system is present only in the head misses the point. The sensory nervous system is located primarily in the head, but spreads out from there over the entire body, so that the organizing principle of the human head extends over the entire organism. The rhythmic system also spreads out, both upward and downward, to encompass the entire organism. In a spatial sense, therefore, it can be said that the human being is all rhythmic system, or all metabolic limb system. For example, your eyes act as limbs when you move them. These members interpenetrate rather than exist alongside one another in space. We must accustom ourselves to thinking a bit more precisely if we want to assess this subdivision of the human being in the right way. The first and third systems, the sensory nervous system and the metabolic limb system, are polar opposites. Anything one of these systems creates, the other destroys. Their functions are complete opposites. The middle system, the rhythmic system, establishes the connection between the other two. It constantly oscillates between them, so to speak, harmonizing the destructive action of one system with the productive action of the other. For example, the metabolic system functions at peak intensity in the human abdomen, of course. If a person is to remain healthy, however, anything that happens in the abdomen must elicit its polar opposite activity in the head, in the sensory nervous system. Now imagine that the activity of the human digestive system becomes so intense that it extends all the way up into the sensory nervous system. That is, a function that ought to take place in the metabolic organization encroaches on the sensory nervous system. There you have two natural processes, if you will, but it is obvious that one of them becomes abnormal. Instead of staying in the metabolic system where it belongs, it breaks through into the sensory nervous system. This phenomenon leads to migraine, an illness that tends to be downplayed by modern medicine, but not by a large portion of humanity, since the various forms of this illness are ubiquitous. In order to understand the different forms of this illness, we must realize that an intense process that is meant to take place in the metabolism breaks through into the sensory nervous system. The metabolism shoots into the nerves and senses instead of staying where it belongs. The opposite can also occur. A process that is supposed to be at its most intense in the sensory nervous system, one that is the exact opposite of the metabolic activity, can break through into the metabolic system. A heightened sensory nervous process takes place in the metabolic system, where only very minor sensory nervous processes are ordinarily found. A function that belongs in the head breaks through into the abdomen. This phenomenon triggers the dangerous illness known as typhoid fever in human beings. A fundamental understanding of the threefold human being shows us how a healthy process develops into a disease process in the human organism. If the human head and its sensory nervous system were organized differently, we would never get typhoid fever. If the human abdomen were structured differently, we would never get migraines. But the head activity is meant to stay in the head, and abdominal activity in the abdomen. If they extend into the opposite pole of the body, illnesses such as these come about. These two illnesses are especially characteristic, but there are also others that arise, because a specific activity belonging to a specific organ system exerts its influence somewhere else, in a different organ system. If we proceed from the perspective of anatomy alone, we can see how the smallest parts are incorporated into body tissues, but we cannot see the effects of polar opposite activities. All you can tell from studying a neuron is that its structure is the exact opposite of that of a liver cell, for example. But when you are able to study the totality of the human body, so that its threefold character becomes apparent, you also discover that in order to remain healthy, a neuron constantly wants to disintegrate or break down, whereas a liver cell wants to be built up. These activities are polar opposites. They interact in the right way when they occupy their appropriate places in the organism, and they interact in the wrong way when they force their way into each other. The rhythmic system stands in the middle and always attempts to bring about a balance between the polar opposite functions of the sensory nervous system and the metabolic limb system. At this point, I would like to select a specific example. Although I will be able to discuss it only briefly, it may offer insight into how we can discover the connection between the forces of a remedy derived from nature and the forces of healing or disease at work within the human being. Let's look at a particular ore, naturally occurring antimony ore. Even to superficial observation, antimony reveals an extraordinary characteristic. Antimony occurs naturally in the form of roughly parallel spikes or rods. The crystals grow almost like mineral moss or lichen. We can see that this mineral tends to assume thread-like shapes. When the ore is subjected to a specific physical-chemical process, this tendency becomes even more pronounced, and the thread-like shapes become even thinner. Even more significant, however, is what happens when antimony is subjected to a combustion of sorts. The white smoke that forms may condense on surfaces where it becomes shiny and reflective. This phenomenon, known as the antimony mirror, is mostly disregarded today, but it was used a great deal in the School of Medicine based on ancient forces of cognition, which I mentioned several times in the morning lectures. Footnote: see the extensive note at the end of this lecture. The morning lectures referred to are titled The Evolution of Consciousness. End of footnote. And I will read that extension about the antimony mirror at the end of this lecture. Continue reading. This antimony mirror, which develops only as a result of combustion, and which can form reflective deposits on surfaces, is extraordinarily important. In addition, antimony has another characteristic that I want to emphasize. If antimony is placed on the cathode during certain electrolytic processes, only a slight influence is required to create a little explosion. In short, antimony possesses very interesting properties. The results of taking a moderate dose of antimony demonstrate what happens when the forces that I have just described extend into the human body. I want to outline the inner connection briefly, although I cannot discuss all the details and proofs. In the human organism, the effects of antimony are especially apparent wherever blood clots. These effects intensify and promote the clotting of blood. But when we investigate this phenomenon using methods that also apply to the threefold subdivision of the human organism, methods that gradually allow us to develop insight into the nature of the human being and the relationships among the individual systems in various organs, we find that the active living principle in any form of antimony, not just naturally occurring mineral antimony, is actually a complex of forces that is also active in the healthy human body. In the diseased human body, it also takes on the forms I described. The polar opposite of the antimony process in the human organism appears wherever sculpturally active forces shape or round off cells. That is, wherever the actual cellular substance of the human organism is forming. Because these forces are primarily present in proteins, I will call them the proteinizing forces, or proteinizing forces. Within the human organism, therefore, we have not only the natural forces that we discover in antimony when we subject it to combustion, causing an antimony mirror to form, but also the opposite forces, the proteinizing forces that arrest or eliminate the antimony forces. These two systems, the proteinizing and the antimonizing forces, counteract each other and must achieve a certain balance in the human organism. At this point, we must recognize that the process I described earlier as the basis of typhoid fever, for example, is essentially due to a disturbance in the balance between these two forces. In order to truly see into the human organism, we must enlist the help of the admittedly non-medical perspectives I have presented in the morning lectures, running concurrent with this course. In these lectures, we saw that each human being has not only a physical body, but also an etheric body, or body of formative forces, an astral body, and an I organization. Yesterday I explained that there is an intimate connection between the physical body and the body of formative forces, as is also the case with the I being and the astral body. While the connection between the astral body and the etheric body, or body of formative forces, is looser, since these two bodies separate each night. This connection, which consists of an interplay of astral and etheric forces, is radically disturbed in typhoid fever. In typhoid, the astral body becomes weak and cannot work into the physical body with enough intensity. The human sensory nervous organization, which is primarily subject to the astral body, is forced downward by the imbalance that results when the astral body is busy with its own affairs. Instead of being transformed in the metabolism, the sensory nervous system remains present in the form of astral activity. Because the astral body is active on its own behalf and is not working into the ether body in the right way, symptoms typical of typhoid fever develop. To a certain extent, antimony's spiky crystals and the antimony bloom that appears like frost ferns on a cold window belie the mineral nature of antimony. The crystallizing force that is active in antimony, if appropriately formulated and administered to the human organism in the form of a remedy, helps the organism reinsert the astral body and its forces into the etheric body in the right way, restoring an appropriate connection between these bodies. By using the remedy produced from antimony, we support the opposite of the typhoid process. We can use this remedy to stimulate and support activities within the organism that develop its own antimonizing forces, which in turn act to bring about the right rhythmical interaction between the etheric body and the astral body. Depending on the course the illness takes, the remedy may also need to include other substances that are similarly related to the human organism. Anthroposophical observations show us the relationship between forces active outside in nature, in natural substances such as the antimony in our example, and those at work inside the human organism. both the proteinizing forces, which sculpts rounded shapes, and the force that works in a linear manner can be traced right into the germ cell. It is unpleasant to say that what I must say next, knowing that it will elicit aversion on the part of some people. Nonetheless, to anyone who has truly acquired insights into the workings of the human organism, the most wonderful microscopic investigations of the ovum or germ cell seem extraordinarily amateurish. People are content with superficial observation of the ovum as such and the development of the so-called centrioles. You can look this up in any embryology text, and do not realize that the effects of the proteinizing forces that also govern the entire organism are the polar opposites of the effects of the antimonizing forces. The round shape of the ovum itself is brought about by proteinizing forces. After insemination, the centrioles are created by antimonizing processes. Such processes, however, are going on throughout the human body. If we prepare remedies in the right way, and if our diagnosis tells us where we must support the human organism, we can provide it with the forces it needs to counteract a disease process. When we introduce anthroposophical perspectives into the study of medicine, we consider the correct relationship of the macrocosm, the entire cosmos, to the human being. I would have had to say much more in order to describe all the scientific details with regard to antimony and the inherent principles that emanate from it, but I am simply trying to present the most salient aspects. In a similar way, I can also point out how another substance, quartz, for instance, behaves in the natural processes. The mineral we call quartz or silica, I can't find a pronunciation for this, S-I-L-I-C-E-A, silicia, which is one of the components of granite. I'm sorry, that's me, the reader, speaking. Apologize. Let me read that again. The mineral we call quartz or silica, which is one of the components of granite, takes the form of transparent crystals that are so hard they cannot be scratched with a knife. A diagnosis-specific dose of correctly formulated silica supports the forces of the sensory nervous system as they are meant to develop in the organism. A remedy prepared from quartz or silica supports what the senses are meant to do. Depending on the patient's secondary symptoms, other substances will also need to be included in the preparation, but the most important factor in this case is the effect of the silica formative process. When introduced into the human organism, the activity of silica supports weakened sensory nervous activity and brings it up to the appropriate level of intensity. When sensory nervous activity becomes too weak, digestive activity extends forcefully into the head, and migraine-like conditions ensue. If we reinforce sensory nervous functions in the right way with a remedy that has been correctly prepared from quartz or silica, the migraine sufferer's sensory nervous system will become strong enough to force back the digestive process that has invaded the head. Of course, my descriptions of these phenomena are somewhat general, but they will allow you to grasp the most important issue, namely that in order to seek out the natural substances capable of combating specific disease processes in the human organism, we need real insight into the healthy and diseased human organism, not only with regard to the makeup of its cells, but also with regard to the forces working within it, parenthesis, in harmony, in polarity, or rhythmically, close parenthesis. For example, we discover that introducing the process inherent in naturally occurring phosphorus into the human organism corrects a specific inner weakness. In a healthy human organism, a kind of organic combustion must always be active when substances are being transformed. Phosphorus exerts a corrective influence when the organism has too little strength to allow these forces of combustion to work properly. Organic combustion occurs with every movement we make, including inner movements. Sometimes the human organism becomes too weak to regulate these organic combustion processes, which need to be curbed in the right way. If left unchecked, they develop too strongly. Their inherent intensity is boundless. If it were not, we would immediately succumb to excessive fatigue or no longer be able to move at all. The organism must always be able to curb the boundless intensity of these processes, however. When the forces needed to restrain organic combustion are not present, either in the entire organism or in a single organ system, various forms of tuberculosis develop. Inability of the organs to restrain combustion simply creates a suitable medium for the tuberculosis bacillus. It is not my intention here to say anything against germ theory, which in fact is very useful. The appearance of different bacilli in different locations is very informative, especially with respect to diagnosis. I do not want to take a stand against official medicine. We must simply move beyond the limits of that school of thought, and we can do so by applying anthroposophical perspectives. If we administer phosphorus, we support the ability to curb organic combustion processes. We must consider, however, that the restraining effect can emanate from different organ systems. If it emanates from the system that works primarily in the bones, we must strengthen the effects of phosphorus in the body by making them bone-specific, so to speak. We do this by combining the phosphorus remedy with calcium or calcium salts, using a method that a more precise study of the matter will reveal. If we are dealing with tuberculosis of the small intestines, we will have to mix the phosphorus with appropriate doses of copper compounds of some sort. And in cases of tuberculosis of the lungs, we will have to add iron to the phosphorus. Under certain circumstances, additional ingredients may also need to be considered, since pulmonary tuberculosis is an extremely complicated illness. As you see, the possibility of true therapy is based on the further effects of chemical and physical processes inside the human organism. Official medicine often proceeds on the supposition that the effects of the forces of antimony, for example, remain the same inside the human organism as they are outside it. This is not the case. We must understand clearly how these forces behave when they extend into the human organism. This understanding is possible if we apply anthroposophical knowledge to the relevant experiments. With regard to antimony and its forces, we see that antimony reestablishes the rhythm between the astral body and the etheric body, or body of formative forces. Similarly, we can see that the forces at work in quartz or silica are especially suited to correcting a disturbed relationship between the I being and the astral body, thus exerting a healing effect on the sensory nervous system. And calcium compounds, especially calcium compounds excreted by animals, yield remedies that establish the right relationship between the body of formative forces and the physical body. Thus, looking at the human being in the right way leads us to use calcium or calcium-like substances, especially substances like oyster shell that have been excreted by animals, to correct an imbalance between the etheric body and the physical body that results in a physical disease. When the body of formative forces and the astral body interact arrhythmically, we must turn to forces that are present not only in antimony, for example, but also in many other metals and in substances found especially in the middle portions of plants, that is, the leaves and stems. In contrast, the forces corresponding to phosphorus are primarily present in the flowering organs of plants, while forces corresponding to silica are found in the roots. You see, we can discover the human being's relationship to forces present in different parts of the plant. Root forces have a distinct relationship to the human head and sensory nervous system. The leaf and stem have a particular connection to the rhythmic system. Flowering organs to the abdominal or metabolic system. Therefore, if we have diagnosed correctly and want to find a simple way to help the digestive or metabolic system, simply choosing the right flowers and making a tea of them is often sufficient. In contrast, root salts must be extracted according to a specific procedure in order to yield a remedy that works primarily on the sensory nervous system and the organs of the head. Once we are able to understand nature on the one hand and the human organism on the other, we will truly be able to discover natural remedies. Seeing the relationship between nature and the human body makes it unnecessary to conduct clinical tests to determine the effects of potential remedies. Such tests, as you know, document a series of cases in which favorable results are achieved in perhaps 90% or 70%, with unfavorable results in the remaining cases. The results are analyzed statistically, and the test substance is considered medically effective or not, depending on the statistical outcome. If we proceed in a strictly scientific manner, and without succumbing to dilettantism or medical sectarianism, it is indeed possible to get the better of disease processes by using remedies developed from the human perspective. Unfortunately, I can discuss these issues only briefly and aphoristically today. Methods of administering remedies are as important as recognizing the right natural substances and processes to be made into remedies. Because we must work on individual systems, either the sensory nervous, the rhythmic, or the metabolic limb system, in order to bring about healing, it is important and even essential to know the appropriate method of administration. Almost any remedy can be used in 3 different ways. If it is administered via the mouth and stomach, we count on influencing the metabolic system, and in turn that system's effect on the others. Some remedies, therefore, should generally be administered orally. Other remedies, such as antimony, however, must be used in a way that permits them to work on the rhythmic system. At this point, we see the need for administering remedies by injection. We count on remedies that are administered intravenously or injected in some other way to work on the human being's rhythmic process. We rely on remedies or therapeutic processes that are applied to the human body from outside, either substances administered in the form of baths and ointments or outer mechanical therapies, such as massage and the like, to affect the sensory nervous system. We can also approach healing from any one of the 3 systems. Let's take the example of silica or quartz. It is a different remedy when formulated with oral administration in mind than when it is intended for injection. If we administer it orally, we want the digestive system to assimilate the remedy and direct the quartz to the sensory nervous system. That is, the quartz activity we introduce detours through the digestive system. But if we want these forces to be conveyed to the sensory nervous system via the blood and the rhythm of respiration to take advantage of the healing effect of rhythm, we administer the silica by injection. If certain aromatic, etheric substances, such as those in flowers, are meant to act on the digestive organs, we prepare a tea that is taken by mouth so that it goes into the stomach. But we may want an etheric oil to act on the sensory nervous system directly through its aroma, or we may want it to affect rhythmical activity by way of the sensory nervous system. In these instances, we work on the nerves and senses by adding a fluid extract of the flowers to a bath. As you can see, the therapeutic effects that substances develop in relationship to the human being depend on how these substances are administered. All of these issues will become apparent only when anthroposophical knowledge is increasingly applied to the connection between natural effects and the human being. That is, when anthroposophy informs our choice of remedies and methods of administration. To make progress along these lines, some physicians who have become members of our movement have established anthroposophical clinics, therapeutic institutes, laboratories, and other facilities that produce remedies and test both remedies and therapeutic methods. We have both clinical and pharmaceutical facilities in Arlesheim, near Dornach, and in Stuttgart. At this juncture, I particularly want to mention the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arlesheim and its excellent director, Dr. Wegmann, whose valuable activity on behalf of this institute has been made possible by her own courage to heal, as I would like to call it. Footnote: the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arlesheim, now the Ita Wegmann Clinic, was founded in 1920 and directed by Dr. Ita Wegmann, 1876 to 1943. Dr. Wegmann was born in the Dutch East Indies. She trained in therapeutic gymnastics, massage, and medicine, later becoming head of the medical section of the Anthroposophical Society. With Rudolf Steiner, she wrote Extending Practical Medicine, Fundamental Principles Based on the Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 27, London, Rudolf Steiner Press, 1966, previously published as titled Fundamentals of Therapy, end of footnote. Healing takes courage. It takes courage to explore, on the one hand, the complexity of natural processes from which therapeutic processes are derived, and on the other hand, the extreme complexity of processes of health and disease in the human being. Facing the immensity of this field, and you always face it, even if you have only a limited number of patients, requires the courage to heal. The Institute in Arlesheim is associated with our International Pharmaceutical Laboratory, where remedies are produced. Footnote: International Pharmaceutical Laboratory, now Veleda AG, located in Arlesheim, parent company, and Schwäbisch Gmünd factory and its subsidiaries. End of footnote. If the appropriate ways and means are found, these remedies can be made available today throughout the world. People must discover this laboratory and about how to get these remedies. Our work is professional, and we are not repudiating modern science, but simply elaborating on it. Once this insight matures in the broadest possible circles, there will be no need for concern about the success of an undertaking such as the International Pharmaceutical Laboratory in Arlesheim. Because our method of therapy and its remedies are based on a holistic understanding of the human being, however, it is difficult to show them off to their full advantage, given today's purely materialistic tendencies. We are dependent on the insight of individuals who take the health of their fellow human beings to heart. Although I first wanted to point out what can be achieved through the appropriate use of natural remedies, using them by no means excludes more soul-spiritual healing work. Especially fruitful observations can be made in this area. When the element of hygiene and therapy is brought into schools, as always happens in true pedagogy, we discover that the way we teach and our soul's spiritual effects on the children can have a great variety of healing or disease-producing consequences, perhaps not immediately, but certainly later on in their students' lives. Parenthesis, my lectures on education explain the issues involved. Close parenthesis. Let me mention just one example. With regard to a child's memory, the right thing for teachers to do is to ask neither too much nor too little of it. If teachers lack pedagogical sensitivity, however, and demand too much of the children's memory between the ages of 7 and 10, the excessive remembering that is artificially cultivated in the children's souls will be played out in later life in the form of all sorts of physical illnesses. It is possible to prove a direct connection between diabetes and inappropriate use of memorization in teaching. It is equally true, however, that disturbing a child's memory in the other direction can also have negative effects. It is getting so late that I can mention only the principles behind these issues. But you see that natural remedies are not the only way to influence health and illness. The particular way the soul itself works is also important. This principle allows us to make the transition to methods that attempt to bring about healing through the purely soul-spiritual influences of one person on another. Lack of time prevents me from describing these methods in detail. Let me just say, however, that it is especially easy to succumb to dilettantism in this field. We may believe, for example, that so-called mental illnesses are the easiest to heal through spiritual influences. In such illnesses, however, it is typically very difficult to get through to patients on the soul-spiritual level, because their souls shut themselves off from outer influences. So-called mental illnesses do not deserve that name. We will always discover physical disease processes hidden somewhere. Before we amateurishly intercede in cases of mental illness, we should correctly diagnose the physical focus of the illness, which is sometimes deeply hidden. Curing the physical organism in the appropriate way will then prove very helpful. We are much more likely to be able to alleviate physical illness by means of all kinds of soul-spiritual influences, although at present most of them are implemented in very superficial ways, an issue I do not want to go into now. In the case of physical ailments in particular, a great deal of benefit can accrue from this kind of support for the process that is meant to be brought about through medications and the like. I can point only briefly to this issue now. Methods based on anthroposophy certainly include rather than exclude soul-spiritual therapeutic influences, as is demonstrated by the fact that the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arlesheim, Dornach, uses curative eurythmy in addition to physical methods of healing. Curative eurythmy is a transformed version of how people move their limbs in the artistic eurythmy you have seen here. The patient performs healthy movements that are derived from eurythmy. Transformed eurythmical vowel movements are used to support the forces that I described earlier as proteinizing forces, while the consonants often bolster the antimonizing forces. The balance between these two types of forces can be supported through the interaction of consonants and vowels in curative eurythmy. This therapy, if implemented in the right way, offers significant reinforcement for other therapeutic procedures, especially in cases of chronic illness. Curative eurythmy is based on the fact that soul-spiritual processes are aroused by what a person does with his or her physical limbs. If we know which movements proceed directly from the healthy human organism, we can also discover the corresponding movements that have therapeutic effects when human limb movement works back on the functions of inner organs. The Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arlesheim offers possibilities to experience curative eurythmy and ways of using it in therapy derived from a real anthroposophically based understanding of the human being. It would take us too far to go into detail, but I have presented the general principles tonight. We were obliged to develop a therapeutic stream within the Anthroposophical movement because medical professionals approached us in a variety of ways. This therapeutic stream was born out of the circumstances of our time. It was demanded by modern civilization, as it were. Anthroposophy simply provided answers to questions directed toward it. Today I have been able to explain the principles only aphoristically. It was not possible to do more in the time available, and I have already talked too long. If I wanted to cover even a single point in its entirety, I would have to do something that I also chose not to do in the eurythmy lecture the day before yesterday. I would have to ask you to spend the night here and listen to me until it was time for the morning lecture to begin. To do this would be conducive to illness, and someone who claims to be speaking about healing cannot make people sick in this way. I really must cut my explanation short and send you home for a good, healthy night's sleep. And that is the end of Lecture 1, and there's an appendix from page 8 of this book. If this statement, and this has to do with the antimony discussion of the mirror. It's a bit long here, I'm going to read the whole thing, but the lecture is over. If this statement were taken literally in the chemical sense, it would not be correct. because no reflective film can be produced as a result of oxidized smoke. In chemical terms, what happens is this. When antimony, either as a metal or in the form of an ore such as antimonite, is mixed with zinc and a strong acid such as hydrochloric acid, the compound that forms is antimony hydride, SbH3. If ignited in the presence of oxygen, this compound burns, forming a white smoke of antimony trioxide, which can precipitate on cold surfaces to form the so-called antimony bloom, Flora's antimonii. This antimony trioxide film is either flat white or sparkling and crystalline, not reflective. The, in quotes, antimony mirror, as Steiner mentions it, appears when oxygen is excluded. As was already mentioned, it does not form out of white oxidized smoke, but out of non-oxidized antimony vapor. To create a reflective precipitate from the oxidized smoke, it would have to be reduced, that is, oxygen would have to be removed. Such a process, however, is not the one Steiner is talking about here, but it is possible to capture the antimony that has not yet been oxidized, removing it from the white smoke by holding a chilled glass beaker very close to the flame. In this case, a metallic reflective layer of pure antimony forms on the beaker. See footnote the Marsh test for the presence of arsenic. Footnote, a simple and reliable test that can detect the presence of minute amounts of arsenic is the Marsh test, named for its inventor, English chemist James Marsh, 1794 to 1846. The substance to be tested is placed in a hydrogen generator, and any arsenic present is converted to arsine, AsH3, which mixes with the evolved hydrogen. If the stream of hydrogen is heated as it passes through a glass tube, the arsine decomposes and metallic arsenic is deposited in the tube. Minute amounts cause an appreciable stain. As little as 0.1 milligrams of arsenic or antimony can be detected in this way. End of footnote. Continuing the appendix, the antimony that has not yet combined with oxygen precipitates out of the smoke, forming a reflective film on the beaker. Under these circumstances, white smoke is present and condensation occurs on surfaces where it becomes shiny and reflective. Steiner seems to be pointing to a process here. Just as the physical human body is an opaque medium that is a prerequisite to clear thinking, so too the white smoke is the prerequisite to the formation of the gleaming metallic mirror. And just as thinking comes about through overcoming physical forces, especially gravity, the mirror arises through resistance to opacity. If we succeed in preventing the formation of smoke as it comes about, the mirror is created. The mirror is created from the ore through a type of will expressed as chemistry, which allows the antimony to appear on a level related to plant life. Today, antimony mirrors are produced primarily by distilling antimony in a vacuum. An earlier method involved thermal decomposition of antimony hydride. Because both methods exclude oxygen, they do not produce smoke. But if no smoke is present, creation cannot be prevented, and thus the smoke is the prerequisite to creating the mirror. Footnote, Rudolf Steiner also spoke about antimony in title Extending Practical Medicine, Collected Works, number 27, co-written with Dr. Ita Wegman, in chapter 16. And that is the end now of the lecture 1 of the healing process, including the appendix. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process. This is lecture 2, entitled Diagnosis, Treatment, and the Production of Remedies, based on Spiritual Science, lecture 1 of this, part 1 I should say, given in London on September 2nd, 1923. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me apologize for the unavoidable inconvenience that results from the fact that I have not mastered the English language well enough to lecture in it. Instead of addressing you in your own language, I will have to speak German, which will then be translated. I am very grateful to a few friends, Mrs. Larkins in particular, for making it possible for me to spend these evenings here with you after concluding the spiritual scientific lectures I have just given in summer courses in Ilkley and Penmaenmawr. Footnote, these lectures are in title A Modern Art of Education and title The Evolution of Consciousness. Mrs. C.A.M. Larkins, wife of a London doctor, who was treating patients according to Steiner's suggestions. Mrs. Larkins supported the eurythmy work in London. End of footnote. The subject of these 2 lectures here in London will be the medical movement that has appeared within our spiritual scientific movement. Please understand that this new medical movement did not come about in opposition to official medical science, but simply in order to elaborate on the great insights and progress of that field on the basis of anthroposophical views. Until scientific currents such as this appeared in its midst, our anthroposophical movement had been more concerned with universal human issues, and with artistic, religious, moral, and educational questions, and had no intention of agitating for changes in the field of medicine. Some physicians on the continent joined this movement, however, believing that it would satisfy their soul needs in spite of their thoroughly scientific convictions. To put it simply, they encountered research into the spiritual world that lies beyond the physical, sense-perceptible world, and this research gradually convinced them that although spiritual science might not immediately resolve any of the great doubts and questions that practicing physicians meet in modern medical science, it would at least lead to satisfying explorations. On the continent, therefore, a medical movement grew out of our anthroposophical spiritual scientific movement. I must say that this aspect of the movement is not my favorite lecture subject. As you will see, I continue with my descriptions. I am much more concerned with producing effective remedies than with talking about them. It is important, however, to make people, and especially scientifically educated people, aware of the basis of developments taking place in our medical movement. I can well imagine that what I am going to say tonight will elicit repeated rebuttals from you. I am familiar with all the arguments leading up to such rebuttals, and understand them completely. At present they are an inevitable consequence of the scientific convictions of physicians. For that very reason, we have felt it important to offer practical applications immediately, rather than presenting our position theoretically. Bearing in mind the wishes of our physicians and other scientists, physicists, chemists, and biologists, we founded scientific research institutes, first and foremost the Chemical Pharmaceutical Laboratory in Arnhem, which is associated with our movement's Institutes for Biology and Physics. We are really serious about research, as you will see from the fact that our Institute for Biology, though it has only been in existence for a very short time, has already produced very important studies. Footnote: the Biological Institute of the Goetheanum Free School of Spiritual Science in Dornach, located in Stuttgart, where Dr. Lily Kalisko did her work. Her works include titled Spleen Function and the Platelet Question, 1922, Physiological and Physical Evidence of the Effects of Minute Quantities, 1923, Physiological Evidence of the Effects of Minute Quantities of 7 Metals, 1926, The Effects of Light and Darkness on Plant Growth, 1926. End of footnote. In all probability, the Institute for Biology, under the management of Drs. Eugen and Lily Kalisko, has successfully explained the function of the spleen. Footnote: Lily Kalisko, 1889 to 1976, Eugen Kalisko, 1893 to 1939, both were born in Vienna and died in England. End of footnote. As a result of the Kalisko's work, we must acknowledge that spleen function regulates the inconsistencies that always appear in the rhythmic process of digestion, simply because people cannot be completely regular in their eating habits. Even if we pedantically establish precise times for eating, our choices of different foods and the like disrupt the rhythm of digestion. It becomes evident, strange as it may seem, that the function of the spleen is to balance out the inevitable effects of our human lifestyle on the rhythm of the digestive process. Most recently, in a treatise that has just been published, Our Institute for Biology has furnished precise proof that minute quantities of various substances actually do have effects on living things. In making this statement, I do not mean to take sides in any medical debate. If we proceed with exactitude, one part of the human organism must be treated with larger quantities, another with minute quantities. Until now, homeopathy was based on faith because no exact research had been done. Using very precise methods, we seem to have proved that high dilutions of certain substances, such as antimony compounds, affect the growth of wheat differently from still higher dilutions, and that, as the dilution increases, maximum and minimum effects are encountered in rhythmical succession. We have done everything possible to prove responsibly that dilutions of even 1 to a quintillion can indeed influence living things. Wheat kernels, very carefully selected for uniform germination rate, were sprouted in fluids containing substances in various dilutions. I believe that Dr. Lily Kalisko's very conscientious methods create a scientific foundation for what was formerly only a matter of belief. I introduced this lecture by describing these studies to show that we certainly do not intend to proceed amateurishly or unscientifically. In fact, spiritual scientific insights are acquired through spiritual vision, which I will not be able to say more about here, although I have done so in lectures elsewhere. Our broad guidelines have been acquired through spiritual vision, and I believe that spiritual vision has made it possible for me to formulate precisely the connection between the inner organization of the human being and the constitution of natural substances, and especially of natural processes. We must admit that there is a deep gap between diagnosis and treatment today. I believe this method can bridge that gap, so that in the future diagnosis will lead directly to treatment as a matter of course. By observing the healthy human organism, and especially the diseased organism, we will be able to discover exactly how substances that appear and processes that run their course outside the human body, whether in nature or in the laboratory, exert healing effects within the organism. After all, the therapeutic applications are most important. We know very well that today's diagnosis is actually more advanced than is realized. Each aspect of the field of pathology can be taken up and developed further, but there is indeed a profound gap between our insights into organ structure, or histology, and our insights into how remedies work inside the human organism. We do not yet completely understand even the ordinary workings of nutrition. I believe that instinct organizes these processes much better than any scientific theory could, and that we are far from an exact understanding of the connections that exist both among natural substances themselves and between how these substances function within the human organism and how they function outside it, either in the natural world or in the laboratory. In more than 30 years of research, I have concluded that the most important point to grasp in order to understand the entire constitution of the human being is that there are 3 fundamentally different types of functioning in the human organism. Since my research is ongoing, I have provisionally subdivided this 3-fold functioning into the following processes. The first is the sensory nervous system in the broadest sense of the term, including everything that has to do with the functioning of the human senses, also in the broadest sense, and of the related nerves. I distinguish such workings from the human organism's rhythmical processes, and both of these 2 types from activities of metabolism and movement. Metabolism and movement are intimately related to each other. Each inner and outer movement of the human body is in intimate contact with the metabolic activity and can be considered only in connection with that process. These 3 types of functions in the human organism differ from each other to such an extent that everything I include in sensory nervous activity is the polar opposite of motoric and metabolic actions. Any metabolic process evokes its polar opposite in the sensory nervous apparatus. Rhythmical processes create the balance between the other two types. Next, we need to discover the real differences in these processes. Although I can outline these points only briefly, owing to a lack of time, I would like to suggest, first of all, that exact insight into the human organism reveals that the sensory nervous organization essentially has to do with the effects of various substances present in the human organism. When we consider any exclusively sensory or nervous process, it is essential to grasp the relationship between substances present in our outer surroundings and the substance-dependent aspect of the way in which the sensory nervous process runs its course. If we are dealing with a metabolic process that is associated with movement, it is essential to know not which substances we find in our surroundings, but the activities of these substances. I would like to illuminate this point from another angle. If we can confirm that an illness is centered in the sensory nervous apparatus, we will have to investigate which substances come into consideration as therapeutic factors. We will speak about the details later. If we are looking for a cure for a disease in the motoric or digestive system, it is essential to investigate which production processes, either in nature or in the laboratory, are needed to transform substances into remedies. As a specific example, and I will explain it further, let's assume that we are investigating the therapeutic possibilities of antimony. We must first decide whether we are interested in how antimony affects an illness that is centered in the human sensory nervous apparatus, in which case the very substance of antimony is the most important factor, or whether we are interested in antimony's therapeutic effects on the metabolic motoric system, in which case we must subject it to processes of combustion or oxidation, in which the substance goes up in smoke, which then condenses to form a mirror-like surface. Footnote, this word is misleading. See note on page 19, and we've already discussed that. End of footnote. In the latter instance, we can expect the efficacy of the remedy to depend on inducing combustion in the right way. In essence, we can say that the healing factors influencing the sensory nervous system are substances found in our natural surroundings. In contrast, processes, either natural or artificially induced, are the healing factors influencing the human metabolic motoric system. Since these two systems are polar opposites, rhythmical elements, especially the rhythms of breathing, circulation, digestion, and waking and sleeping, have a mediating and balancing effect. Therefore, when we are considering the production of remedies that support the functioning of the human rhythmic organs, we must be most concerned about the interaction between substances and the natural or induced processes they undergo during preparation. These are a few of the fundamental points I wanted to explain. I will come back to them again tomorrow, when I will introduce a few of the remedies that are made in our pharmaceutical laboratory in Arlesheim and tested in the affiliated clinic directed by Dr. Ita Wegman, who is also here today. I will explain other basic points today and discuss actual treatments tomorrow. From the very beginning, I have been very much in favor of spiritual science providing the guidelines for the production of remedies, but only if these remedies are formulated in a laboratory associated with a clinic, so that we can test them at the patient's bedsides. If we look at how the human body is differentiated into the sensory nervous system, the rhythmic system, and the metabolic motoric system, we find that even though these systems are very different with regard to function, they interpenetrate in all parts of the human body. This view of the human being is much less comfortable than the conventional view, in which we take a single organ or part of an organ and consider it from the point of view of histology, cellular anatomy, and so on. In our way of looking at things, we must distinguish the proportional roles that the sensory nervous, the rhythmic, and the metabolic processes play in each organ's activity, because all three are involved in every human organ. Sensory nervous activity preponderates as we move toward the organs of sense perception, but recedes into the background in rhythmic processes and in metabolic motoric functions. In contrast, if we are dealing with the metabolic and motoric system, the metabolic process predominates, but the entire metabolic motoric organization is also imbued with subordinate sensory nervous activities. Something similar is true of the rhythmic system. We gain insight into the entire organization of the human being when we are able to apply inner vision to the proportions of these processes in a specific organ. Let's say, for example, that we are dealing with a certain part of the brain. We must be able to observe whether the two polar organ activities, sensory nervous and metabolic motoric, are present in the right proportion, and whether the rhythmic system maintains the correct balance between them. Generally stated, this balance is completely different in the organs of the human head from the way it is in the digestive organs. This example, however, does suggest a way to acquire a more exact understanding of the human being in relationship to substances and functions in our environment, and thus also to a true connection between diagnosis and treatment. Let's consider a specific example. Hay fever is a minor illness that becomes truly annoying for many individuals at certain times of the year. What do we need to know to grasp the process underlying this disorder? First of all, we must realize that the subdivision of the human being into the three systems outlined earlier is different in childhood, and especially in infancy, from the way it is in adulthood. In childhood, the sensory nervous organs intervene much more strongly in the two other systems than they do later in life. In a certain respect, a child is all sense organ. In a subtle and delicate way, processes taking place throughout the child's organism resemble those that take place at the periphery of the adult body, in the sense organs. In a subtle and delicate way, the child is all sense organ. A child's entire organism is more exposed to the outer world than an adult organism is, because everything related to human sensory nervous organization is directly exposed to the outer world and subject to its influence. In childhood, therefore, our entire being is subject to the influence of the outer world in the broadest sense to a greater extent than later in life, when we depend more on our organs' inner functions and on our metabolism as it relates to movement. Our movements do indeed take place in the outer world, but their underlying organization tends more toward the interior of the human body, just as the organization of the nerves and senses tends toward the surface. Because the influence of the sensory nervous system predominates in children, the immature human body is predisposed to generalized loosening of the tissues, in parentheses, exudative diathesis, close parentheses. Later, when the metabolic motoric activity is present in the right adult proportion, to counteract the preponderance of the sensory nervous process, let me read this over again. Later, when the metabolic motoric activity is present in the right adult proportion to counteract the preponderance of the sensory nervous process, the general tendency toward exudative conditions recedes, assuming that the child has been raised with care, but it may appear in an annoying specialized form, such as hay fever. In line with the current tendency to link pathological conditions directly to substances in the environment, hay fever has been attributed to certain substances said to be present in the pollen of members of the Gramineae or grass family. A thorough spiritual scientific understanding of both the human organism and the process at work in our environment when the Gramineae flower tells us that the natural process occurring at this season surrounds human beings as well as the Gramineae. That is, we ourselves are subject to the same atmospheric conditions under which the Gramineae bloom. The factors that cause generalized exudative conditions during childhood, when the sensory nervous process predominates, can become specialized and focused on the upper respiratory tract, resulting in hay fever in a person whose being emphasizes the nose and eyes. Annoying rhinitis occurs in especially sensitive individuals when they undergo the same natural processes that the Gramineae must undergo in order to flower. Because the sensory process is not sufficiently paralyzed by the metabolic process and remains preponderant in these individuals, they are subjected to the same environmental, atmospheric influences that favor blooming in the Gramineae. Once we have clearly understood this process that takes place in the natural world outside us, when the grasses or Gramineae flower, we can consider how to counteract the sensitivity that causes hay fever. We use the insight we have gained to attempt to paralyze the external, peripheral, airborne activity that occurs both in the Gramineae and in hay fever sufferers. In the Gramineae, fructification transpires hurriedly and in complete openness and is directed out toward the atmosphere. We then look for places where this same process appears centrally rather than peripherally and is directed inward rather than outward. This is the case in tough-skinned fruits, in which fructification takes place centripetally or internally. If we formulate the opposite of graminaceous fructification into a remedy in the laboratory and administer it by injection, that is, directly into the organism, we can indeed counteract hypersensitivity to the atmospheric influences that favor the flowering of the Gramineae, but provoke a disease process in human beings. This remedy, which we manufacture under the name Gencydo, and I'll spell that, it's Gencydo, I'm going to pronounce it Gencydo, is effective in the great majority of hay fever cases. It shows that it is possible to develop medicines by appropriately manipulating processes that nature models for us. We must simply know, in each case, whether we want to work with or against the natural forces. When sensory nervous activity predominates, we need to work against the natural process. Later we will see cases where we need to work with the natural process. We must simply know how to proceed in each type of case, using substances and chemical laboratory procedures that either support or counter the natural process in question. Above all, we must pay attention to our preparation methods and consider the dynamic factors in the natural world that bring about a particular process. To extract healing powers from nature, we must attempt to imitate nature's dynamics in our laboratory techniques. The Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arlesheim has already produced a large number of remedies in accordance with these principles. Although they are all made according to the same principles, each remedy is specialized. I'm going to discuss another example, but let me say first that I certainly understand any possible rebuttal or opposition because I realize that our guidelines for developing remedies are based on a school of thought that is neither customary nor familiar to most of you. The efficacy of the remedies, however, is verified in a fully responsible manner, just as would be done in other clinical settings. I can be somewhat bolder in my presentation than I might be otherwise, because I assume that I understand every possible opposing opinion. It is absolutely comprehensible to me that you may feel uncomfortable with such matters, and that they may even seem fantastical to you. It is extremely interesting to observe the unique process that takes place in a plant. In addition to their main components, plants contain all kinds of other substances, salts, metals, and so on. In terms of a plant's contribution to a treatment that is meant to have direct rational effects, its composition is less important than the way in which a certain metal compound or salt, for example, pervades its entire process of growth and fructification. Let's take a plant such as Cichorium intybus. Footnote: Cichorium intybus is wild chicory, a blue-flowered European weed, widely naturalized in the United States. End of footnote. If we want to investigate this plant from the spiritual scientific perspective, we will first study the unique way it incorporates its main therapeutically significant components, namely silica and alkaline salts. The plant assimilates these components very differently, and in the context of very different processes in its roots, leaves, and flowers. Studying Cichorium intybus from the spiritual scientific perspective, observing its unique intertwining of activities related to silica on the one hand and to alkaline salts on the other, leads us back to the human being. As I have already said, 3 systems are at work in each organ of the human body. One system always dominates, but all of them are important for the entire human being. Let's consider, for example, the function of the human gallbladder in connection with all the other digestive organs. In addition to everything else the gallbladder does, its proper functioning is extremely important for the health of the sensory nervous system. Whenever we trace digestive disturbances back to disturbances in gallbladder function, we also discover major disturbances in organs of the sensory nervous system. Bile secretion becomes interesting only when we see it in the overall context of the human constitution, as a process that emanates from the digestive system but supports the sensory nervous system. On the one hand, gallbladder function, as it takes place in the human being, is independent of the substances involved. On the other hand, it faithfully imitates the process that moves from the root of Cichorium intybus towards the stems and flowers. When we observe how the chicory plant processes silica and alkaline salts, we find a true imitation of the effect of bile secretion on the human sensory nervous system. Now, let's imitate the process that takes place in Cichorium intybus. Some lay healers use chicory directly in cases of digestive disturbances. Their successes, although irrefutable, are seldom lasting, because the process that takes place in Cichorium intybus is bound up with the lability of the plant itself. When it is lability, Lability, okay, that's the reader, sorry. Back to the reading. When it is introduced into the human organism, it undergoes such a change that it is no longer recognizable. It is very closely related to the effect of bile secretion in humans, however. In the laboratory, we can transform silica into a preparation containing both silica and alkaline salts by pulverizing these substances and mixing them with resinous binders to create a loose combination, although not an actual chemical compound. The substances adhere in a very fine and natural way. The activity that is introduced into the human organism when the resulting remedy is administered via the digestive tract does not involve the same substances as bile secretion, but as a process it is the same as bile secretion, in relationship to the sensory nervous system. In the laboratory, therefore, we imitate what the plant does, but on a more permanent basis. Looking at a plant's formative process shows us that it either parallels or counters an activity in the human organism. Looking at the organ in question shows us that the interaction of the three basic processes is irregular. In this way, we achieve true integration of diagnosis and treatment. By listening to nature, we can learn how to temporarily relieve the organism of a function it cannot carry out at the moment. For example, the activity of Secorium intybus is related to an increase in bile in the human being. Because the organism itself is temporarily unable to perform the function of the gallbladder, we introduce this function from outside until the substance we have produced on the model of Secorium intybus reaccustoms the body to carrying out the function of the gallbladder correctly. It is important to note that we cannot achieve what we hope to accomplish through mere phytotherapy, because nature's processes are much more encompassing. Plant processes are destroyed when they are introduced into the human body by any means. Because it is somewhat late, and I do not want to tax your attention this first time, I will simply mention a particularly successful remedy that our physicians have named Biodoron. Footnote: contemporary publications about this migraine remedy were titled New Reports on the Treatment of Migraine and Chronic Headache with Biodoron. There were also cases which included titled Migraine and Its Rational Treatment by Ludwig Noll, M.D., and Treatment of Migraine with Biodoron by S. Knauer, M.D. End of footnote. This remedy was derived by subjecting the entire syndrome known as migraine to comprehensive spiritual scientific scrutiny. Migraine in its many different forms is another illness that is extremely aggravating for many people. It is due to an irregular preponderance of the metabolic process in places where it does not belong, namely in parts of the human organization where the sensory nervous process ought to be dominant, in conjunction with the rhythmic process. Here again, my concern was to discover parallels between the process summed up in the symptoms of migraine and an activity in outer nature. On the one hand, we have the migraine syndrome, and on the other, an opposite process that we see in the activation of silica by sulfates in Equisetum arvenza. Footnote: Equisetum arvenza is horsetail, or scouring rush. End of footnote. As you may know, Equisetum arvenza contains approximately 90% silica. Tomorrow we will speak about silica's very significant functions with regard to the sensory nervous system and everything related to it. In Equisetum arvenza, however, silica interacts with sulfates, forming a loose combination that can be recreated in manufacturing by using a resinous binder. Simply call to mind an image of Equisetum arvenza. See how stiffly it develops, how the formative process of silica is allowed to predominate throughout, how the plant holds back its growth so that it does not flower. Parenthesis, flowering occurs in connection with normal metabolic processes. Close parenthesis. A true inner view of both processes, the one that is expressed in migraine symptoms, and the wonderful process that takes place between silica and sulfates in Equisetum arvenza, immediately suggests that these are polar opposites. This does not mean that direct use of Equisetum arvenza is helpful against migraine. At this juncture we become clearly aware of a peculiar circumstance, that, although certain vegetative processes in the human organism are similar to plant processes in some respects, they are radically different in others. The point, therefore, is not simply to take the activity that occurs in Equisetum arvenza and incorporate it into the human organism, but rather to, in quotes, animalize it first, so to speak, This animalization can be accomplished in the laboratory by imitating the plant process in an inwardly active way, using silica on the one hand and sulfur on the other. Sulfur is the actual active ingredient in Equisetum arvense and can be used as is. Using binders that play subordinate roles, the sulfur is combined with silica by introducing the iron process into the production of the remedy, animalizing the entire Equisetum process. The result is a preparation whose efficacy is based on how it is produced. How this therapeutic preparation is manufactured makes it clear that it represents a process involving silica, iron, and sulfur. The resulting preparation, or rather the activity that has simply been brought to rest in the preparation, is reactivated and set in motion when it is introduced into the human digestive system and used in treating migraines. As I said before, our doctors call it biodorin. Almost without exception, this migraine remedy has proved to be extremely effective. In the remedies produced by the Clinical Pharmaceutical Laboratory in Arnhem, we attempt to capture healing factors in a dynamic way by bringing about the appropriate processes. The therapeutic effects of these remedies depend on the processes they contain and those they evoke in the human organism. In this way, we have succeeded, and our success has been verified in numerous cases, in developing approximately 100 remedies used to treat various forms of tuberculosis, digestive disorders, and so on. We are currently putting the finishing touches on a natural plant remedy that has the potential to treat cancer. Tomorrow I will speak about these remedies for tuberculosis and cancer, and also about curing typhoid fever. By now it will have become evident that we consider production itself, rather than the ingredients, to be the crucial factor in making a remedy in the laboratory. As a result of our production techniques, the remedy incorporates a specific process that is released within the body, in either the same form or a different one, and either parallels or is the polar opposite of an organic process in the body. By seeing a natural process in conjunction with a pathological process, we can make these two interact in the human organism. This interaction or interrelationship must be present whenever corresponding natural processes are introduced into the human organism to serve therapeutic functions. The procedures we carry out in our laboratories are essential to inducing therapeutic effects. Thus, it is also especially important to use the remedies in accordance with the subdivision of the human organism. The effects are fundamentally different when a remedy enters the body via the digestive process or via injection directly into the circulatory process, or, as I will demonstrate tomorrow, in a way more closely related to the sensory nervous process, as when remedies are used in baths and the like. The effect on the human body depends on whether a remedy is administered externally, semi-internally, as is the case with injections, or fully internally. The most important aspect of our remedies, I would say, is that we are attempting to heal with processes rather than with substances. We administer remedies in the hope, in fact it is more than a hope, since the effects have been verified, that the processes we induce through being able to look at nature and the human being together are preserved in the preparation and released again as therapeutic processes in the human organism. The essentially new feature of our remedies is that we are attempting to heal through processes, through how the remedy is prepared. The exact ingredients of a preparation are less important for us, since its effect always depends on subtle interplays. Tomorrow I will go into more detail with regard to treatment, especially with regard to individual remedies and external procedures. That is officially the end of the lecture. There is now a question and answer period, a short one, or at least the short one in the book. Question: How long have the remedies for migraine and hay fever been tested, Dr. Steiner? It has been a number of years since they were first tested on a large number of cases. A unique feature of our methods is that the success is predicted, as with a mathematical problem, and then verified. Because of this way of working, we are not dealing with a strictly empirical method. As is also the case in any experimental laboratory research, the verification of the original hypothesis is more valuable than simply conducting empirical trials. Our methods are still young, of course, and we would be happy if they were tested in the widest possible circles. With regard to Biodorin, the verification that has been available for 3 or 4 years now involves a number of important cases, in which, for example, migraine was a chronic condition that had persisted for decades. Biodorin has been effective in cases such as these. I must expressly mention that with regard to this remedy in particular, correct diagnosis is extremely important. Trials of the remedy verify its efficacy only if the diagnosis is correct. It is not at all desirable to prescribe Biodorin for any and every headache, which can result in a great many negative findings. Proper diagnosis is imperative, and we ourselves put a great deal of effort into it. Because we administer treatment in a clinical setting, our success rate in past 3 or 4 years has been extremely high. Some earlier trials, however, were conducted by physicians in private practice. I would still like to mention that there are reports available explaining our methods, such as Biodorin therapy and its successes. These reports are published by the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Stuttgart. Dr. Klauer's book on migraine includes a number of typical cases. It is impossible to report all of them, and the rationale behind the treatment. I believe that these reports can be ordered from the Clinical Therapeutic Institute, unfortunately only in German as yet. They can be translated into other languages on request. And then that's the end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process. This is Lecture 3, entitled Diagnosis, Treatment, and the Production of Remedies Based on Spiritual Science. Lecture 2 of 2 parts, given in London on September 3rd, 1923. I have been told that you would like a more extensive theoretical rationale for the ideas that I presented yesterday. It always seems to me that the doubt and inner opposition that anthroposophical views understandably encounter are strengthened when this spiritual rationale is supplied. Especially with regard to medicine, I have some hope that if our remedies prove helpful in practice, people will see that there must be some validity to their theoretical underpinnings. In this particular field, therefore, I am somewhat reluctant to present the theoretical background unless it is explicitly requested. Although the theory is as precise as mathematics, I am sure it initially sounds even more fantastical than any account of how our remedies are used in practice. Since you have requested it, however, I will begin today's lecture with more information on the theoretical background, rather than leaving it for the end, as I had planned. My main point is that although the admirable progress of modern science has accomplished wonders for our knowledge of the outer, physical, sense-perceptible world, this same knowledge has prevented us from grasping the full implications of being human. If we apply natural laws derived from the outer world, through either observation or experimentation, to the human being, they are sufficient for understanding the organization of the human senses, that is, the sense organs that are incorporated into the human being like physical devices, and the mechanical aspects of movement. With regard to everything else, the more profound our attempts to understand the human being, the less external natural laws apply. My statements will be somewhat aphoristic, of course, because I must keep them brief. It is well known that the human body contains a maximum of slightly more than 10% solid mineral substances, and consists primarily of a column of fluid. Within this fluid column, in turn, we find impulses at work that are mediated by the respiratory system or other processes within the human body that in the natural world are found only in freely moving air. Warmth processes then constitute a fourth level. The natural laws we presently believe capable of explaining the entire human being are applicable only to those aspects that resemble the clearly delineated physical mineral substances found in the natural world. Strangely enough, natural laws allow us to understand only one portion of our sensory organization, or, since human sense organs are located primarily in the head, one portion of the human head organization, the makeup of which is the part of the human being that most closely resembles the physical world. The human nervous system radiates outward from the head, at least in part. In any case, it is related to the head organization in the human being. Most people today believe that the entire nervous system is related to what we call human spiritual, mental, and intellectual abilities. If you read a psychology text that has been influenced even slightly by physiology, you will find that it deals only with thinking, especially as it relates to the brain and nervous system, and considers human feelings and will only peripherally. They are tacked on after the fact, as it were. It is generally believed that emotion and will are related to the nervous system in the same way that mental images are. This is not the case. Referring back to the three human systems I described yesterday, I must state that only mental activity as such is directly related to the human nervous system, while emotional activity is indirectly related to the nervous system, but directly related to the rhythmic system. This is one of the points where modern science, as a direct result of its admirable progress in other areas, makes it impossible for us to move from understanding human physical organization to understanding our spiritual being. The truth of the matter is that all emotions intervene directly in the human rhythmic system in the broadest sense, as I described it yesterday. The nervous system serves only as a mediator that allows us to have thoughts and ideas about our feelings. Thus, emotional impulses directly affect our breathing and blood circulation. Our nerves are simply the organs that mediate thoughts we may have about our feelings. And just as emotions intervene in the rhythmic system, our will directly influences the system of metabolism and movement. Our nerves relate to the will only to the extent that we have thoughts or mental images about our intentions and actions. Now you may say that these concepts are of no further interest to physicians, and that they are just a theory that medicine can safely disregard. That is absolutely untrue, however, as becomes apparent as soon as we acknowledge the severe impact on modern medical views of the bias that ascribes all psychological activity to the nervous system. Today, as I am sure you know, we distinguish between so-called sensory nerves, which are said to transmit sensory perceptions and to run from the interior to the sense organs, and so-called motor nerves, which are supposed to have something to do with our will. Although our nerves are indeed anatomically and physiologically metamorphosed in various ways, they are all of the same type. All nerves are only physical transmitters of impressions, and the nerves we now call motor nerves are no different in function from the so-called sensory nerves. Sensory nerves lead to our sense organs so that we can perceive the outer world, while so-called motor nerves, which are nothing more than internal sensory nerves, lead into the interior of the body and transmit our perceptions of moving a limb, for example, or carrying out any internal unconscious movement. Nerves are only transmitters of external or internal perceptions. There are not two types of nerves, sensory and motor nerves. It does not matter to me what we call them, but they are all of the same type and have simply metamorphosed anatomically and physiologically to a certain extent. Only one type of nerve exists. Having spent 35 years working out the details of this view of the human being, I am aware of the obvious objections and have checked them all carefully. If interpreted without bias, every single fact that can be deduced from the way the nervous system does or does not function, let's take tabes dorsalis as an example, is confirmed by the theoretical system I have just explained. Footnote: tabes dorsalis is a syphilitic disorder, also called locomotor ataxia. It affects the dorsal horns of the spinal cord and the sensory nerve trunks. Symptoms include wasting, pain, lack of coordination of reflexes and voluntary movements, and disorders of sensation, nutrition, and vision. End of footnote. In contrast, the modern interpretation of tabes leaves all sorts of unexplained bits and pieces. In spite of how carefully natural science describes such phenomena, they make sense only if you know that there is only one type of nerve, that human feelings are only indirectly rather than directly connected with the nervous system, that emotional activity intervenes directly in breathing and circulation, that is, in the human rhythmic system, and that the direct workings of our will are related to metabolism. Internal, unconscious will underlies all metabolic processes, and is then metamorphosed into the conscious will that is the basis of our external conscious movements. Coming to this realization was the first truly shattering result of more than 30 years' work on my view of the human being. Although it is relatively easy to talk about scientific results that deviate only slightly from the norm, it is not at all easy to make headway against the seemingly well-founded bias that two types of nerves exist. So I did not dare to speak of my investigations until 1917, footnote in his book Riddles of the Soul, Collected Works, Volume 21, end of footnote. I risked making a public statement only after working for more than 30 years to reassure myself that all of the scientific facts were compatible with my view of a single nerve type and did not contradict it. My view of the human being has still another consequence, however. If you accept that emotional impulses directly affect the rhythmic system and will impulses the metabolic motoric system, you realize that the will and its extension into the human emotions, which we can grasp only by spiritual means, by understanding emotions as spiritual entities, constitute the driving force behind circulation, for example. You will have overcome another bias that is truly not easy to overcome. Physiology, which underlies our entire modern school of medical thought, sees the heart as the, in quotes, motor that drives blood circulation. The heart is said to send out the impulses that impel the blood through the organism. In fact, the exact opposite is true. The blood is brought into movement by the organism, by the spiritual human being. In the organs of will, this spiritual human being intervenes directly in metabolism. Similarly, emotional impulses act directly on circulation and respiration, that is, on the human rhythmic system. All inner rhythmical movement originates in the spiritual human being. The heart and its activity is the result, not the cause, of blood circulation and fluid movement. The heart's own movements simply express how it is internally stimulated and moved by motion proceeding from the spiritual human being. 2 points will gradually have to provide a new basis for physiology as the foundation of all medicine: the concept of a single nerve type, and the fact that nerve activity relates only to perception and conceptualization, whereas the movement of fluid and gaseous elements in the human being proceed directly from our spiritual aspect, so that the motion of the heart is a consequence of rhythmic movements in the human being, rather than their cause. I once explained my theory of cardiac functioning to a Swedish physician on the train from Trelleborg and Stockholm. I still vividly recall the chaotic and ferocious passions my ideas unleashed in this man, so I understand very well how severely they affect our thought habits. Nonetheless, such views open the door between the physical human being and the spiritual human being. In contrast, assume that 2 types of nerves exist, with the physical structure of the sensory nerves running from the sense organs toward the center, while the motor nerves proceed from the center outward, serving as material transmitters of the manifestations of human will. This assumption never leaves the material realm. By postulating 2 types of nerves that actually do not exist, in reality there is only 1 type, we shut the door on the spiritual aspect of the human being. You see what science, our admirable science that has served the physical human being so well, has done for the human being as a whole. It has gone so far as to substitute a purely invented theory of 2 nerve types for the reality of the situation, which is that motor nerves are sensory nerves that simply serve to perceive inner movements. Furthermore, this same science has turned the heart into a kind of pump, a mechanical apparatus that automatically induces rhythmic circulation in the human being. By attributing rhythmic movements within the human being exclusively to the heart as an automatically functioning physical device, science erases the connection between the rhythmic and metabolic systems and the spiritual human being. The door to the spiritual human being has been shut by these 2 theories: the theory that there are 2 types of nerves, and the theory that the heart is a physical motor driving blood circulation, whereas in fact its movement is only an expression of the blood moved by the spiritual human being. Shutting the door on the spiritual human being has had significant consequences. Only by seeing how the nervous system is incorporated into the human being, for example, can you make the right connection between that system and the organization of the digestive system. The digestive system is part of the larger human system that I have called the metabolic motoric system, and the nervous system is its polar opposite. Let's look at these 2 human systems one at a time. With regard to metabolism, substances are taken in from outside. The essential factor in metabolism is the activity induced when outer substances are brought into the body, that is, the activity the human organism must perform as a result of being entered into by a foreign body that must be transformed or metamorphosed. This process is all important in digestion. It reaches a stopping point when the forces of the external substances have been overcome. At this point, the impulse to eliminate sets in. In the metabolic system, waste is eliminated to the outside. We must therefore understand the metabolic motoric organization in this way. First, human will or will-related impulses in the human organism intervene directly in metabolism and overcome the constitution of introduced substances. Then these substances are eliminated to the outside by well-known means. The aspect of digestive activity that runs through all the body's organs and into the organization of the head, that is, into the part of the body where the sensory nervous system is primarily, although not exclusively located, goes beyond its stopping point in the metabolic motoric system. In the organization of the head, the digestive process is taken further in that elimination is internal rather than external. As a result of this internal elimination, the nervous system is deposited inside the human being. The nervous system is the only system in the human being that owes its material content to elimination that remains within the organism rather than being expelled. Although, of course, this elimination remains within the organism only up to a certain point. It is shaped by the sculptural forces of the first invisible and suprasensible member of the human constitution, the so-called etheric body or life body. In addition to the human physical body, we must distinguish this first suprasensible member, the etheric or life body, which exists on a purely dynamic, non-material level. Etheric effects, which are present throughout the universe, take a very specific form in the human being. The etheric body's formative forces include the forces that sculpt products of elimination into the wonderfully structured human brain and nervous system. Ladies and gentlemen, I challenge you to submit any histological, embryological, or evolutionary descriptions of an embryonic cell and a nerve cell, for example, to an unbiased test. Because it is impossible to reconcile all the facts with any theoretical foundation other than the one I have just presented, conscientious skeptics may also be able to relate to other statements based on my spiritual research. This spiritual science states that we can develop an exact form of clairvoyance, an exact method of studying suprasensible factors. I describe this type of research in my book titled How to Know Higher Worlds. Research into suprasensible worlds leads to the discovery of an artistic, sculptural activity that is present in the natural world but does not obey physical natural laws. In a human being, these sculptural forces are primarily in the head, where they shape matter that would be eliminated from other parts of the body. The strange result of this view is that we discover a number of degenerative activities in our nervous system. The functioning of this system is based entirely on degenerative processes, on elimination that has been taken further than its stopping point in the digestive system, on matter that has been shaped and sculpted in accordance with the elimination process. The fundamental difference between organs belonging to the sensory nervous system and the organs of digestion is that sensory nervous organs have advanced significantly further in their evolution and are involved in a descending evolutionary process, while the organs of the metabolic limb system are still in an ascending phase of evolution, and therefore take the digestive process only to a certain stopping point, after which elimination must set in. These considerations, in addition to revealing the nature of these organs when they are healthy, are also fundamental prerequisites to understanding how these same organs function when diseased. Ultimately, these fundamentals allow us to recognize the true connections between remedies and disease processes. Let me give an example. In the human brain, we might even say in the entire nervous system, matter is developed up to a certain point and then broken down. The depleted breakdown products are then reshaped in our nervous system. Breakdown and elimination, rather than synthesis and assimilation, underlie our conceptual activity. Our mental images depend on a constant atomistic dying process of sorts in our nervous system, a dying process that is constantly counteracted by reconstruction processes. We might say that the moment of death consolidates all the ongoing degenerative processes of the nervous system that are otherwise spread out over an entire earthly lifetime. If we are capable of studying these activities, which involve the workings of material forces up to a certain point, followed by a degenerative process, we may ask ourselves what enables human beings to think. What forces enable us to be spiritual beings? Are they the same as the forces that allow us to enter earthly life through embryonic development? Not at all. Our physical system cannot be permitted to continue its linear development if we are to become human. After a certain point, devolution must set in. Devolution, not evolution, provides the basis for our mental activities. Consider the consequences of the view I just formulated. People generally believe that the nerve process underlying thinking and conceptualizing is an ascending one, like those of growth or nutrition. This is impossible. The basis of conceptualization is a degenerative process. To provide a basis for our thoughts, for the functioning of spirit in us, matter must be destroyed, and the products of destruction sculpturally reshaped. To be able to think, we must first destroy the material basis. We must punch holes in our brain, so to speak. Our ability to think is not based on organic growth forces. For the spirit to be able to move into the human body, our bodily organization must first undergo a process of degeneration, destruction, or partial death. Once you have understood this clearly, you will be able to express it in an image like this. We see a dirt road just after a rain. Cars must have been driving over the road because it is rutted. But now, let's assume that a being who has never seen cars comes down from Mars. The cars are gone, and the being from Mars sees only the ruts. So it studies the ruts by going underground, and then states that the forces that made the ruts exist below the surface of the earth, in the earth's interior, and that they are worked upward from below to make the ruts. We cannot hold it against the being from Mars if it looks for the reason for the ruts in the wrong place, namely in the soil, when in fact the ruts are due to cars driving over the dirt road. Something similar is true of our brain. You may believe that it is shaped and organized from the inside out, but in fact the furrows in the brain are imprinted by soul spiritual activity. At this point we realize that our sensory nervous system uses physical organs only to offer resistance to the spiritual or mental activities we carry out. We can draw conclusions about a car by tracing its tracks on a wet dirt road, because everything the car did left a trace. Similarly, of course, we can also explain all thinking in terms of traces left in the brain. The materialistic view that explains thinking in terms of the brain is wonderfully deceptive. All thinking and conceptual activity can indeed be explained in terms of the brain, but only because spiritual activity has left its traces there. Having traced this degenerative process in the human being, we can then look for its counterpart among the great workings of the cosmos, in the natural world outside us. In modern human beings, this process is held back in its nascent state at the moment it comes about. In the natural world, the nascent material breakdown process that underlies the human nervous system is present on the cosmic level wherever silica is found. Silica represents the same process on a cosmic level where it continues, reaching a stopping point only later, instead of being held back in the nascent state as it is in the human head. We need to produce a silica preparation that incorporates the cosmic process in the right way, This remedy, if administered correctly, will relieve an etherically weak human body of an activity it can no longer carry out. Because of the substances we mix with it and the way we prepare it, the silica, if we can get it to the human head, acquires the peculiar ability of relieving the patients of an action that their inner organizational forces are incapable of carrying out because of an organic weakness. This is the correct view of what goes on in the human head. But the head must be seen in connection with spiritual impulses. You must look out into the cosmos at the silica-forming process and recognize that this process, which is held fast in silica or silesia, constitutes a remedy that temporarily relieves the body of a function it can no longer perform on its own. By reacting to the remedy, the body's internal organization regains the ability to perform that particular function. Thus, spiritual vision reveals the actual function of silica in the human organism when the body cannot carry out a specific function itself. This type of fundamental insight comes about when we understand both the entire human organization and its connection to outer nature. At that point, we simply need to ask what ought to be happening and what is not happening in a particular part of the human organism. If we know where the missing process can be found in the natural world, diagnosis becomes a real basis for treatment. Correctly answering every question that arises in the diagnostic process also directly answers the question of which treatment to provide. Because we understand the specific connection between the human being and the natural world, we can prepare a remedy and predict how it will work. If it does work as we predicted, no empiricism is involved. A true verification has taken place. Look at how the physical sciences generally proceed. When a theory enables scientists to make an accurate prediction, they are not concerned with how many cases verify it. If the right conditions are created, and the prediction comes true in one instance, the initial assumption is considered provisionally verified. Such verification is especially important for practical applications, because in this field actual practice always confirms whether our predictions were correct. By shifting our focus from the physical to the spiritual aspect of the human being, we learn to predict the therapeutic effects of the processes we observe in the course of diagnosis, just as we would predict a natural process in the chemistry or physics laboratory. If the process we predict occurs, we know our understanding is correct. We apply a broader concept of acceptable scientific procedure, just as the field of physics does. In contrast, the biological sciences accept only empirical methods, especially when practical therapeutic applications are being evaluated. To acquire truly clear and rational insights into the connection between diagnosis and treatment, we need more science rather than less. I am alarmed at how late it has already become. I will therefore shorten the rest of the lecture and simply summarize a few points that will shed light from the therapeutic perspective on what I have already said. If we look at the organization of the sensory nervous system, which is primarily concentrated or localized in the human head, we will find, as I said before, that it supplies the foundations for our thinking and conceptualizing. But what is the human activity we call thinking? It is the reflection of the power of thoughts as such in our consciousness. Because of the way we perceive thinking, we say instinctively and involuntarily that a thought is not a reality. A thought as we experience it is powerless and is essentially present only in the form of an image. Thought activity, however, also has another essentially different aspect. We can call this second aspect to mind quite easily if we simply consider how the conscious manifestation of thinking is still absent in a very small child, while this other aspect, the truly energizing sculptural force of thought activity, is very much present. One aspect of thinking is revealed to ordinary consciousness in the form of mental images, thoughts, and concepts. The second is the force of thoughts that works back into the body. The latter aspect is identical to the sculptural force I mentioned earlier. Therefore, when we look at human mental activity in connection with the entire human organism, we must say that the aspect we perceive and experience directly is like a reflection of a real object. The reality of thought activity lies in its sculptural forces, which are directed inward. These inward directed sculptural forces are evident in a very small child who has no conscious thought life as yet. In children, these forces work most strongly in shaping the brain, completing the organ that then forms the basis of true conceptual activity. We do not hesitate to speak of latent warmth as opposed to manifest warmth. We know that certain processes release latent warmth, driving it out of the substance that binds it. Although we still hesitate to speak about it, a similar process takes place in children when conscious conceptual activity is consolidated out of the unconscious conceptual activity that is most active in shaping excreted matter to form the nervous system. This sculptural activity, which persists for the duration of a human life but is strongest in childhood, is the first suprasensible element in the human being. Thoughts are suprasensible, but we experience only their reflections. The forces that shape our organs of thought, the forces that work on our nervous system, are also suprasensible. These forces, however, constitute only that portion of the suprasensible human being that is closest to physical events and processes. This portion stands between the physical body and the soul aspect of the human being. If we look at the rhythmic system, which is directly related to human emotional activity, we see that a still higher factor is active there, not merely an etheric, sculpting process, but an ensouled etheric force. Essentially, rhythm is the unique interaction of processes that we have seen in the digestive motoric or metabolic motoric system, where material processes are developed to a certain point and then eliminated, and in the nervous system, where eliminated substances are deposited internally. Rhythmic activity begins as a metabolic process, but then excretion comes into play and immediately recedes again. This oscillation between a metabolic process and a neural process of degeneration results in the basic form of any rhythmic activity. The rhythmic activity is related to that of the suprasensible or spiritual human being, activity that emerges from an ensouled etheric process. If we look at breathing or blood circulation, or anything else within the scope of rhythmic processes, we see the higher action of an ensouled etheric force as opposed to a simple etheric process. Once again, these rhythmic activities are associated with cosmic processes. We saw that when metabolism exceeds its limits, it is transformed into a nerve process in an inappropriate part of the human being, in an organ where it does not belong. This may sound bizarre, but it corresponds to reality. When metabolic activity stays within the metabolic system itself, but goes beyond the point where elimination is meant to begin, and develops into a misplaced nerve process, various forms of typhoid fever appear. Typhoid illnesses are nerve processes that appear within the metabolic system. Of course, these nerve activities appear only as processes and cannot lead to the actual formation of a nervous system. And now the question is, how do we deal with such a process? In the natural world, we can find antimony ore, a peculiar substance that captures a cosmic process. In fact, all minerals and ores are captured processes. Antimony is a remarkable mineral, a remarkable ore. It immediately attempts to crystallize, putting out spear-shaped or wire-like forms. It looks almost like a mineralized plant or moss. It also has other interesting characteristics. If we subject antimony to a particular electrolytic process and place the resulting substance on a cathode, it requires only a light touch with a metal rod to set off a small explosion. And if we burn antimony under the right conditions and cause the smoke to condense on surfaces of a certain type, the result is a wonderful, in quotes, antimony mirror, deposited by the smoke that forms when antimony ore is subjected to combustion. In a certain sense, burning antimony under the right conditions is an extension of the activity that we see captured in naturally occurring antimony. When we produce an antimony mirror, a very important procedure in our pharmaceutical laboratory, we come very close to forces that counteract the processes fostering nerve formation within the metabolic system. Footnote, see page 19 of this book, end of footnote. The antimonizing forces, as I would like to call them, repulse and confine this metabolic process that is trying to exceed its limits. When we use the antimony from an antimony mirror to repulse this excessive process, the result is a copy of the rhythmic activity. By using the antimonizing force in the right way, it is possible to neutralize or arrest a misplaced nerve-forming process directly, forcing it back into its proper place. We discover the appropriate treatment by looking for a natural process capable of reversing the pathological typhoid conditions. If we clearly understand a pathological condition, we are always able to find an activity in nature that either reinforces or counteracts it, thus establishing a rational method for developing remedies. We sincerely hope that we will be able to carry our search for a remedy for carcinoma through to a successful conclusion. We have already achieved very promising results. I have said that metabolic activity can exceed its limits, metamorphosing into a nerve-forming process in the wrong place. This tendency can also go beyond the point of attempting to form nerves to attempting to develop a sense organism in some inappropriate part of the human body. This tendency is the basis of cancer. Regardless of how much skepticism this view elicits today, applying its guidelines to an histological investigation of carcinomas will prove that the basis of cancer is indeed an attempt to develop a sense organ in the wrong place. Of course, this description is general and approximate. Nonetheless, the activity that underlies the development of cancer should actually occur only in the development of sense organs. Now the question is, how can we make this process regress to the point where metabolism should actually stop and lead directly to elimination rather than to deposition? In this case, the opportunity for healing presents itself when we use the juices of the various subspecies of Viscum album. This opportunity is based not on a superficial idea, as many people have objected, but on a true understanding of what happens when the parasitic mistletoe plant grows on various tree species. Footnote, mistletoe is the common name for Loranthacea, a family of chiefly tropical parasitic herbs and shrubs with leathery leaves and waxy white berries. Mistletoes, aerial hemiparasites with green leaves that carry out photosynthesis, attach themselves to their hosts by modified roots called haustoria. The mistletoe commonly sold in the U.S. is Phoradendron flavescens. Most popular in Europe is the true mistletoe, Viscum album. End of footnote. The underlying process is extremely complicated. From the cosmic perspective, the process of wood formation, which turns an ordinary herbaceous, non-woody plant into a tree, is unique. An ordinary herbaceous plant that will not develop into a tree is intimately related to the soil with which its roots are so finely intertwined. These roots are actually still part of the soil, because a constant exchange of substances takes place between soil and roots. Up above, an herbaceous plant develops first leaves and then flowers as it is exposed to atmospheric influences. I must now mention an issue that derives from a biological geology of sorts. Today, we see the inorganic component of the soil as an entity in its own right. Originally, however, the mineral component of the soil was an excretion. Modern geology fails to understand the process of soil formation because it isolates the purely mineral foundation of soil and considers it separately. Seeing geology as a complete system in and of itself is like claiming that the skeleton of a human being is capable of independent existence. A human skeleton exists only as a mineralized excretion. It cannot develop by itself. It cannot be considered in isolation, but only in connection with the entire human being. Similarly, geology can be seen only in connection with a living organic earth, pervaded with spiritual beings. Geological formations are excretions. They did not come about by themselves. Anthracite formation, for example, is only the simplest, most elementary process of mineralization. All geological formations, from slate to crystals, are excretions that have mineralized out of a formerly undifferentiated organic and spiritual element. It is very difficult to present these issues today because the reasons against them are so obvious and readily understandable as to be almost matters of course. It is really very easy today to calculate, or approximate at least, no claims to precision, how many millions or hundreds of millions of years ago a particular geological formation was laid down. This method appears very exact, but it is similar to the method I use when I observe the little changes in my heart that take place during a month, and then attempt to calculate what change will have occurred in 3 years. It's exactly the same thing. I can calculate the condition of my heart 300 years into the future or 300 years into the past, regardless of the fact that I myself will not be or was not alive at that time. The calculation is correct, and the conclusion incontrovertibly logical, but neither one corresponds to reality. Similarly, geological calculations, though they are incontrovertibly logical, do not correspond to reality, because Earth did not exist millions of years ago. The Earth did not exist then any more than I existed 300 years ago, in the physical human form suggested by my calculations. At this point, therefore, a higher method of observation is required, a view that sees all minerals as deposited excretions. When plants emerge from soil, the soil is the mineral component. When a tree develops instead of an ordinary herbaceous plant, its lignified trunk is a throwback, an atavistic recurrence of an earlier state that encompassed the entire earth. Just as we ourselves have atavistic organs, the development of a tree is a throwback to an earlier condition of the earth. When viscum grows on a tree, it grows under earlier earthly conditions, in a medium that is not soil, because soil was a later development, the result of separation or excretion. If we pursue the matter further, we also discover that the sense organs were the last human organs to evolve. In contrast, if we trace viscum's development, we find that it belongs to a very early period in the evolution of the earth. If we incorporate the viscum process into the human organism, especially if we inject it directly into the circulation, we send the human body back to an early stage of its evolution on Earth, counteracting the most recent processes. We must be quite clear, however, that these ideas are initially only abstract thought constructs, or at best abstract clairvoyant constructs. They are insights of a sort, but not yet a complete overview. If we take the activity of mistletoe and introduce it directly into the human body, it changes too much, as I also said yesterday in a similar example. Therefore, we are now experimenting with a manufacturing method that submits the active principle in mistletoe to the centrifugal or radial forces that develop at very high speeds. It was not easy to construct the very complicated machine required for this method, but we can now transform mistletoe activity into a totally different aggregate process that allows us to use a much greater concentration of the mistletoe-forming tendency than occurs naturally, since the mistletoe process today is a decadent one. We will continue to attempt to improve this anti-carcinoma remedy, which has already been developed to a certain level of efficacy and has produced promising results. The remedy will be completely ready and available for testing only when we have finished subjecting it to the laboratory technique involving the centrifuge that has just been built. We will apply this technique in seeking ever better ways of dealing with cancer. We are using other remedies in similar ways to come to grips with tuberculosis, pathological processes in different organs, and so on. It is much too late now to go into detail, but I do want to explain the principles involved. As I said earlier, we administer our remedies in different ways, by introducing them directly into the metabolic system, by injecting them into the circulatory system where they work differently, or by adding them to baths and the like, so that they act on the sensory process from outside. We also use what we call curative eurythmy, in which the patient performs movements intrinsic to the human body itself. Unbiased observation of the human hand makes it impossible to say that a hand can exist without moving, since the actual form of the hand is simply movement held fast. A hand is inseparable from motion, as is every other human limb. Carrying out individual movements that correspond to the form qualities of a limb or organ can reflect back on these form qualities with a healing effect. This is the principle underlying curative eurythmy, which is related to the artistic eurythmy that will be performed tomorrow at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art. During the developing the physiological aspects of eurythmy leads to curative eurythmy, and curative eurythmy in turn leads to the externally administered therapies used in the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arnhem. Thus, in this Clinical Therapeutic Institute, which, as I mentioned yesterday, is under the excellent leadership of Dr. Ita Wegman, who is also present here, we attempt to develop treatments rationally, not only on the basis of modern natural scientific knowledge of the physical human being, but also on the basis of what can be known about the spiritual human being. For this purpose, the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arnhem had to be associated with a clinical pharmaceutical laboratory capable of producing medicines in a way that corresponds to a true understanding of the human being. In these few brief and aphoristic remarks, I have done my best to point out that our intention is not to oppose modern medicine, but to elaborate upon it through investigations that are as scientific as any work in contemporary medicine, and yet explore areas of the human organism in which spiritual factors play a role. An holistic school of medical thought must also encompass irregularities or types of disease that result from inappropriate or misplaced intervention on the part of unconscious spiritual forces. In addition, medicine must cease to see the human being simply as a physical entity, and the routine functions of the human body as merely physical processes. Purely physical processes do indeed predominate in part of the human body. But the element provided by the spiritual world enters most of the human organism directly, just as we receive our material component directly from the physical material world in the form of food, and so on. And holistic physiology is needed for holistic diagnosis, and holistic diagnosis goes hand in hand with real treatment that is inseparable from diagnosis. Once we recognize the relationship between human beings and their cosmic surroundings, we can derive remedies from these surroundings, not merely through empirical experimentation, but through a clear understanding of the connection between the human being and the cosmos. Thus we create treatments that will not tolerate being separated from diagnosis. Treatment and diagnosis together form a whole. The attempts I have spoken about tonight are meant to be fostered in the medical section within our spiritual scientific movement, and reflect the longings of many anthroposophical physicians. I hope my brief indications were not too unclear. When such issues must be presented very succinctly, the emphasis naturally falls on the broadest principles. Unfortunately, the details sometimes suffer. I hope, however, that I have at least been able to provide you with food for thought. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process. This is Lecture 4, entitled Anthroposophical Spiritual Science and Medical Knowledge, given in Vienna on October 2, 1923. Because the field I am going to speak about this evening is so broad and requires such detailed background information, it is very difficult to choose where to begin. Please allow me to say at least a few introductory words about anthroposophy's position on epistemological problems and on the overall soul constitution of the modern human being. As you know, the 19th century saw the full development of precise observation and experimentation on the one hand, and of the intellect and inferential reasoning on the other. These phenomena had been developing slowly since the 15th or 16th century, but in the 19th century they became definitive with regard to the problems and practical ramifications of epistemology. Anyone who has received a scientific education in any field does not question the need for experimentation and thinking in order to arrive at scientific results. The possibility of any other method will not even enter your mind, especially if you work in a specialized field. Under these circumstances, it is natural to shy away from speaking to specialists about the consequences of anthroposophical research for their own fields. It must be said, on the one hand, that only those well versed in scientific methodology should embark on anthroposophical research of the sort I will speak about. But, on the other hand, some of the results that have an impact on specialized fields are so paradoxical that it is much more tempting today to keep one's mouth shut than to talk about them. If I speak about them, nonetheless, I do so in the conviction that you have all come here, if not to be persuaded, then at least to hear something that can be taken seriously on a scientific level. Anthroposophy aims to be a field of scientific research, but it does not intend to stop short at the frame of mind that is nourished by the intellect and by physical experimentation. It attempts to acquire its insights by cultivating the forces of the human soul, trusting that just as small children possess undeveloped forces that unfold in adults, it is also possible for adults to augment their scientific education by developing their soul forces through a specific method. The most important of these soul forces is the power of memory or recollection. A few unbiased modern philosophers already say that the power of memory is indicative of the spiritual aspect of the human being. Developing this faculty depends on our ability to recall an event that is no longer immediately present. That is, we summon up from the soul's depths an event that no longer relates to any events in the immediate present, but whose inner makeup has a very specific, rather than unspecific, relationship to a particular reality. Now the question arises, can the activity of memory continue to develop just as the structure of the human brain continues to develop during the first years of life? Can memory create structures in the soul that reflect not only our own experience and our personal past, but also an earthly past that transcends human individuals? Is it possible to inwardly strengthen and transform our powers of cognition so that the resulting images, which require more intense exertion than memory, point to something that is otherwise outside the scope of human consciousness? If trust in the human soul's continuing ability to evolve serves as our starting point or postulate, and if we deliberately and precisely implement inner exercises that do not violate the soul's integrity in any way, tracing each step as if we were solving a mathematical problem, we will begin to have new experiences. These exercises, however, do not involve mathematics or the like. The reason for doing them is to take steps that result in personal development. For this purpose, we must call to mind mental images that are easily surveyed, so that no reminiscences can mingle with them. Parenthesis, this activity is easiest for mathematicians, because they are already accustomed to focusing their mental activity on distinct contents. Close parentheses. If we succeed in carrying out these exercises without tiring, and use them to enhance and strengthen the rather passive behavior we call memory, we become aware of an enhanced power of memory that safeguards the forces of earthly life that work on the organic level. We learn to extract this enhanced memory from the depths of our soul life. As a result, we survey a tableau, complete with temporal perspectives, inner laws, and inner structure, of all the events that have affected us since our entry into earthly life. The initial result is a view of the individual self. We become aware of the etheric body, a body within the physical body, whose intrinsic laws are temporal rather than physical. This body can appear in image form, and such cognition can be called imagination. In ordinary life we live exclusively in the present, but imagination allows us to go back to any moment in time and experience it as if it were the immediate present. In the same way that we can move from one place to another in physical existence, we now learn to move on an inner level to any point in our past experience. We learn to speak of temporal perspectives. The existence of this finer second body, unrolling continuously in time, is perceptible to the first level of supra-sensible cognition. I must briefly point to a further level of soul development that is achieved when autosuggestion eliminates the tableau of your own inner forces and their activity. This must be done in such a way that the result, rather than being simply an empty consciousness equal to zero, corresponds to the inverse of your current level of consciousness. This alternate consciousness results in complete inner stillness and peace. You may well imagine that when all outer impressions cease, the stillness that ensues is equal to zero, but in fact it is like the negative of your earlier consciousness. We arrive at inspiration rather than imagination, and learn to see human pre-earthly existence. This is no mere speculative insight, but a true view of the eternal aspect of the human being. We learn to investigate soul-spiritual reality in the same way that we ordinarily investigate sense-perceptible reality. And we learn to see these multiple aspects of the human being as a unity. There is no need to become involved in the ridiculous sparring between monistic and dualistic viewpoints, which is just as foolish as stating that chemists must be dualists because they say that water consists of hydrogen in combination with oxygen. We realize that each human being is part physical and part soul-spiritual. We acknowledge the plastic, sculptural aspect of the brain, which is a reality as early as the embryonic stage of development. Let me use a comparison. A being that had never been on earth might explain footprints on soft ground as the result of disembodied forces. But as truly as these traces were imprinted by a human being walking over the ground, the human brain shows the imprint of a soul-spiritual factor. Thus we can understand the makeup of the human being as including both a physical body and a body of formative forces that we recognize through imaginative cognition. This more subtle entity within the human being remains the same over time, in spite of any change in physical substances. It is a self-contained reality that remains the same from one point in time to another. The issue becomes serious if we move on into specialized areas. The body of formative forces does not exist on the soul level. It leads at most to growth, but not to emotion. Next, we come to the astral body, the actual soul, and to the I organization. In the last 300 to 400 years, our developing knowledge has increasingly disregarded the spiritual, higher aspects of our human makeup. As a result, we have had to restrict ourselves more and more to what we can conclude from the physical structure of the human body. I always hesitate to explain these matters, because as a scientist I am quite capable of understanding that they infuriate scientifically educated people. Let's take a look inside the human body and trace the centripetal and centrifugal nerves, the so-called sensory and motor nerves. That is what we think we see, and I can fully appreciate the rationale behind this view. I can also fully appreciate how this supposed duality in the nervous system is supported by the phenomenon of tabes dorsalis, and so on. And there's that footnote, see page 19. When we are familiar with the higher members of the human constitution, however, the unity of the nervous system becomes apparent. Sensory nerves are adapted to transmitting sense impressions, but motor nerves have nothing to do with willed actions. Their task is to transmit peripheral sensations, such as the chemical and physiological processes that take place in the legs. Motor nerves are sensory nerves for perceiving the body's internal processes. As paradoxical as it may sound to modern science, we come to see human will as an inherent function of the soul itself, and to accept that movement and other consequences of our will are caused by the direct influence of the soul and spirit on the physical body. I would now like to point out the path that can lead to discovering this view of the human being. The human soul and spirit are the subject of all kinds of hypotheses on the part of modern anatomists, who generally have very abstract ideas about the contents of soul and spirit. Ziehen speaks only of the, in quotes, emotional emphasis of mental images. Footnote, Theodor Ziehen, 1863 to 1950, German philosopher, psychologist, and psychiatrist. Ziehen taught psychiatry from 1887 to 1912, and devoted the remainder of his life to philosophy. See his title, Introduction to Physiological Psychology. End of footnote. The soul, as we imagine it, has become so abstract and thin that we can no longer understand how it could possibly intervene in the physical body. As soon as we realize that the physical body extends from the solid element through fluids and gases all the way to warmth, we draw closer to the spiritual aspect of the human being. Of course, it is impossible to visualize the spirit intervening in the human body as modern science imagines the body to be. As soon as we assume the existence of a warmth organism, however, it is not so difficult to imagine the intrinsic forces of the etheric body working into differentiations in warmth within the human body. We have a great deal to learn, however, before we will be able to enliven our knowledge, which has become so fixed and rigid. We will eventually discover the bridge between the soul, which is more forceful than we now imagine it to be, and the physical body's more subtle manifestations. We will realize that our will nature intercedes directly in warmth processes, and then moves on into the air organism and the fluid organism. We will also realize that the actual situation with regard to motor nerves is completely different from the conceptions modern science holds to be true. In reality, an activity involving the spirit, the soul, and the body takes place, and motor nerves allow us to become conscious of this activity. And that is the end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process. This is Lecture 5, entitled Medicine and Anthroposophical Insight into the Human Being, Number 1, given in The Hague on November 15, 1923. Above all, I would like to thank Dr. Zeilmans and all of you for giving me the opportunity to speak on the consequences of the anthroposophical research method in the field of medicine. Footnote, Willem Zeilmans van Emmechoven, 1893 to 1961, a physician in the Netherlands who headed his own clinic. End of footnote. In 2 short lectures, I will not be able to provide more than a few indications, of course. My perspective deviates significantly from conventional contemporary views, and much of what I have to say will necessarily sound paradoxical at best. It will be especially difficult to overcome these obstacles and move on in 2 brief sessions. But as you know, ladies and gentlemen, you have learned to adjust our thinking. We have learned to adjust our thinking on many questions in the course of humanity's historical development, which suggests that forbearance is in order, at least initially, when a perspective that results from truly conscientious research appears paradoxical. First of all, I would like to say by way of introduction that my purpose in presenting the medical consequences of anthroposophical research is not to introduce brand new ideas that will contradict the very thorough discipline of modern medicine, which is based on centuries of scientific precedent. The method of research I will describe here has no desire to overthrow modern medicine. On the contrary, it simply explores some of the recent results of the rigorous, sense-based empirical methods that science has inherited from the natural sciences, and the great scope of the questions that arise, and concludes that modern medicine is heading in a direction that it will find difficult to maintain, simply because its well-known sense-based empirical research methods are so very conscientious and precise. The same factors that made science great and provided such significant foundations for medicine have also made it possible to pursue certain ways of understanding the human being and human medicine. For this reason, please allow me to first present a few general principles today. Tomorrow I will discuss the unusual qualities of a few typical anthroposophical remedies. We anthroposophists did not choose a propagandistic approach, deciding that anthroposophy must know something about everything and must therefore also take a position on medicine. Those of us who are firmly rooted in anthroposophy choose to take a truly scientific approach, at least as far as our fundamental principles are concerned. The medical movement within the general anthroposophical movement came about when some physicians, especially in Germany but also in other countries, realized that modern science and medicine raise questions that conventional methods cannot answer, at least not to the extent of providing a direct and rational connection between diagnosis and treatment. These physicians approached me and asked whether anthroposophy might contribute to the field of medicine by providing more penetrating insights into the human constitution than are possible using conventional methods. Footnote: Rudolf Steiner responded to these questions in his first lecture course for physicians, titled Introducing Anthroposophical Medicine, Collected Works, Volume 312. End of footnote. Thus, what I tell you today and tomorrow has been made possible by the requests of these physicians, whose individual studies and practice had left them unsatisfied, or at least somewhat skeptical. From the very beginning, we certainly did not assume that we could feel free to make all kinds of amateurish contributions to a rigorous field of research and its practical applications. When the founders of the Kommanditag in Stuttgart and the Futurum in Switzerland advised us to support medical research, I insisted that although anthroposophy could indeed shed light on the preparation of remedies, we should not limit ourselves to that activity, and that all such efforts should be as closely associated as possible with the actual practice of medicine. Footnote: Der Kommanditag, which means the coming day, was established in Stuttgart in 1920 as a joint stock company to promote economic and spiritual values, an association in the spirit of the threefold nature of society as described by Steiner's social works. It had to be liquidated in 1925 because of the severity of inflation. Futurum AG was an economic society to promote international economic and social values. It was established in Dornach in 1920 to be similar to the Kommanditag. It did not survive the financial crisis of the time and had to be liquidated in 1924. End of footnote. This was the origin of our institutes, which not only manufacture remedies according to the methods I am going to describe, but also are associated with clinics. Footnote, see footnote page 16, end of footnote. In the further course of these lectures, I will have occasion to speak about these clinics, especially the exemplary one in Arnhem, which is headed by Dr. Ita Wegmann and is directly associated with our Anthroposophical Facility for Higher Education, the Goetheanum, in Switzerland. Daily interaction with patients in these clinics gives our anthroposophical medical research a vital connection to actual therapy, which we see as the most significant issue of our time. Not content with simply establishing these pharmaceutical and clinical facilities, we have also linked them to other research institutes, including an institute for biology and several institutes for physics. I will not say more about the physics institutes at this point, because they are still in the very early stages of their work. The Institute for Biological Research, however, has already produced 2 studies. Footnote, see footnote page 23, end of footnote. I mention them to show you that we intend to work with the same degree of precision that is demanded of other scientists. It is a matter of honest conviction rather than foolish vanity when I say, and the results themselves will convince you, that in spite of the few objections that can still be raised about details, these studies demonstrate that we aspire to the same precision that is required of other scientific foundations of medicine. The first study, published by our Biological Research Institute, is a paper on spleen function. These 2 lectures give me only enough time to present a few perspectives to stimulate your thinking, so please forgive me if I mention some of the issues only briefly. I became interested in spleen function in the course of my own spiritual scientific research, whose methods I will discuss shortly. Meanwhile, I will simply say that these methods allowed me to realize that spleen function, which, as you know, is a stumbling block for medical anthropology, occupies a special position among the functions of the human organs. To put it briefly, some of the many processes that contribute to the functioning of the human body promote rhythm. These processes include not only respiration and blood circulation, but also those that take place over more extended periods of time, such as the rhythm of digestion. The very nature of the human body requires that digestion be rhythmical to a degree that is not actually possible. To satisfy our body's demands, we would have to eat and drink with incredible rhythmic regularity. Since we do not eat the same foods every day, even establishing very exact meal times would not allow us to maintain the rhythm our bodies require. We would have to approach this task with infinite knowledge of the details involved. It is easier for respiration and blood circulation to function with regularity, but we really cannot meet the body's need for rhythmical digestion, because digestion depends on interaction with the outer world. Spleen function, however, unites with the total digestive process in the broadest sense to balance out and correct the unavoidable irregularities in our digestive rhythm. I became aware of this balancing function some time ago, and now it has been empirically verified in our Biological Research Institute. Although it is possible to raise some objections with regard to details of the methods that were used, these methods are, nonetheless, as precise as any other clinical methods in use today. I believe that this study, which was carried out with tremendous devotion by Dr. Lily Kalisko, would have had great impact on medical thinking if it had been conducted in a conventional clinic. That it remains relatively unknown is due exclusively to the fact that it was conducted under the auspices of anthroposophy. This last statement is the one I beg you not to attribute to foolish vanity on my part. The second study transforms a scientific and medical, in quotes, belief into exact science to the greatest extent possible. Please do not assume that I am taking sides here in the debate between homeopathy and allopathy. It would not occur to me to do so, because I know how much amateurishness the ordinary homeopathic view contains. Even materialistic physics, however, cannot deny that highly diluted substances can have far-reaching effects. We can no longer assume that highly diluted substances cannot have significant effects. Just think of the effects of inhaled substances that are present in very high dilution. When we give patients therapeutic baths, we are often unaware that the substances inhaled along with the steam, substances that may be present in very high dilution, are much more important than the bath's external effects. Until now, such statements were simply a matter of scientific belief. We attempted to confirm this belief scientifically, within its justifiable limits, of course. The results are not to be interpreted as a universal remedy. We produced dilutions of up to 1 in 1 quintillion, so that we were certain that ordinary material effects were no longer present, and that any effects we noted were due to qualities transferred to the medium from the original substances. That is, that we were dealing with purely qualitative effects. We were able to prove that diluted quantities of a substance develop astonishing rhythm-based effects. We tested the effect of these minute quantities on the growth of very carefully selected grain seeds. The seeds were allowed to sprout in solutions of metallic compounds in different dilutions. We proved that solutions of metallic compounds in dilutions of 1 to 10, 1 to 20, 1 to 50, 1 to 100, 1 to 500, and so on, really do influence the growth forces of plants. We graphed interesting and very regular curves, demonstrating that when the enlivening force is influenced in a specific way at a particular dilution, the effect is reduced if the compound is diluted further and enhanced again at a still higher dilution. The result is a curve that alternately rises and falls as an exact expression and confirmation of the effects of minute quantities of matter. These results elevate minute quantities, some of which are misused by homeopathy, and I say this advisedly, to the ranks of suitable subjects for precise research. The purpose of this last statement is not primarily to attach greater importance to our results, but simply to show that, at least in our initial investigations, we are attempting to base our research on conventional scientific methods, rather than working outside science in some amateurish way. We will then have to take conventional research methods further. From an historical perspective, considering the tremendous successes of science in the past few centuries, especially the 19th century, it is quite understandable that humanity should have been hypnotized, as it were, by sense-based observation and exact experimentation. With regard to our knowledge of the human being, however, even on a very ordinary physical level, these methods of research cannot grasp the essence of the human body's structure and functioning. Although very great advances have been made in understanding the organization of the physical human being, the otherwise fruitful precision of these methods has excluded an entire aspect of the human being that is just as real as the physical. The success of scientific research is directly proportional to the tremendous amount of energy it has spent on excluding the human soul and spirit, which even in a medical context must be considered no less real than the physical human being. I need to explain some of the principles of anthroposophical research, especially with regard to how it leads to knowledge of the human being. It is typical of all modern research that we simply approach it as we are, with the psychological makeup, including cognitive abilities, that we acquire as a result of the conventional scientific education our culture provides. We stop short at this point. We do not consider, for example, that the attitude and soul makeup of a 2- or 3-year-old are very different from those of older people. We develop, and our psychology changes as we grow up. At age 18 or 19, we have abilities that we did not have as 2- or 3-year-olds, let alone earlier. These abilities emerge from within us. Why then shouldn't adults remain relatively capable of further development? Is it really acceptable to arbitrarily cut off our psychological development? The answer to these questions depends on our inner efforts, of course. But anyone who truly attempts to surpass what is now seen as the norm of human psychological development will indeed be able to acquire different soul faculties. The details can be found in my books titled How to Know Higher Worlds and titled An Outline of Esoteric Science, among others. In principle, I simply want to point out that we can indeed learn to change and enhance the form of thinking we apply not only to ordinary life, but also to experimenting and interpreting observations in conventional science. When I say this, people usually immediately interject, quote, "So now he's going to tell us about some kind of mystical development," close quote. However, anyone who disdains mystical development, if you want to call it that, should also reject mathematics and geometry. The essence of mathematics and geometry is to move with complete presence of mind, with no trace of the subconscious or of autosuggestion, from one idea to the next. This presence of mind, or complete consciousness, must follow our every move as we deal with a mathematical or geometric thought content. And the same inner precision can also be applied to our own soul development. The soul's ability to think continues to evolve, not as a result of the vagueness we often associate with mysticism, but in full clarity, not through brooding on a subject, but by beginning with very specific, clearly comprehensible mental images and proceeding, just as we do in mathematics, refusing to accept any thought that interferes with moving from one conscious content to another in full presence of mind. If we apply this truly exact method of soul development long enough, for some people it takes more time, for others less, we learn to take hold of our normally passive thinking as an activity. Normally our thoughts are passively dependent on our observations, but now we begin to experience inner activity. This inner thought activity provides our first real insight into the first level of our suprasensible existence. If we view the human body from outside and trace blood circulation in its totality, the result is a certain image or portion of the human being as viewed from outside. Similarly, by proceeding as I have just described with regard to our thinking, we begin to experience that the physical body is filled with a second independent human being. Anyone who believes that autosuggestion is involved here is not considering the exactitude of the methods I described. The whole process takes place in full consciousness, so that the soul recognizes and rejects any hint of autosuggestion. The path resulting from these methods is the exact opposite of anything hypnosis or autosuggestion can bring to consciousness. If we follow it, we find that if we apply the exact method of observation that we have learned to the gradual process of child development, we notice a significant difference in the child's entire constitution around the time of the second dentition at age 6 or 7. The difference is subtle, and we generally disregard it. We must learn to notice it. We really must summon up the courage to observe the human being with the precision we have come to expect from modern research in physics. In physics, we speak of latent warmth as opposed to actual manifest warmth. We admit that certain processes release latent warmth from the substances that bound it. With regard to the study of soul development, we must have the courage to accept what physics has already recognized. If we have the courage such research requires, we realize that we can see, and seeing is simply a question of putting our attention to it, inner soul forces appearing in a child who has undergone the second dentition. These forces were not there earlier. Even modern child psychology has not observed closely enough to say anything about this phenomenon. The peaks and valleys on the graph are not particularly high or deep. We are dealing with subtleties that require a different spiritual type of vision. That is why this phenomenon is more or less disregarded today. To those who have acquired the vision required for spiritual research, however, it becomes evident that what we call the faculty of memory changes radically during the second dentition. Before the change of teeth, the child's memory still allows each remembered image to emerge from the organism with a certain elemental force. In contrast, the type of memory that makes us feel that we are going back to a previous experience when we remember it sets in only during the second dentition. Many other aspects of soul experience emerge only with the change of teeth, and were not evident in the child's constitution before that point. Where were they then? They were present in the child's constitution in latent form, just as latent warmth is present in a substance. The second dentition is merely an outer symptom of the organic processes that release these faculties from the child's organism, just as physical processes release latent warmth from a substance. Modern psychology theorizes about psychophysical parallels and the like. It cannot understand the connection between an anatomical or physiological phenomenon and its own abstract conception of the soul. Seen abstractly, these two aspects of the human being seem so unrelated that we find no bridge from one to the other. But human beings develop and evolve. If we look at the contents of the human soul after the second dentition, we can say that the same forces that now appear, metamorphosed into thinking in the soul, formerly existed as organic forces at work in the growth of the child's organs. Here we have an empirical connection between the life of the soul and the life of the body. We must simply look for it at the right stage of human development. If we carry out the thought exercises I mentioned, we begin to see our own thinking as something just as strong and active, although on a soul level, as the latent thinking that is a force for growth and organization in a child's body before the second dentition. This is the second human being we discover in ourselves. On a higher level, it is not our ordinary merely passive thinking, but a second body, an etheric body. Please do not take offense at the term, that imbues and organizes us. To the anthroposophical method of research, the etheric body's activity within the overall human makeup is an empirical reality rather than something to speculate about. Naturally, I can only briefly indicate all this here. When we look at a child, we see a factor at work that we will encounter later in that person's thinking. If I want to understand the growth forces in a child or the vitalizing element in a child's body, I must turn to imaginative cognition, which transforms the perception of those forces into conscious meaning. Any healing factors present in childhood growth forces, which are later transferred to our soul life where they work passively, can be investigated only through inner vision and experience by applying the spiritual scientific method. Perceptions resulting from this method are not merely figments of the imagination, but concrete, active forces in the human organism. Thus, inner empiricism transforms superficial anthropology into true anthroposophy. Once developing our thinking in a particular way has allowed us to discover the second human being, we can also discover a third entity within the physical and etheric bodies. Please do not take offense at the name astral body. We do need a term for it, after all. There are anthroposophical reasons for the name, but at this point my purpose is only to describe the makeup of the human being. When we learn to experience the second, the etheric human being, as intrinsically independent of the physical human being, it becomes a content of our consciousness. Let me assure you that it is possible to possess this consciousness, to feel the presence of this second human being almost as securely as we possess our physical bodies during normal waking consciousness. Much harder inner work is necessary to accomplish the next step, which requires eliminating the etheric human being from our consciousness. We can take this step only by gathering sufficient strength to suggest away the existence of the etheric human being. Having entered this being, we must very consciously leave it. As a general rule, the preliminary exercises leading to this step are not especially easy. It is difficult to eliminate mental images that we have clung to for a long time, images of such immediacy that they occupy our entire consciousness, although with our full presence of mind, so that there is no question of autosuggestion. Such images are difficult to eliminate because they affect our consciousness much more strongly than the transient images of daily life and ordinary observation. But if we have practiced freeing our consciousness from anything it may contain, we will also be able to empty our consciousness and eliminate the content we ourselves have created. The resulting state of consciousness is exactly like waking out of ordinary dreamless sleep, but not in the body and not in the physical world. We are outside the body and perceive a different spiritual world around us as we wake up. You can wake up in this way by doing what I just described, emptying your consciousness again after having energized it to the greatest possible extent in order to acquire an etheric content. This empty consciousness is pure wakefulness. It contains nothing of what we otherwise experience in life or know through science. You know how difficult it is to empty your consciousness in ordinary life. Typically, when we eliminate sensory impressions, we fall asleep. The method I have described leads to empty, merely wakeful consciousness. But this consciousness does not remain empty long. It begins to receive the spiritual world, or more specifically, a third human being that is pure inner function, pure inner mobility and activity. The second etheric human being is the enlivening element, while the third astral human being is mobility and activity. The fourth human being makes it possible for us to be human in the fullest sense of the word. In the course of these lectures, I may still have an opportunity to discuss this fourth being in more detail. But for the moment, I simply want to say that it is the actual I, human, capital I. Everything I have described thus far as the physical, etheric, and astral bodies is also present in animals. But only we human beings can experience the union of these members within ourselves in a concrete rather than an abstract way. After beginning to grasp the spiritual world by emptying our consciousness, we can achieve a complete image of the I being by further energizing our experience of the spiritual world. These descriptions should give you an idea of the results of exact anthroposophical methods. They gradually permit us to discover the different members of the human constitution. These higher members really exist. Just as latent warmth is released and transformed into real warmth that is expressed in physical effects, the etheric body, astral body, and I are expressed in the physical human being. We understand the human being only by looking at how these four members interact. To gain an idea of this interaction, let's consider a specific detail, such as the human kidneys and their function. In every limb and organ of the human being, the four members of our human constitution work together to a greater or lesser extent. What we see when we study the kidneys by examining a corpse or making other physical observations is only the sum total of physical effects. These physical effects, however, are pervaded and energized by what I call the etheric body, specifically by the part of the etheric body that includes the vital functions of the kidneys. The etheric body, in turn, is pervaded by the astral body. Only the interaction between these members enables us to understand the makeup of the human being, even in a single organ or organ system. Let's take a case of some sort of irregular kidney function. Since you are all experts, I do not need to go into detail. When we understand the entire issue from the perspective of anthroposophical research, we realize that the irregularity causes the kidney's physical and etheric functioning to resist the astral kidney function in some way. This is a typical case. Astral kidney function, which we can perceive only when we have emptied our consciousness, is resisted by the physical and etheric organization of the kidneys. When such resistance occurs in any living organ, its astral organization must intervene much more thoroughly and energetically than it normally would, or otherwise the organ would atrophy. The result, at least in specific cases, and the cases I describe are always concrete, is an intensification of the part of the astral organization that corresponds to the kidney and its activity. In other words, astral kidney function becomes much stronger than it ought to be, and the kidney places much greater demands on the astral body than it ought to in the overall constitution of a human being. From the perspective of anthroposophical research, the astral body performs this work in the kidney by withdrawing activity from the rest of the human body. The astral process in the kidney actually should not be there. Excessive demands are being placed on the astral kidney because of specific abnormal developments in the physical and etheric kidney. At this point in the diagnostic process, we must know that the astral portion of the kidney is active in a way that is not necessary when the organism is functioning normally. In the kidney's present pathological condition, the physical or etheric kidney places extra demands on the astral component, which responds with activity that is not needed in a healthy kidney. Here, we have the first element in understanding the nature of the patient's illness. To a thinking person, disease processes should be a great riddle, because they are actually natural processes. But normal processes are also natural processes. How do the abnormal processes of disease get mixed up with normal ones? As long as we see the human being as an arbitrary network of physical substances and functions, we have no basis for distinguishing physiological phenomena from pathological ones. We can make this distinction, however, when we know that the kidney can metamorphose when physical processes develop in it that do not occur in a normal kidney, whose physical, etheric, and astral components are in harmony. This is our first insight. Now the question is, how can we combat this disease process, which is simply due to excessive demands being placed on a supersensible portion of the human constitution? How can we make the astral being function normally again? I want to keep my explanations concrete and detailed. I will not discuss serious kidney disease because the same principles are evident in milder illnesses. But simply in order to suggest how to treat such a kidney, I would like to take a specific example as my starting point. We know, to begin with, that we must relieve the astral body of its work in a kidney that has been deformed, in quotes, in the broadest possible sense. In this kidney, the human astral body is doing something it should not be doing. We must remove the astral body from this abnormal kidney process. Let's sample the results of a cognitive overview that considers the human being first and then the wider world. In the method I depicted, we shift our attention from the human being to the non-human natural world, where we study the particular character of equisetum arvenza. We are more concerned with the process that is active in it than with the individual substances it contains. Because materialistically oriented thinking is now omnipresent, in which organic matter is usually described in terms of its content of protein, fat, carbohydrates, and so on, the focus is on the individual components that superficial chemistry can tell us about. The field of chemistry has changed in recent times, and now the focus is on the so-called elements. But the elements in an organic entity are not very significant for what I have in mind. The most interesting thing to note about equisetum is the high proportion of silica that is left behind when we analyze the plant, that is, when we separate its functions. Silica is so strongly present that it predominates and expresses its function in the equisetum plant. Analysis reveals not so much the substance itself as its significance. Its significance is what we must recognize. Equisetum is a plant, so we find no astral body in it. We do find a physical body and an etheric body, however. When we study equisetum arvenza, we find that silica plays a major role in it, although of course there are other plants that contain silica, while certain sulfates play a supporting role. The most important components of equisetum, in terms of asserting their own character in the plant, are silica, not the substance but the silica function, and the activity of sulfur. Then we make a very strange discovery. When we apply spiritually developed forces to understanding what is going on in the vicinity of the sulfates that are associated with silica, SiO2, we discover a process or a nexus of functions that we can then introduce into the human organism, either internally or, if the situation requires, a different method of administration, through baths or injections. I will discuss the significance of these different methods later. Actually, it is better not to use equisetum as such, although the effects are visibly present in the plant itself. They are not very permanent. In our methods of preparing remedies, we first study the functional connection between silica and sulfur, for example, and then imitate it in a medical preparation. We convert the equisetum model into a more or less inorganic preparation that has stronger effects on the human organism than if we simply used the plant itself in the form of a tea or the like. This is the essential element in the production of our remedies. When this functional connection between sulfur and silica is incorporated into the human organism in the right way, it relieves the astral body in the kidney of the process it had to carry out during the illness. That is, when sulfur and silica, as they function in equisetum arvenza, are introduced into the kidney, the human astral body is relieved of functions it would otherwise have to perform in the deformed kidney, in quotes, deformed in the broadest possible sense. For the moment, the disease process is carried out by a substitute, by a remedy that has been introduced into the body. This is the beginning of any healing process. We must be familiar with the disease process in question, and our theory of pathological conditions must be rational. We must recognize the disease process and look for places in nature where it is copied exactly. We must not simply assume that a disease process must always be combated. Instead, we need to neutralize the process, to counterbalance it with a dynamic we recognize, such as the dynamic between sulfur and silica in equisetum, in order to free up the astral body, relieving it of functions it formerly had to perform in the diseased kidney. We must then take care to strengthen the patient internally, through diet and so on, so that his or her inner forces can be applied more energetically than usual to the entire astral body. Once we have substituted an external function for the astral body's excessively strong activity in the organ in question, the astral body, now fully normal and healthy, is able to eliminate the disease. This example demonstrates how we arrive at a rational concept of healing. As a general rule, healing involves substituting a process derived from the external world for the human disease process, and then energizing an internal force to overcome the disease, which cannot be overcome as long as the astral body is forced to apply its activity one-sidedly in an abnormal kidney, for example. What I have just described is or may be the case in any disease process that is due to irregularities in organs that work internally but centrifugally, if I may put it that way, or centrifugally, if I may put it that way. Although the kidney is an organ of elimination, it initially excretes internally. If you grasp the principle I have described, you will understand that this pathological kidney process is healed by stimulating a centrifugal or outwardly radiating process in the kidney by administering equisetum arvenza. Other disease processes demonstrate the polar opposite of what I have just described. Once again, I will not use the example of a serious illness to introduce the general principle, but rather one that, although it is extremely unpleasant for the patient, attracts relatively little attention compared with deeper-seated illnesses. This disease is hay fever, or allergic rhinitis. In attempting to combat hay fever, we must realize that we are dealing with a fundamental constitutional disorder based on a peripheral reduction in the forces of the third, inwardly mobile member of the human being, the astral body. The origin of hay fever can be traced back to childhood, when generalized and generally disregarded disorders appear that then become specialized, appearing later in life as hay fever. If we know that hay fever involves a decline in certain astral functions that prevent the astral body from reaching the physical and etheric bodies, our first concern must be to energize the astral body internally and redirect it to what it should be doing. In a pathological condition such as hay fever, more externally directed centrifugal effects are apparent and must be actively counteracted. In kidney disease, we counterbalanced or offset the illness. We saw that the astral body simply needed to be freed from its abnormal work in the diseased kidney and then energized and strengthened in order to work in the direction of health. This is not true of processes such as hay fever. In such cases, we cannot begin by offsetting the disease process. Instead, it must be counteracted by a comparable process working in the opposite direction. We have found that the activity an astral body has stopped performing because it no longer has access to the physical and etheric bodies can be restored by using the juices of certain fruits. The fruit must have rinds, and centripetal effects must be evident within the fruit itself. A preparation made from the juices of such fruits is administered in ointment form in milder cases, or as injections in more severe cases. We have already experienced considerable success with this treatment, which drives the astral body back into the physical and etheric bodies. Dr. Wegmann has successfully treated many patients with our injectable hay fever remedy. Our way of thinking does indeed yield ways of energizing a sluggish astral body. Depending on the specific fruit that is chosen, the processes these injections stimulate have an affinity for particular organs. We need to investigate which organs are affected and what tendencies reveal the affinities. The injection-induced processes demonstrate that physical symptoms due to a sluggish astral body can indeed be corrected by offsetting the astral body itself. In the previous example, we neutralized the disease process, but in this case we counterbalance a process in the area we hope to affect. In choosing a treatment, we must distinguish between centrifugal therapeutic processes, such as those I described for the kidneys, and centripetal processes, as in our hay fever remedy, for example. On first consideration, such remedies may seem to have been dreamt up out of nothing, and in fact that is what most of our contemporaries will believe. Consequently, I have placed great emphasis not only on the need to produce such remedies, but also on the need to implement our own school of medical thought in our institutes. Confirming the efficacy of our remedies, however, is not the same as testing remedies developed through empirical methods applied on the physical level. In the latter case, we depend heavily on statistics, which tell us whether the remedy is helpful in a high proportion of cases. If we begin by applying a method such as the one I have discussed here, however, our clear understanding of a specific disease process reveals the cure. So diagnosis and treatment become one and the same thing. The situation is this: if diagnosis reveals what is going on in a diseased kidney, the process that must be applied therapeutically is the same, but on a different level. For example, the disease process may be counterbalanced by giving the patient a combination of sulfur and silica as a substitute for the particular pathological process I have recognized. A cure is accomplished through a treatment implemented by the astral body that imitates the disease process on a different level. For example, if I introduce the acquisitum function into the human organism, it stays in the etheric body, and the astral body is relieved of its work in the diseased kidney. Thus, diagnosis and treatment, which exist in parallel today and can come together only on a purely empirical basis, become a unity. In recognizing the nature of a disease process in this way, we discover, for example, that acquisitum arvenza imitates a specific kidney process. If we recognize that the inner character of gall excretion in certain illnesses is the same as the process we find in Cicorium intybus, the plant process shows us how to relieve the astral body of the gall excreting function it would otherwise have to perform in the liver. We make advances in healing when diagnosis is no different from treatment, while treatment becomes a truly rational science. For example, if we are aware of the wonderful connection between iron and certain salts and components of plant mucilage in Anisum vulgara, we can also recognize that one of the functional elements in anise, and especially in its seed, is the same as certain hyper-inflammatory disease processes in the blood. Footnote, Pimpinella anisum is the current botanical name for anise. End of footnote. We can relieve the blood of these disease processes by using an appropriately produced preparation that imitates the relationship between plant mucilages and iron in anise. When we treat disorders in the blood, we do not simply free up the astral body. The eye organization is involved as well. We can look at the entire natural world in this way. The beautiful natural world we see consists entirely of imitations of disease processes. Inside the human being, these processes are disease processes. Outside the human being, they are the beauties of nature. We must simply understand the individual connections. We must know how to derive disease processes from the natural world and incorporate them into the human being as substitutes, freeing up the supersensible members that have been carrying out disease processes in the body. Now, we no longer depend on statistics. Inner perceptions that allow us to clearly understand and predict the effects of specific connections between the human being and the natural world are comparable to a precisely scientific and properly executed physics experiment. In physics, too, we do not proceed according to statistics, because we know, with regard to the Mariotte-Gray-Lussac law, for example, that an experiment is precisely carried out is conclusive. Although the situation with respect to human beings is admittedly not as simple as a physics experiment, we can nonetheless predict how a remedy will work, and then actually see how it works, if we have clearly understood the disease process. Our method of developing remedies requires an attitude that has been achieved to a very great extent by Dr. Wegmann at the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arlesheim. This attitude bans all skepticism, a major obstacle to progress in medicine. The quality that Dr. Wegmann possesses above all else is the all-important courage to heal. When we have the courage to heal, we will also be able to see and understand disease processes and begin to counteract them. We must not be sloppy in our work. It is especially important to note exactly how the healing process takes place and to monitor it from step to step. If we do this, we will notice when something is not as it should be, and we will be able to retrace our steps and discover what we may have overlooked. When we have the courage to heal in each single case, when our only assumption and intention is that healing will take place, we possess the strongest possible incentive, namely, a truly scientific foundation for medicine. Rational treatments are not worked out as mere consequences of exact diagnosis, but are discovered in the diagnostic process itself. Treatment is available as soon as the diagnosis is made. Thus, we describe a kidney ailment as very similar to what happens in equisetum arvenza. We transfer what we see in the kidney to an outer process in nature, and our diagnostic descriptions themselves include the therapeutic process. The end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process. This is Lecture 6, entitled Medicine and Anthroposophical Insight into the Human Being, number 2, given at The Hague on November 16, 1923. Today I hope to explain some points from yesterday's general presentation in more detail. Even today, however, I will not be able to provide more than a few suggestions to stimulate your thinking. Of course, I could present many proofs of statements that can be made about medicine from the anthroposophical perspective, but we would not be able to discuss them all in the short time we have available today. Yesterday I pointed out that by training our inner cognitive faculties, we learn to distinguish 4 members of the human constitution: the actual physical human body, the first suprasensory member, which I call the etheric body. As I said yesterday, we need a technical term for this, so please do not take offense at the terminology. The astral body, which I also discussed yesterday in its connection to kidney function, and finally the human eye organization. Whenever we speak of the human being, whether healthy or diseased, we must always be aware that the sharply delineated functions of these 4 members of the human constitution intervene in and interact in both sickness and health. We get a real idea of health and illness only when we are able to envisage the human being as a totality, as the confluence of these 4 separate levels of functioning. As I mentioned yesterday, disease processes are natural processes. Unless we understand the subdivisions in human nature, even unbiased observation cannot draw the line between so-called normal, healthy processes in the human organism and disease processes. Without this understanding, we fail to realize that whenever the intervention of one of these members in the totality is greater than it should be, abnormal pathological functioning results. We have no concept of how sensory and suprasensory forces work together in the wonderfully structured human organism unless we are aware of a fact that I recognized on a conceptual level more than 35 years ago, but have dared to speak about only in the past few years. That I have only recently found the courage to state this issue demonstrates that research of this sort is conducted in as conscientious a way as what we usually consider scientific research. The issue is this: we must also subdivide the human being differently. One such subdivision is the sensory nervous system, which is localized primarily in the human head. Considering the reality of the human body, we can say only that this system is primarily localized in the human head organization. It is actually spread out over the entire human body, and the 3 or 4 subdivisions of the human constitution interpenetrate. Footnote: Steiner speaks of both a 3-fold human constitution of body, soul, and spirit, and a 4-fold makeup of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and the I, or essential self. End of footnote. The sensory nervous organizing principle is most pronounced in the human head, but our actual head organization, or sensory nervous organization, is distributed over the entire human body. The next system, which we can call our rhythmical organization in the broadest sense, plays into our sensory nervous system. The rhythms of respiration and blood circulation are the most prominent phenomena in the rhythmic human being. But we must also consider other rhythms, the rhythm of sleeping and waking, the rhythm that is expressed in digestion, in the narrower sense, and so on. Here again the rhythmic system is distributed over the entire human being, and is only primarily found in the central part of the body. The third system that we must distinguish is the metabolic limb system, which can be discerned in several different ways. This is the system that serves human movement above all. Once again, it extends over the entire human body. The two systems of metabolism and movement are definitely connected, as you may discover from the observations that follow. Although these three major systems intermingle, they are distinctly different from one another. The physical, etheric, astral, and eye organizations work totally differently in our sensory nervous system, for example, than they do in our rhythmic or metabolic limb systems. All four members of the human constitution, physical body, etheric body, astral body, and eye, are present in each of these three spatially somewhat separate systems, but affect each one in very different ways. We can speak correctly and precisely about human health and illness only when we know, for example, how the eye organization or the astral body intervenes in the head system. Let me illustrate this with a concrete example. Let's look at the head organization, or rather at the sensory nervous system, as it is localized in the head. Of course, everything we say about it also applies to the totality, although it is less applicable to the rhythmic system, or central part of the human body, and to the metabolic limb system. The essential aspect of the sensory nervous system, however, is concentrated in the head, and can be understood by taking the head as an example, although with the reservations I just mentioned. It is also true that the human being is all head, but at this point I am talking about the head in the narrower sense, as the primary seat of the sensory nervous system. To speak about the human senses with precision, we must realize that the activities of the sense organs extend into the interior of the human body. What do we encounter in our sensory system? Here too I can provide only some sort of direction. Human sensory activity is usually explained in extremely abstract terms, as if it were merely a collection of concepts. The terribly amateurish explanations we find in physiology texts deal with the anatomical and physiological foundations of the human senses, but their actual functioning is never considered in concrete terms. This is the true state of affairs. Digestion, to put it roughly, is a denser version of blood circulation. Conversely, what circulates in the blood is a refinement of the digestive process. And the sensory process is a refinement of respiration, or conversely I might also say that respiration is a denser version of the activity of sense perception. These two processes differ quantitatively, but not qualitatively. This fact explains why the methods of the Indian philosophy of yoga, intended for developing a deeper cognition, do not use the ordinary nerve sense processes, but involve a specifically modified form of respiration. What is supposed to be achieved through this modified breathing process is nothing other than a denser, more earthly cognition. And yet there is indeed a deep wisdom in pulling the activity of cognition down into respiration. But what takes place in the senses and moves inward is in fact a refined, spiritualized respiratory process. Where sensory perception initially takes place, as in the eye, EYE, and ear, the I, capital I, being, and the astral body must be able to function as freely as possible within this refined respiratory process, so that their effects are really transmitted to the physical structure of the organs. What is the situation in the eye, EYE? First, we have the eye's physical apparatus. Within it is the etheric body, which takes care of vital functions. Then we have the human astral body and eye being, which must not only work independently in the eye, EYE, but also take hold of its physical substance. In line with what I pointed out yesterday, the functions of the human organism must also be found in the external natural world. But when natural processes take place inside the human organism, they are disease processes rather than healthy ones. Nonetheless, any activity inside the human organism always corresponds to a healthy activity in outer nature. In the natural world, the counterpart of the senses is most apparent in the function that is held fast in quartz or silicon dioxide. You must understand that what appears to you as a solid body is in fact a living process. All solid bodies are simply solidified processes. Thus, wherever we observe silica or quartz-like rock in the natural world, and silica, although it is present in other natural substances, is most prominent in quartz, we discover a counterpart of what happens inside the human body in the eyes or other sense organs. These organs do not contain quartz in any substantial sense, but they do include functions or activities equivalent to those occurring externally in quartz. Again, when we observe what happens in our sensory organs, which proves identical to the quartz process, we find that it is least compatible with the activity in phosphorus, which is also suggested by the external natural manifestations of these minerals. Consider the natural process that has solidified into phosphorus as a living activity, and then consider the living interaction between the two mineral processes. This interaction is the same as the one that takes place in the human eye, EYE, which is typical of human sensory organization as a whole. The interaction of one process, similar to that of phosphorus, and another one similar to that of silica, allows the human capital I and astral body to work into the physical structure of the EYE eye. The physical structure must always provide the foundation for the spiritual element to mediate in the right way. Now, let's look at a different example. The process that occurs in the eye, EYE, when the phosphorus and silica processes work together intimately and harmoniously. If this were to continue into the brain, we would be subsumed by our sensory activity and be totally given up to nature. To be human, however, we must lift ourselves above the natural level. Therefore, the process that takes place in the brain must be different from the one that occurs in our senses, and the brain's activity must separate us from natural processes. What happens in the eye, EYE, is only an enlivened continuation of an external natural process. Our sense organs are like bays or gulfs extending from the natural world into the human body. In contrast, what happens in the brain needs to be separate and independent, and this separation is accomplished through a process that can also be found outside us in the natural world. The process in the interior of our sensory nervous system that transforms perceptions into mental images, if I may speak in psychological terms for the moment, corresponds to the external activity we find in lead. Thus, when the perception captured by the EYE eye makes its way deeper into the sensory nervous system, it must encounter a process similar to that of lead. This process alone transforms the brain into an organ of thinking instead of an organ of perception, making it possible for us to think about what we perceive and to become independent as human beings. It is characteristic of the organization of the human head that the process taking place externally in lead must also occur in our heads so that human thinking can arise. At birth, lead is present in our nervous system. That is, the activity of lead is there, although the presence of the actual substance cannot be confirmed. But what happens if the effects of lead descend into digestion and its aftermath? Life sometimes brings this about in the form of lead poisoning. The symptom complex caused by the action of lead in the human metabolism and limbs is more or less characteristic of senile dementia or cerebral arterial sclerosis. The drug picture is that of age-related deterioration of the human organism. In other words, the process that secures our independence as organic beings, when it works in the brain, causes specific symptoms of disease when applied to the opposite pole, namely to the digestive system and the related limb system. Thus, a disease process in the metabolic limb system is a necessary organic function in the sensory nervous system. If we view sclerosis as slow dying, we must also say that a weakened form of sclerosis is the normal condition of the human head. The three members of the human constitution are so different from one another that the normal condition in one, the sensory nervous system, is a symptom of disease in another. Yesterday I said that our approach to treatment must relieve the astral body and the I being of functions they must perform when a disease process runs rampant. What must we do, then, in cases of sclerosis? We must treat sclerosis by relieving the human astral body in the digestive limb system of what it has to do in an aging, deteriorating body. We can accomplish this by administering a specific dose of lead. Consequently, we have developed a remedy, listed as number 1 in our catalogue, for arteriosclerosis. A true understanding of the human being makes it clear from the very beginning that sclerosis can be overcome to a significant extent by introducing lead activity into the human being in the right way. However, it is a question of making the lead effective. Simply administering lead as such is not truly effective. Here, knowledge of other members of the human constitution will help. It helps to be able to distinguish between regenerative and degenerative forces in the human organism. The latter are active in processes such as sclerosis, where the body is falling apart. In the head or in the brain, the human body is constantly falling apart because the brain is always in the grip of a mild form of sclerosis. Sclerosis is inherent in the structure and functioning of the brain. Thus, it is extremely important to be able to distinguish degenerative processes from those of vitalization, namely the activities of growth and regeneration. When we are able to properly distinguish these two types, we realize that the human organism as a whole incorporates the vitalization processes most completely in earliest childhood. At that point, the body is focused only on growth and is not yet overburdened by the organs that serve thinking and other soul activities. When we consider milk's relationship to the infant human organism, we discover that the form-giving forces that the human body needs in infancy are inherent in milk. Later in life, we still need form-giving forces, but can no longer get them from milk as we did in infancy. Even very old people still need sculptural, form-giving, formative forces to guide absorbed nutrients into the body's structures. Nothing fosters these sculptural, formative forces and the assimilation of absorbed nutrients better than consuming small amounts of honey. In fact, the effect of honey on the metabolic limb system of elderly people is very similar to the effect of milk on the brain, especially the infant brain. This phenomenon suggests that honey's specific formative forces cannot be discovered through chemical analysis, but only by recognizing relationships between the human being and substances in the external universe on the level of life. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that honey's effect on the human organism enables the astral body, in particular, to exert its formative forces. Honey's formative ability can be supported by adding sugar, if the patient tolerates it. Consequently, our sclerosis remedy contains lead, honey, and sugar, intermingled in a specific way that combines their functions as well. The need to mingle their functions suggests the importance of how such a remedy is made. In a certain sense, the lead forces must be made to work together with the forces of honey and sugar in the preparation itself. The production method allows the remedy to take over the sclerosing activity when it is introduced into the human organism. When the astral body and the eye are relieved of these forces, they are then able to work on behalf of a normal, healthy human constitution. The preparation supplies a function that the eye and the astral body formerly had to carry out in the diseased body. Once the remedy relieves them of this function, their activity is no longer diverted to dealing with the disease process. The most active ingredient in this remedy is lead, which takes over the sclerosing activity because of its own inherent sclerosing tendency. Combining lead with honey and sugar provides the means of moving the lead through the sculpted forms of the organism to where it is needed. In producing our remedies, we deliberately incorporate elements that can take over pathological processes. In addition, however, these remedies include other ingredients and are processed in ways that enable the active principle to spread out in the organism in the right way. As you see, our methods of formulating remedies are completely rational. These remedies have been used in a clinical setting in the Institute in Arlesheim, and Dr. Wegmann has been able to observe every step of the process. When we use our methods, we know what is going on in the body, and we know that if we administer a certain remedy, it will induce a corresponding change. If we then observe the change as it occurs, we are observing the healing process. We are observing what I assumed would happen. This ability to predict is the essential factor in our method. We do not conduct superficial experiments to determine statistical efficacy. Instead, we make rational predictions upon what must occur. When the remedies are tested, we can see almost immediately whether the expected effects are indeed induced. In this same way, you can also see how the silica I mentioned yesterday works in equisetum. I told you that equisetum incorporates silica in a particular way that influences kidney function. Modern anatomical and physiological studies fail to consider that the sensory nervous system can be separated from the circulatory and metabolic systems only on an abstract level. In a certain sense, all organs are sense organs. The kidney is a particularly important abdominal organ in this respect. Using silica, as it occurs in equisetum in the way I indicated yesterday, increases the kidney's sensitivity and positively affects processes in the human organism that stem from a deadening of the kidney's inner sensing ability. Phenomena that are especially prominent in the sense organs are also applicable, although to a lesser extent, to the entire human organism. One such phenomenon becomes especially clear when we observe a particularly striking example of the effects of phosphorus. Human embryonic development is certainly extremely interesting to consider from the perspective of physiology and anatomy. In embryonic development, we see the interaction of two processes that the modern anatomical and physiological view usually fails to distinguish clearly. The first includes all functions related to fructification of the ovum. The second comprises all processes that play into the chorion from the surroundings, from the uterus and the other female organs enclosing the embryo. Chorion is spelled C-H-O-R-I-O-N. Of course, these structures are pervaded not only by the physical organization of the human being, but also by the etheric and astral bodies and the capital I being. Let's consider the first process, which I call the centrifugal process, through which the fertilized ovum differentiates and develops into the embryo. The predominant effect of this activity is reflected in the process that assumes solid form in the substance silver, As paradoxical as it may sound, we discover in silver an activity that can be enhanced to the point of the excretion that occurs when an egg cell is released in a human organism. In silver's functional aspect, we find an external, natural manifestation of the excretion forces at work in the human being. The pronounced excretion effects of silver reveal its tremendous significance in the appropriate dosage for the human abdomen in general. Thus, when we introduce silver in combination with the appropriate binders and additions into the digestive system, it affects elimination. Silver remedies can have an extremely significant effect on blocked elimination processes. Next, let's consider the centripetal force that works on the embryo from the walls of the uterus, that is, from the outside inward. This action is also reflected in an outer substance, namely phosphorus. Here again we see the significance of the forces at work in phosphorus. They work in the opposite direction from silver. That is, they tend to drive everything into the human being. In the abdominal organs, silver fosters the tendency to eliminate, while phosphorus fosters the tendency to impel inward into the body. Thus silver essentially calls forth the forms of the physical human body, while phosphorus moves into the body and erases these forms, expelling the astral organization and the I from the human body. In this sense, silver and phosphorus are polar opposites. In the rhythmic and head systems, that is, the circulatory and sensory nervous systems, phosphorus has another polar opposite, calcium carbonate. When administered as a remedy, this substance also has the peculiar tendency to encourage elimination. Calcium carbonate is the external, natural counterpart of the radiating centrifugal forces in the human being. Consequently, calcium carbonate preparations can be used to alleviate diseases that develop when these radiating forces become too strong. The implications become especially evident when we trace the eliminating effects of calcium carbonate that has been introduced into the human organism. These effects are apparent throughout the body. In the lowest part of the body, calcium carbonate competes with silver, but even there it has an eliminating effect. Throughout the body, calcium carbonate eliminates both fluids and gases. The calcium forces in the human organism, the calcium forces in the human organism also include the forces that underlie exhalation and those that drive warmth out of the sensory nervous system in a cooling process of sorts. Thus, calcium carbonate eliminates fluids from the lower parts of the human body or the metabolic limb system, gases from the rhythmic system, and the warmth, ether, or simply warmth if you prefer, from the sensory nervous system. In each of these contexts, the effects of calcium carbonate are diametrically opposed to those of phosphorus. As you can see from the symptoms of phosphorus toxicity, phosphorus pulls fluids, or rather dissolved solids, into the metabolic limb system. In this way, phosphorus drives inhalation, or all inward directed respiratory processes. It pulls the gaseous element into the organism in a way that warms the sensory nervous system. Calcium, the eliminator, prepares a bed for the functions of the astral body and the eye organization in the human body, permitting them to enter. Because calcium drives out certain elements, the astral body and the eye can enter the human being. That which phosphorus pulls into the physical body impels the astral body and the eye out. The most obvious manifestation of calcium activity is that it binds the waking eye, capital, and astral body to the physical body. But what does that mean? It means that I suffer from insomnia. When my I being and astral body cannot leave my body, I suffer from insomnia. The activity of calcium, if not counteracted by that of phosphorus, is a constant cause of insomnia and all related effects. As soon as you introduce the phosphorus process into the human being, you enhance the ability to sleep. That is, you promote the forces that drive the astral body and the I out of the human body, which is where they are when we sleep. Phosphorus activity has this capacity to the greatest extent, sulfur activity to a lesser extent. When the irregularities lie in the rhythmic system, we can also use sulfur instead of phosphorus. To treat insomnia with symptoms in the rhythmic system, we will have to turn to some kind of sulfur preparation. Of course, these are just suggestions, but they are intended to show that rational therapy is inherent in all our attempts at rational diagnosis. For example, when I take the physiological approach, I discover a refined sclerosing process in the human head. I link the human being to the natural world by calling the organic function that underlies thinking in the human brain a lead activity. I see this lead process, but without the actual substance, in the sensory nervous system. And I see it as a poison in the opposite realm, the metabolic limb system, where it reveals in a very destructive way what is constantly happening on a more subtle level in the sensory nervous system. At this point, however, I also realize that introducing lead activity into the metabolic limb system relieves the astral body in that system of some of its burden. As a result, healing can set in. Thus I no longer distinguish between diagnosis and treatment, because the two flow together. Once we recognize either the disease or the process in outer nature that can take over the disease process in the human organism, the other becomes evident. A gaping chasm separates modern diagnosis and treatment, but these two disciplines are interwoven and become one through this rational anthroposophical approach to medicine. On the other hand, these considerations also shed light on disease processes themselves. Most doctors are not at all interested when we talk about one particular illness, because they consider it very insignificant. At least that's the case in Central Europe. I don't know if it is here in Holland too. For patients, however, this illness is extremely unpleasant. The illness I'm talking about is migraine. To understand it, we need to know that it is caused by an activity that does not belong in the head, a hypertrophied version of the subtle metabolic activity that normally occurs in the head. We need to relieve the head of metabolic activity that does not belong there. How is this done? First of all, we must administer a substance that will take over and perform this metabolic process. After what I said earlier, you will see that this substance is silica. Silica must permeate the sensory system that is irritated in migraine, where it relieves the head of the pathological migraine process. But first we must make sure that silica's activity reaches the head. If we want the preparation to be taken orally, we must make sure that it gets to where it is going and does not become stuck somewhere in the digestive system along the way. To accomplish this, we must make the astral body as active as possible, so that it carries the silica upward in ascending waves through the digestive process into the head. We can promote the upward flow of silica only by making the astral body as effective as possible. This means that all factors hindering the vital working of the astral body must be eliminated from the circulatory system, which mediates between the abdomen and the head. Sulfur does this, so our remedy must contain both silica and sulfur, suitably processed. The remedy, however, is delivered via the rhythmic system, which must work both upward and downward in the human body. As you know, we can follow the upward and downward rhythms of respiration and circulation. These rhythms are best supported by the inherent activity of iron. If we intend something to flow upward, but do not want it to get trapped, or if we want it to remain there without making demands on the entire body, we need to produce a preparation containing iron, sulfur, and silica prepared in a specific way. The resulting remedy, biodoron, relieves the head of the migraine and then reincorporates that activity into the total human body in the right way. What we have said about migraine, a relatively minor illness, becomes more serious, at least in principle, if we look at the opposite process. The transformed and refined respiratory activity that appears in the sensory nervous system is meant to take place only in the lowest portion of the upper human body, more or less in the area between the lungs and the lower parts of the face. But if this special nuance of human circulation, which now belongs to the sensory nervous process, breaks through into the human intestinal tract, we are again faced with a displaced process. Although it does have a place in the human body, this process is normally localized in the head instead of in the intestinal tract. When it invades the digestive tract, it triggers typhoid symptoms. This phenomenon shows us the true character of diseases in the human being. They are displaced natural processes. All diseases are natural processes that would be quite justified in a different location. In a certain part of the body, the activity that provokes typhoid symptoms is normal, but in the intestinal tract it constitutes a disease. The makeup of the head must include an element that allows the outer world to work especially strongly there. As we know, we are least aware of our head, but through it we become aware of the outer world. The outer world must flow into our head. Thus, an element in our head allows us to live in the outer world to the greatest possible extent. There are only two parts of the body that make our connection to the outer world possible. One is the head itself, or rather the area I just described, where respiration makes the transition to sensory nervous activity. The other will seem very paradoxical to you, but once we have produced more extensive medical literature on this subject, which will happen in the very near future, you will be able to read how liver activity, in a very different way, also reproduces the outer world within the human organism. A unique characteristic of liver function is that the outer world works in the liver almost as if the body were not there. When an activity that is meant to be concentrated in a location where it can receive external effects appears as an internal effect and in the wrong place, namely the intestinal tract, it dissociates itself from the human organism on a functional level. Once again, let's search the external natural world for a therapeutic process that can re-internalize externalized activity in the intestines and incorporate it into the body's functioning again. We discover that the appropriate process is held fast in antimony. Antimony is a substance that is highly sensitive to forces in the environment. Its structure is like dynamite made manifest. If you imagine antimony's tuft-like rays and its tendency to avoid mineralization through the so-called Sager process, you can see that antimony is a sentient mineral, so to speak. It internalizes external effects. This ability is particularly evident when antimony is treated electrolytically under specific conditions. If antimony touches the cathode, the slightest provocation produces an explosion. Having seen all these phenomena, we can understand antimony's relationships to the forces playing throughout the cosmos. We can recognize that the antimony process, if prepared and introduced into the organism in the right way, can relieve the eye, capital, and astral body by taking over the typhoid process. The patient's health can then be gradually restored. I have been describing, albeit briefly and in general terms, what we might call, quote, rational medicine, close quote. Our preparations, of which there are now nearly 200, have all been developed over time in one of two ways. Initially, a relatively large number of physicians, all of whom had acquired a certain skepticism with regard to current therapeutic methods, began meeting together. They asked me if anthroposophical insight would be able to discover relationships between the human being and the natural environment that would suggest which natural substances, processing methods, and modes of application might result in effective remedies. As you know, anthroposophy offers a very detailed understanding of the human being as a being of body, soul, and spirit, and an equally detailed understanding of the different kingdoms of nature and their components. My first task was to seek out natural processes and confirm to what extent they represented disease processes. I began by looking at outer nature and proceeded to the interior of the human body. I attempted to discover the effect of the interaction of plumbum metallicum with a sculptural dynamic system such as is found in honey, sugar, or milk. In addition to this remedy for sclerosis, the first method of inquiry, which proceeds from the outside inward, yielded a number of other remedies. Then the question arose, how can we produce these remedies and make them available? I said that I was not in favor of establishing a factory to produce medicines unless it was associated with clinics. So then the clinics were started. And after a number of remedies had been produced, we began using them in the clinics, with results that I have already described. I myself am now in Dornach, and the Arlesheim Institutes are associated with the Goetheanum, so I have been able to work closely with Dr. Ita Wegmann to develop another series of remedies by taking the opposite approach, namely by beginning with the disease and searching for the corresponding process in nature. This second method of formulating remedies is the one we have used in Arlesheim, where Dr. Wegmann's Clinical Therapeutic Institute, where the courage to heal prevails, as I mentioned yesterday, works in tandem with our International Pharmaceutical Laboratory. If you are interested, you can learn about the remedies produced there. I do not want to propagandize on behalf of our remedies. I simply want to explain their scientific basis. We can have great confidence in them, even on a superficial empirical level, because they can be developed in these two different ways that eventually come together. And it is especially satisfying to have the opportunity to speak about these remedies to an audience such as you. This has been made possible by Dr. Zeilmans, who asked me to speak and was good enough to invite all of you, and by your kindness in attending. It seems that Dr. Zeilmans wants to affiliate this institute with the medical movement I have just described. His intention is that this institute will corroborate what we have done in our own clinical therapeutic facilities, as well as the efforts of a large number of physicians in private practice. As you can see from our literature, we have compiled extensive statistics that are as significant as any other clinical statistics. The confidence our remedies inspire, because their results can be predicted, is further supported by a great deal of statistical information. It will be particularly significant, however, if we can discover successful treatments for illnesses such as cancer that now require surgery. This effort, too, is well underway. The concept of displaced processes applies especially to cancer, a process that ought to take place only on the outermost periphery of the human body, in our sensory system. It is very interesting to follow the displacement of sensory, and I do not mean neurological activity, from the body's periphery, which is intended to receive it. Elsewhere in the body, this displaced activity appears as cancer. We learn to recognize the peculiarly parasitic character of carcinoma in a more profound sense. Formulating the appropriate remedies is really not as easy as is generally assumed, but we have managed to produce preparations, usually consisting of the sap of various viscum species, that can control cancer through medication alone. Our successes, though promising, are still partial, because we have just recently finished building the equipment to process the viscum preparation as it should be processed. Our earlier preparations, however, proved to be very successful prophylactic treatments, though patients themselves usually make it difficult to diagnose cancer early, which is especially important in such cases. Cancers that are diagnosed early can be treated with medication alone, specifically with our viscum preparations. My purpose today is not to talk about surgery's value or lack of it, or about the fact that it is often necessary. I simply want to point out that a true understanding of the human being permits us to develop ways to treat even serious illnesses, and that these methods are developed from the inside out, as it were. I have now presented the essentials of what I wanted to tell you about our anthroposophically based methodological efforts, and the path linking the outer natural world and the interior of the human body. In conclusion, I would like to draw your attention to the great significance of how substances that relieve the human body of disease processes are administered. If it is true that the human being is a threefold being, with a sensory nervous system, a rhythmical system, and a metabolic limb system, then healing too can be subdivided into three processes. The first includes all medications that are administered orally and find their way into the body through digestion. Through injection, we attempt to incorporate healing functions into the rhythmic organism. The third method of healing is through baths, which work from outside and affect the sensory nervous process. Although baths are a rather crude means of working from outside, their effects do involve a lower level of perceptual activity. Let's consider these three methods of administration with regard to phosphorus. Phosphorus, when mixed with other substances, processed by chemical or other means, and administered orally, promotes fluid absorption into the human organism. Suppose we need to relieve the human body of disease symptoms in which the fluid element exceeds its proper bounds, such as certain inflammations, or, say, nosebleeds, to use a trivial example. In such cases, orally administered phosphorus relieves the astral organism and the eye of a pathological fluid function. Preparing and administering an appropriate dose of phosphorus via injection relieves the organism of symptoms related to abnormal circulation. Phosphorus injections can have extremely beneficial effects on such conditions as accelerated respiration, intensified cardiac activity, or excessive rhythmical gall secretion, to list the most obvious. On the psychological side, when brain function causes ideas to overflow involuntarily, so that patients cannot restrain their thoughts and their words bubble over, baths containing dissolved phosphorus will slow down their train of thought. These specific examples of three basic ways of influencing the human body could be multiplied 100-fold. It is simply a question of how to bring about the desired effect. Another therapeutic approach entails directly involving patients in universal movements that act on the metabolic system from outside. Curative eurythmy does this successfully. Eurythmy is something like spiritual gymnastics, but it can be elevated to the level of an art. Frau Steiner has already directed artistic eurythmy performances throughout Central and Northern Europe, including presentations here in The Hague some time ago. In eurythmy, we see an artistic translation of human speech into human movement. If you think of the scientific details known today about the relationship between hand and arm activity and the human speech apparatus, namely that the speech center in right-handed people is located on the left side of the brain, while the opposite is true of left-handed people, Anthroposophy's conclusion that all human speech is related to movement may no longer seem questionable. Consonant sounds, especially palatal consonants, show us how our feet and legs move. When we follow our arm movements, we can see that they too are translated into movements of the air in speech. Linking speech as a whole to the movements of an individual or a group results in artistic eurythmy. Its gestures originate in the entire human being of body, soul, and spirit, while the gestures of ordinary gymnastics arise from the physiological constitution of the physical body. Appropriate movements taken from artistic eurythmy, however, can also be transformed and developed to be performed by patients in a therapeutic context. We have worked out an entire system of curative eurythmy in our Arlesheim clinic. When curative eurythmy is implemented consistently, it works back on the human body and supports internal healing processes, the 3 types I mentioned, in an exceptionally fruitful way. Curative eurythmy works because the normal dynamic process that results when a person walks, runs, and so on, also works back on internal degenerative and regenerative processes. Because this interaction is highly specific, one set of curative eurythmy gestures will stimulate degenerative processes that are not taking place in the right way, while a different set of gestures will counteract excessive degenerative processes. This therapeutic approach depends entirely on understanding the human being, whether healthy or ill, as a being of body, soul, and spirit. Once we possess this understanding, we will be able to read the meaning of a person's health or illness, and the appropriate treatment becomes evident in what we see. These are our modest attempts at rational therapy. I know that many objections will be raised to such therapy, and that it will be seen as paradoxical or worse by anyone who has expended a great deal of energy on mastering officially sanctioned treatments. This situation is not new, however. I can assure you that I would be more comfortable if I did not have to speak on this subject, because I am personally familiar with all the possible objections that result from accustomed ways of thinking. Believing in the need to introduce something new into our culture, however, is sufficient reason to speak about it. I ask you to acknowledge my responsibility in this regard, and to accept my sincere thanks for your attention to my explanations, which were limited to brief indications by the 2 hours we had available. That is the end of the lecture. There is about 20 minutes or so, I think, here of questions and answers, which I will now read. Question: with regard to lead and so on, what do you think of the idea that differences in vibration exist? Dr. Steiner: of course it makes no difference to me how these processes are interpreted. As far as practical applications are concerned, however, the concept of differences in vibration sounds like a theoretical attempt at explanation that may succumb to the same fate as the particle and wave theories of light. For me, what is important is the qualitative aspect, namely, that the function that is merely localized on an outer level in the substance we call lead is equivalent to the internal processes that make the brain a suitable organ for independent thinking as opposed to non-independent perception. This state of affairs is difficult to imagine, because nowadays we are accustomed to an overly schematic view of the organism's inner activities, which we see as extensions of external processes in nature. For example, when we talk about how our oxygen intake transforms carbon into carbon dioxide, we say that a combustion process is taking place. Someone in the audience interjects, "In a nascent state." You took the words right out of my mouth. In physiology and medicine, we often talk about combustion processes, but these inner processes are not the same as external combustion. Processes that are not ensouled or enspirited cannot take place inside the human body, where even the combining of oxygen and carbon is ensouled and enspirited. This process remains in a nascent state, but is ensouled and enspirited. If it continues outside the human being, it becomes a natural process. But it is something else if it remains in a nascent state and works within the human organism. Consider, for example, the activities taking place in the human brain, which I just described as lead processes of a sort. What are these processes in the human organism? This is a very tricky subject. We can study these same actions in the human abdomen, where the transformation of ingested substances leads to elimination. Let's really examine the products of elimination, instead of simply subjecting them to chemical analysis, which is like trying to learn how a watch works by visiting a gold mine and a glass factory, because we know that gold and glass are used in making the watch. Of course, chemical analysis is important, but knowing that a potato contains a certain amount of carbohydrate tells us as little about what it does in the human organism as understanding gold mining and glass manufacturing tells us about a watch. Recognizing the function a potato serves in the plant itself, it is a rhizome and underground stem, tells us more about what the potato does in the human body. When we know its level of organization, we begin to understand how to compare its processes to what happens inside the human being. For instance, we understand how potato processes differ from those triggered by legumes. The activity set in motion by potatoes ascends further into the head than that of legumes. By studying such details, we eventually realize that metamorphoses occur in the digestive tract, and that excretory products represent activities that have stopped halfway through their metamorphosis. But where are the processes that go all the way? Those processes take place in the sensory nervous system. Sensory nervous and perceptual activities are taken to their conclusion, whereas what happens in the human organs of elimination represents a process that has stopped midway. The contents of the intestines, as paradoxical as it may sound, are an incompletely developed brain. What we see there is simply half of the activity that occurs in the head, but at a different location in the organism. If we keep all this in mind, we begin to see how these processes work inside the human being, and we confront the similarity between the outer activity of lead and the inner activity of the human brain. To verify the details, we can look at what happens with lead. We observe how lead oxidizes and melts. We note what else happens when it melts. We investigate its geological and geographical distribution. We look at how it forms compounds with other substances. These investigations give rise to images that confirm what becomes evident to anyone who can observe the, in quotes, aura of lead, which is similar to the aura of the brain's nerve tissue. I place particular value on such similarities and connections, but anyone can feel free to formulate hypotheses about whether differences in vibrations are involved, and so on. The physics of the matter, however, is not the most important aspect for physiology. Question: are your ways of recognizing the inner processes you spoke about different from the ways available to us ordinary people? Dr. Steiner: it is true that these inner processes cannot be observed with our outer senses or by empirical means. At best, their consequences can be observed in a corpse or in a living body by drawing conclusions from processes that occur on an outer level. The inner activities can be observed only by applying the methods I described yesterday, which you will also find in the books I mentioned. These methods make the human being transparent to insight, so that you actually see the functioning of the liver, for example. This functioning must be isolated on a spiritual level so that it can be viewed, When I look at the human being as a whole, I see a confused mixture of all kinds of different processes. I must eliminate everything other than the liver from view. That is, I must prepare the liver by separating it out on a spiritual level. Achieving the spiritual separation necessary for insight is more difficult with some organs than with others, but it is always possible. With the liver, for example, it is more difficult. But it is also more productive, however, because I am convinced that this is the only way to gain insight into certain liver diseases. Question. Yesterday we heard about a beautifully constructed system, but I still don't understand its basis. You subdivided the human being into the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, and still another member. If this is true, then it's understandable that we have an etheric kidney, an astral kidney, and still a fourth kidney. But what if it isn't true? First of all, you would have to demonstrate the validity of this subdivision into 4 constitutional members. It was the same with what you said about therapy. For example, you didn't say why you chose equisetum instead of one of the many other plants that contain silica. As far as I know, equisetum has no medicinal properties. Today you said that you were producing remedies on a rational basis. Prove it. We don't know anything about the functions you are describing. On the whole, I haven't understood your main point. Your whole system is logically constructed, but I failed to grasp the underlying premises. Dr. Steiner. In this instance, everything depends on your grasp of 2 issues. First of all, as I said earlier, it is not possible to give anything more than hints and guidelines on such subjects in 2 hours. I made it clear, though, how I presented the subject. I made it clear through how I presented the subject that this is a work in progress and that we intend to continue working. When people ask for a, in quotes, proof in a case like this, the underlying concept is not totally scientific, because we have become accustomed to deriving our proof only from what can be observed by means of our senses. No other school of medical thought is supported by proof either, except to the extent that it can be observed by means of our physical senses. I said that sensory observation must be extended and modified by a higher form of perception. Yesterday I pointed to methods for developing this higher perception and cited books that describe them. Admittedly, these methods create foundations for an entire so-called system of proof that I can make clear to you only by means of a comparison. When we stand here on the earth, we have some basis for saying that if we pick up and drop a heavy object, it will fall to the ground. This is an accurate statement with regard to a certain way of thinking based on sensory empirical proof. If we go a little farther, however, we discover a situation I happened to encounter as a young boy when someone said to me, "If the earth is floating in space, why doesn't it fall down?" The way the heavenly bodies and heavenly spaces carry and support each other is an image of the foundations of the science I have been speaking about. There we operate in an entirely different realm, where the entire system is based on mutual support. Of course, what I say will not seem very well supported if I have only 2 hours to select topics and provide perspectives on a field as exhaustive as medicine. We could provide the proof you want only if we were in a position to base 4 years of professional study on the perspectives I have explained today. If we were to take a truly spirit-imbued natural science as a basis for our pre-med courses, and if a similarly based study of physiology were to lead over into histology, diagnostics, and clinical practice, you would find this thorough approach just as plausible as the modern medical system. Today, however, I can do nothing more than provide perspectives to stimulate your thinking. The first problem, therefore, is that we have become accustomed to accepting only sense-perceptible proof, and do not take mutual support into account. This view gives rise to a second problem. If you are doing mathematics, or are involved in any other rationally based science, how are you to proceed without allowing one position to support another? Mathematics is based on mutual support. Talking about mathematics for 2 hours would surely be even less conclusive than today's discussion. Although, even in that field, it would be possible to provide stimulus for further thought. Having built a bridge with the help of mathematics, I could then begin to talk about verification. I pointed in simplistic terms to the situation with regard to proof when I said that I place no value on remedies unless the factories that produce them are associated with clinics where we can monitor how the remedies work. Once we have a diagnosis of the type I described, we move on to attempting to heal. If after 2 or 3 days we can see that the remedies are working, the verification is obvious. No other school of medical thought has any different means of verifying its suppositions. Consider the therapeutic action of phenacetin, for example. In that case, the practical verification generated statistics, but the verification itself was indispensable. My point is that today's empirical medicine takes the view that statistics alone are an acceptable point of departure. If that is true, discovering therapeutic connections is a matter of sheer luck. Insight into the human being, however, enables us to transform what was a matter of luck into a rational method of discovering treatments. Today, if we say that the activity inherent in phosphorus, for example, affects the human organism in a particular way, we are supposed to test how it works, and I did point out the possible effects of lead and phosphorus in the human organism. When you say that we cannot describe an internal function as a phosphorus function or as an equisetum function, I must point out that any substance represents only a temporarily solidified state. What is lead? We happen to be able to give it a name because we live in a temperature range at which lead is solid. Under different cosmic conditions, lead becomes something different and undergoes metamorphosis. In reality, we never deal with permanently fixed substances, but only with processes that are temporarily held fast. We can, however, suggest how they are held fast. You mentioned equisetum. Of course, other plants contain the same substances. Let me express myself very carefully. With regard to equisetum, I said that it was representative of the plants that contain these substances because it is 90% silica, which is not true of other plants. In the case of equisetum, the effect of silica predominates. You said that as far as you know, equisetum is not a medicinal herb. That means only that its therapeutic effect has not yet been observed. We have observed this effect very frequently, however, so it is simply a question of expanding your experience. I understand any objections you may raise. In fact, I could raise them myself. Simply consider, however, the many arguments against the views of Copernicus. The Catholic Church persisted in its objection until 1827, when these views were finally introduced into Catholic schools. Civilization would not advance much if we allowed ourselves to be influenced only by arguments against new ideas. Not that I want to be immodest about what I am presenting here. All of our statements are based on work we have done. What I told you about the effect of minute quantities of substances is not based on frivolity. If you look at the studies I have here, you will find that people spent years verifying these statements in the laboratory. Your objections are valid, but it goes without saying that objections can be raised to any new idea. Comment by a member of the audience. As soon as you accept the theory of general relativity, one is no longer referring to conditions. Dr. Steiner. Yes, but relativity is also relative. I once heard a lecturer try to make Einstein's theory of relativity plausible to his audience by taking a matchbox and a match and saying, quote, "I can hold the box still and strike the match on it, or I can hold the match still and move the box. The effect is the same. It's a relative issue, close quote. I would have liked to point out that nailing the box down someplace would make greater demands on his analogy. At this point we begin to see relativity as relative, and if we observe the human body in motion, we realize that its movement is not confirmed only by coordinates and systems of reference, but also by fatigue and organic changes. Here we take a step away from relativity toward the absolute. We might even say that relativity becomes relative again and approaches the absolute asymptotically. As I see it, the importance of the concept of relativity lies elsewhere. The presuppositions of physics have accustomed us to seeing everything according to conventional theories, relating everything to the course of time and to a location in space, which is how we write formulas in physics. In reality, however, the perspective of physics is not enough. We must consider the spatial relationship of object A or process A to object or process B simply as two attributes. This approach engenders truly fruitful ideas. We begin to see relativity as relatively. And that is now the end of Lecture 6 and the question and answers. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process. This is Lecture 7, entitled What the Art of Healing Can Gain from the Spiritual Scientific Perspective, Number 1, given in Arnhem, July 17, 1924. The leadership of the Anthroposophical Society, having requested a course of lectures on educational subjects here in Arnhem, also decided that it would be appropriate for me to give a few public lectures on the relationship of anthroposophical spiritual science to the art of healing. I need to provide an introduction of sorts in tonight's lecture, however, so I will reserve the intended topic, how anthroposophy can fructify the art of healing, for the next 2 lectures. To the great satisfaction of the organizers, many of you in the audience tonight are relatively unfamiliar with anthroposophy. Consequently, lectures dealing with a specialized field, such as medicine, would be left up in the air, so to speak, without an introductory lecture on general anthroposophy. Anthroposophy is not intended to be the fanatical sectarian movement it is often reputed to be. It intends to be a fully serious, scientific worldview that addresses the spiritual realm as earnestly as we now habitually apply scientific methods to the material realm. This focus on the spiritual realm may seem unscientific from the very beginning, because of the common and prevalent opinion that scientific understanding results only from sensory experience and its contributions to the human intellect. Many people believe that we must renounce science as soon as our focus shifts to the spiritual realm. They say that only subjective opinions and emotional mysticism, which are matters of individual choice, can decide spiritual issues, and that faith must take the place of scientific knowledge in this realm. My task in this introductory lecture will be to demonstrate that this is not the case. Admittedly, anthroposophy does not intend to be a science in the ordinary sense of the word, because science is typically conducted in isolation from everyday life by specially trained individuals. Anthroposophy intends to be a worldview that is relevant to anyone who longs to answer questions about the purpose and meaning of human life and the workings of spiritual and material forces in our existence, and wants to apply such insights to everyday life. Thus far, we have definitely succeeded in applying the anthroposophical view to very practical areas, especially in the field of education. We have established schools based on the perspectives that will be discussed here today. We have also had widely recognized success in the healing arts, as paradoxical as this may seem to many people today. Anthroposophy does not intend to oppose any recognized field of science or to foster trivial dilettantism. Serious seekers of anthroposophical insights are expected to respect and value the approach that has led to such great accomplishments in various scientific fields, especially in recent times. In the healing arts, therefore, it cannot be our intention to promote amateurish opposition to modern science. Rather, we intend to demonstrate how specific spiritual methods supplement our scientific knowledge with insights that can come only from broadening our field of research to include the spiritual world. Anthroposophy attempts to expand human knowledge by developing means of cognition that do not yet exist in ordinary life or in conventional science, where we apply the knowledge we acquire through our inherited human potentials and abilities, supplemented by what our conventional modern education provides as we grow into adulthood, in the present sense of the word. Anthroposophy intends to go further. It begins with what I would like to call intellectual modesty. Let me now describe this intellectual modesty that is the prerequisite to acquiring a sense of what anthroposophy is all about. Let's take a look at the earliest stages of child development. When children are born into the world, their expressions of life, and especially the contents of their souls, bear little resemblance to the facilities of will and cognition that enable adults to orient themselves in the world. Sorry, let me read that again. That sentence again, I made a mistake there. When children are born into the world, their expressions of life, and especially the contents of their souls, bear little resemblance to the faculties of will and cognition that enable adults to orient themselves in the world. These faculties are not fully mature at birth. They must be developed from the child's body and soul through education. We all agree that we cannot be truly effective as human beings if we do not develop and supplement our inherited capabilities through education. But sooner or later, depending on what degree of education we complete, we step out into adult life and are able to relate to it because we have achieved a certain awareness of the world around us. Those of us who understand anthroposophy's intentions ask whether this childhood ability to change significantly as psychological characteristics unfold is also present in so-called adults. Even when we approach the sense-perceptible world with all the faculties instilled in us by the highest levels of modern formal education, don't we still possess latent soul capabilities that can be further developed? Why shouldn't we attain additional insights into how to conduct our practical affairs, insights that supplement and enhance what we have achieved in developing our ordinary state of consciousness? In anthroposophy, therefore, we undertake a course of self-development that is intended to transcend our ordinary level of consciousness. The human soul has three capabilities that we develop to a certain extent for the sake of everyday life, but these capabilities can also be elaborated further. At our present stage of culture and civilization, only anthroposophy urges us to extend our capacities for thinking, feeling, and willing in the appropriate way. All three can be transformed into cognitive faculties in a higher sense of the word. Let's consider thinking first. In modern formal education, our thinking submits passively to the world around us. The scientific approach actually requires us to minimize the internal activity of thinking to allow external environmental factors to speak to us only as our senses describe them. In our thinking, we simply submit to sensory observation. It is said that any attempts to go beyond this passive relationship lead only to fantasizing and daydreaming. The efforts of anthroposophy, however, lead to neither. On the contrary, they lead to inner activity that is as full of clarity as any accomplishments in mathematics or geometry. Anthroposophical efforts are patterned on those of mathematics or geometry, with the difference that the qualities they aim to develop are not specific, like those in geometry, but universally human, touching every human heart. Any sufficiently unbiased mind can grasp the initial results of such efforts. We simply apply our ability to think to something other than an external object. We allow a thought to be present in our souls, preferably a thought that we can survey in its totality, and devote ourselves to this one thought for a certain period of time. Let me describe this process more exactly. If you are trusting enough, you should approach someone with experience in this field and ask that person to recommend the best thought for you to devote yourself to in this way. The thought should be easy to survey. If possible, however, it should be new to you. An old and familiar thought will stir up all kinds of subjective memories and feelings in your soul, and you will fall into daydreaming very easily. In contrast, if you use a new thought that stirs up no memories, you will be able to devote yourself to it in a way that increasingly strengthens your soul's thought powers. In my books, especially titled How to Know Higher Worlds and titled An Outline of Esoteric Science, I call this inner method of cultivating thinking meditation, an old word that we will use here only in the sense that I am about to explain. Meditation consists of turning our attention away from anything we experience, either outside or inside ourselves. We think only about a single thought that we have placed in the center of our soul activity. The effects on our soul forces, when we apply our entire soul strength to a single thought, is comparable to the effects of repeatedly practicing a physical gesture. The muscles grow stronger. The same thing happens with our soul forces. They grow stronger when we apply them repeatedly to a single thought over a longer period of time. In fact, it may not take such a long time, because the point is simply to learn to concentrate on a single thought. And what takes one person 3 years may take someone else only a week to accomplish. Through such exercises, performed repeatedly for 15 or even only 5 minutes a day, we begin to feel ourselves fill with new inner strength. Previously we sensed the strength of our nerves in our ordinary thinking and feeling, and the strength of our muscles in picking up objects and carrying out routine tasks. We learn to feel this kind of strength as we grow out of childhood. Similarly, we also gradually learn to feel the new strength that fills us as we perform these thought exercises, which I can describe here only in general terms. They are described in greater detail in the books I just mentioned. One day we sense that we can no longer think about external objects as we previously did, and that we now possess a completely new soul power, resembling a much stronger, condensed form of thinking. Eventually we sense that this new form of thinking allows us to grasp the full reality of our own lifespan, of which we were formerly aware in only a very shadowy way. Our memory, which reaches back to a certain point in childhood, informs us about the earthly life we have been living since birth. Shadowy memories of past experiences rise out of the soul's undefined depths. Compare these shadowy memory pictures with the full-blooded intensity of our day-to-day experiences. When we take hold of our thinking, as I described, our memories cease to be shadowy, and if we go back in time in our own earthly life, we experience what we did 10 or 20 years ago with all the inner intensity of the original experience. But we do not experience it in the same way, through direct contact with objects and beings outside ourselves. Rather, we experience a spiritual extract of the original events. As paradoxical as it may sound today, this new type of experience can result in very clear images. Suddenly, as if in a mighty tableau or panorama, we see our entire life going back to birth. Instead of a mere temporal sequence of individual events, we experience a unified tableau of our life. Time becomes space. We confront our past experience, but not in the sense of ordinary memory. We confront it in the form of a more profound human entity, a second human being within the person we are in our ordinary state of consciousness. Ordinarily, we are aware only of the physical aspect of the human being, which is built up out of substances taken from the world around us. We constantly discard these substances and take in new ones. It is possible to state with a high degree of precision that within a period of 7 to 8 years the material substance that forms our bodies is discarded and replaced with new substance. The matter present in us is transient. But by becoming aware of our own lifespan through the condensed thinking we have acquired, we become aware of an element that persists throughout our earthly life. This element builds up the human organism out of substances taken from outside. It also breaks the body down again. The latter process is what we survey in the form of a tableau of our life. This tableau is distinguishable from ordinary memory in yet another way. In ordinary memory, life's events seem to approach us from outside. We remember what a certain person did to us and what happened because of this event. In the tableau that appears as a result of condensed thinking, we get to know ourselves. We recognize ourselves as we really are. We see what we did to other people and how we related to events. This is an important difference, because by getting to know ourselves in this more intense way, we also begin to recognize the inner being that is involved in our growth forces and even in nourishing us. We recognize ourselves as the beings that build up and break down our own bodies. The essential point here is that by acquiring self-knowledge of this sort, we also learn something that no ordinary science or ordinary consciousness can teach us. I must admit that it is difficult for me to speak on this subject, because it sounds so foreign in comparison to anything the experts consider legitimate today. Nonetheless, there is truth in the experience that results from condensed thinking. This experience forces us to realize that the natural laws we learn about when we study physics and chemistry, or perhaps even earlier in elementary school, are valid only within the material world of our earth. These laws which we are so justifiably proud of having discovered, do not apply when we move out into cosmic space. At this point, I want to emphasize expressly that anthroposophy, far from indulging in any dilettantish, unsubstantiated opposition to the natural sciences, acknowledges these sciences to a greater extent than they themselves do. But although anthroposophists take the natural sciences very seriously, acquiring inward, condensed thinking leads us to state that natural laws apply only on earth. If you consider this statement in an unbiased way, it may not seem so implausible, because in fact it is only apparently paradoxical. When we consider a source of light, we know that the intensity of the light decreases as it is dispersed. The farther we go from the source, the weaker the light becomes, until we speak of twilight rather than light. Ultimately, if we go far enough, we no longer think of it as light at all. The same is true of natural laws. They are fully valid in the earthly realm, but as we go further out into the cosmos, they become less and less valid, until ultimately they no longer apply at all. The laws we learn about through condensed thinking, however, are at work in our own lives. They show us that we, human beings, are not born out of the earth's natural laws, but out of higher cosmic laws. We bring these higher laws with us when we enter earthly existence. Thus, as soon as we grasp the condensed form of thinking, we realize that natural laws apply only to the earth's mineral kingdom. A very understandable error on the part of modern physics suggests that they also apply to the sun and the stars, but that is impossible, because attempting to apply natural laws to the whole universe is like trying to illuminate it with a single candle flame. When we ascend from the level of minerals, and only on earth are they mineral in the sense in which we know them here, to the level of life, we can no longer speak of natural laws that apply to the earth. Instead, we must speak of laws that work into earthly existence from the universe, from cosmic space. This is already true of plants. The laws of earth, such as gravity and other forces that work from the center toward the periphery, can be used only to explain minerals. When we move up to the level of plant existence, we are forced to realize that the sphere of the earth is now the center, and that the laws of life work in on it from all directions, from the cosmos. These laws of life are also the laws we discover within ourselves as a result of condensed thinking, and the laws that allow us to build up our own bodies between birth and death. In addition to laws that work outward from the center of the earth, we learn to recognize those that work in from all directions toward the center. Laws of the latter type are at work in all living beings, beginning with the plant kingdom. We know that a plant springing up out of the earth contains mineral substances. Today's chemistry has made great progress in understanding how these substances interact, and it will continue to learn more. This chemical information is all well and good, all totally justified. But if we want to explain the existence of a plant, we must explain how it grows, and growth cannot be explained in terms of forces that work upward out of the earth. It can be explained only by forces that work into earthly existence from the periphery, from the cosmos. We are forced to acknowledge that we must advance from the earthly perspective to the cosmic perspective that includes true human self-knowledge. We can continue to progress in our self-development by transforming feeling as well as thinking. In ordinary life, our feelings are a personal affair rather than a real source of insight. Our ordinary, purely subjective feeling experience, however, can also be transformed into a true source of objective knowledge. It happens in the following way. In meditation, we concentrate on a very specific thought. The result is condensed thinking, which allows us to understand the laws that work from the cosmic periphery toward the center of the earth, in contrast to the ordinary natural laws that work outward in all directions from the earth's center. When we have acquired condensed thinking and have learned to see both our own life and the life of plants spread out before our souls, as if in a mighty tableau, we can go still further. Once this newly forceful thinking has taken hold, we can then eliminate the strengthened thought. If you know how difficult it is in ordinary life to eliminate a thought that has taken hold of you, you will understand why special exercises are necessary to accomplish what I just mentioned. It is possible, however, to use your soul's entire strength to eliminate not only the thought you have been concentrating on, but also the entire memory tableau, thus withdrawing your attention entirely from your own life. Once you have done so, you will clearly notice that you are descending deeper into your own soul and entering regions that are otherwise accessible only to feeling. When we eliminate impressions of sight, sound, and so on in everyday life, we generally fall asleep. Once we have developed condensed thinking, however, we no longer fall asleep when we eliminate all thoughts, even condensed thoughts, from our consciousness. Instead, we enter a state in which no sense impressions and no thoughts are active. Although we are fully awake and not sleeping, our consciousness is empty. This state of empty but wakeful consciousness is discovered through spiritual scientific methods and can be systematically and methodically developed in any human being. Ordinarily, when we empty our consciousness, we fall asleep with respect to our ordinary life. From the time we fall asleep to the time we wake up, our consciousness is empty, but we are asleep. To be awake with empty consciousness is the second cognitive state Anthroposophy strives to achieve. Our consciousness does not remain empty for long, however. ordinary consciousness fills with colors and sounds through seeing and hearing, and our newly emptied consciousness begins to fill with a spiritual world that surrounds it just as the ordinary physical world surrounds ordinary consciousness. Only an empty consciousness can discover the spiritual world, which comprises the most profound aspect of our being, although it exists neither on earth nor in cosmic space, but outside space and time. Earlier, the consciousness that condensed thinking supplies taught us to see the entirety of our own lifespan. But now we learn to use our empty consciousness to look out into the world where we led a soul-spiritual existence before descending into earthly existence. We learn to recognize ourselves as beings that exist on a spiritual level before conception and birth, as soul-spiritual human beings whose bodies are supplied by our parents and more distant ancestors. As I said earlier, the physical body's substance is exchanged every 7 years, but a person's true being comes from pre-earthly life. We cannot learn this through theories or through fanciful musings. We learn it only when intellectual modesty allows us to develop the appropriate capabilities. In this way we each come to know our inner soul-spiritual being. This being comes to meet us when both feeling and cognition are active as we descend into the feeling realm. We must note, however, that achieving this level of cognition is bound up with intense inner experiences that can be described as follows. If you are unable to move a certain part of your physical organism, for instance, if someone ties 2 of your fingers together, the experience is unpleasant and perhaps even painful. Now, however, you exist in a state of soul-spiritual experience without the participation of the body. Since you now live with an empty consciousness, you are not in full possession of your physical body. The transition to this state is associated with a profound feeling of pain. By experiencing this pain and renunciation, you enter your own most profound soul-spiritual nature. Many people draw back from this experience in fear, but it is the only way to learn about your true human nature. Having recognized your innermost being in this way, you can then go still further by learning to develop a cognitive power that is not usually seen as such in everyday life. You must develop love into a cognitive power by entering selflessly into the world's objects and events, by cultivating love until you can actually transport yourself into a body-free state of looking at the world. You learn to understand yourself completely as a spiritual being in the spiritual world. You know what it means to be a human spirit. But you also know the meaning of death, because at death we lay aside the physical body. In this third form of cognition, which we experience by deepening our ability to love, we separate from the physical body and learn to recognize ourselves as independent of it. From this moment on, we know what it means to lay aside the earthly body and pass through the gate of death. We become familiar not only with death, but also with life after death in the soul-spiritual realm. We each learn to recognize our soul-spiritual being as it will be in life after death. Previously, we learned to recognize this being as it exists in the spiritual world before descending into earthly existence. But now we understand the life of the soul-spiritual human being after death. At this point, we become aware of how incomplete and imperfect our modern consciousness is. At that level of consciousness, we speak of immortality or the afterlife as a matter of hope and faith. But immortality, our continued existence, from the present point in time onward, is only half of eternity. Earlier stages of knowledge still had words for the unborn, pre-birth state that constitutes eternity's other half, but we do not. Human beings are not only immortal, however, but also unborn. That is, we enter physical existence by being born out of the spiritual world, just as we enter spiritual existence again when we leave the physical world at death. we understand the human being as a totality only by learning that the true spiritual human being passes through birth and death. What I have described here so briefly, and in such general terms, is the subject of an extensive literature that is as conscientious in its approach and as responsible for the information it supplies as the most exact science that can exist today. We have touched on a spiritual science that truly intends to be a match for conventional science. Spiritual science teaches us that life includes two opposing tendencies. We are aware of the burgeoning power of life and are accustomed to speaking of life's developmental tendency. We speak of how a small child develops and grows, and of the evolution of lower life forms into higher ones as life becomes ever more complex. Inner development, however, teaches us that this generative and regenerative tendency contrasts and coexists with a degenerative tendency in any sentient being. Both rampant, sprouting, generative life and declining, degenerative life are present in us. The mode of cognition that I have described reveals that life does not simply extend into our brain and nervous system, arranging the material element to permit the nervous system to support our soul life. That is not the case. Life sprouts and burgeons, but it also constantly declines and disintegrates in us. Sprouting, burgeoning life continually makes way for decline. We undergo a partial death at every moment. There is always something falling apart in us. We simply build it up again. But wherever the material aspect falls apart, the soul spiritual aspect has room to enter and become active in us. At this point we encounter materialism's greatest error, the idea that in humans sprouting, burgeoning life continues to evolve into the nerves themselves, and that nerves are generated out of the blood just as muscles are. This view is correct as far as it goes, but building up nerves does not develop thinking or feeling. Thinking and feeling develop when the nerves fall apart and become full of holes, figuratively speaking. At that point, the soul's spiritual aspect is drawn into the matter that is falling apart. If we are to experience the emergence of our soul's spiritual aspect, the material aspect must first be broken down. Natural science, if correctly conceived, will take a major step when it recognizes the opposite and complement of development in the appropriate place. Science must acknowledge degeneration as well as generation and regeneration, devolution as well as evolution. When this happens, we will understand how the spiritual element takes hold of matter in animals and humans. Human beings are conscious of this process, while animals are not. The material element does not evolve into spirit. Rather, when matter breaks down in a reversal of its original process, spirit takes hold of it. When matter breaks down, spirit can manifest. We are filled with spirit. It is present wherever devolution, de-evolution occurs instead of evolution. Thus we learn to see that the human being as a whole exists in a polarity of opposites. In any organism where generation and regeneration take place, degeneration must also be present. Degeneration and regeneration are in constant flux in any organ we look at, whether liver, lungs, or heart. Isn't it a strange figure of speech, for example, when we say, quote, "the Rhine is flowing there," close quote? What is the Rhine? When we look at it, we usually have the flowing water in mind, not the riverbed. But the flowing water is never the same from one moment to the next, although the Rhine has been there for hundreds and thousands of years. What is the same at any given moment? The changing flow. Similarly, everything inside us is in a constant state of flux between degeneration and regeneration. Degeneration provides a vehicle for the spiritual element. In every normal human life, degeneration and regeneration are in balance, and our real soul spiritual capacities develop in this state of balance. The balance can be disturbed, however, when an organ grows rampantly because it fails to counter its unique degree of regeneration with enough degeneration. Or the opposite can occur. An organ fails to counter a normal degree of degeneration with enough regeneration. A physiological phenomenon becomes pathological, and the organ atrophies and dries up. We need to comprehend this state of balance in order to understand how it is disturbed by excessive degeneration or regeneration. Having understood such disturbances, however, we can widen our view to include the whole wide world and discover the external, natural process that can counteract disturbed degeneration or regeneration. For example, if we consider first a human organ that is disturbed as a result of excessive degeneration, and then turn our attention, sharpened by spiritual scientific insight, to a plant as it appears in nature, we can recognize the regenerative process in that particular plant. It becomes evident that certain species of plants always contain regenerative forces that correspond exactly to the regenerative forces in human organs. According to the general view I have just explained, we can discover that regenerative forces are always present in the human kidneys. Let's assume that these forces are too weak and are overwhelmed by degenerative forces. Looking around in the plant world, we perceive that the common scouring rush, Equisetum arvenza, contains regenerative forces that correspond exactly to those in our own kidneys. We prepare a remedy from Equisetum. In the appropriate way, through the circulation and through digestion, we bring it into contact with the organ it is intended to affect. This remedy strengthens the kidney's weakened regenerative forces. Similar remedies can be developed for other organs. Once we have acquired the basic insight, we can use forces we find in the world outside ourselves to re-establish the balance between degeneration and regeneration in human organs. Whenever we discern regenerative forces that are too strong and degenerative forces that are too weak, whether in the kidneys or in other organs, we must strengthen the degenerative process with remedies derived from primitive fern-like plants. In this way, we can get beyond mere experimentation and testing of the efficacy of substances or remedies. The art of medicine becomes comprehensible when we understand the human body on the basis of the state of balance in its organs and the natural world on the basis of forces of regeneration and degeneration. We do not simply administer a remedy because statistics show that it has a beneficial effect in a certain number of cases. Instead, through our understanding of nature and the human being, we know exactly how to transform the process, active in a natural product, into a remedy that supports a human organ's regenerative or degenerative forces. I am not saying that medicine has not made tremendous progress in recent times. Anthroposophy fully acknowledges this progress and does not exclude modern medicine. On the contrary, our work validates it fully. But when we investigate recently developed remedies that are truly effective, we find that they have all been discovered only through luck and a long, slow process of experimentation. Anthroposophy provides clear insight into these lucky discoveries, which are fully confirmed by our insight into human nature. In addition, however, Anthroposophy offers a whole series of new remedies discovered by directly applying our insight into nature and the human being. When we learn this method of spiritual insight into the human being, and I will still demonstrate how individual areas of medicine can be fructified by truly acknowledging the spirit, and begin to see spiritual life in addition to material life, we unite insight and medicine rationally and precisely, rather than in the ancient dream-filled way that found its outlet in mythology. A truly artistic view of the world teaches us the art of healing. Through modern methods of inner development, which cannot be the same as ancient ones now that we have the accomplishments of science behind us, we again achieve an insight that was once available through a dreamlike kind of cognition. Such insight teaches us how to apply the forces of nature and spirit to healthy and sick human beings, to the healthy in the education of children and adults, and to the sick in the art of medicine. In ancient times, centers of healing were associated with mystery centers that cultivated a knowledge intended to answer people's religious questions and satisfy their soul's longings. Today the methods of ancient healing centers seem childish to us, and rightly so, but they did contain a healthy kernel of truth, namely that our understanding of the so-called normal world needs to continue into the abnormal world. Isn't it strange to say that it is natural for human beings to be healthy, while we are also forced to explain human illness on the basis of natural laws? For it is true that natural laws can explain every illness. Is nature contradicting itself here? We will see that human illness is not a contradiction in nature. We must simply maintain our understanding of the physically normal as we move into the domain of pathological conditions. This understanding gains real value for our life only when centers that care for the sick are found alongside centers that care for the normal. Admittedly, anthroposophy is now only in the early stages of such undertakings, but we are making progress toward goals that any unbiased mind will find justified. The Goetheanum in Dornach, which unfortunately burned down but will soon be rebuilt, we hope, was to be a center for the knowledge that satisfies our human longing to understand clearly the sources of our life. It was a matter of course for us that this Goetheanum would be associated with clinics that implement in some modest way a true understanding of the human being. The first of these clinics was the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arnhem, which resulted from the efforts of Dr. Ita Wegmann. It was followed by the institute headed by Dr. Zeilmans von Emmechoven in The Hague. Thus in Dornach, a center of healing has once again been established in association with a center of understanding. Recognizing the spirit always requires courage, especially with regard to healing. This courage to heal, which enables us to master holistic forces of healing and apply them for the benefit of humanity, is alive and well in the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arnhem, which is associated with the Goetheanum. It is appropriate that the Goetheanum is a center of knowledge that aspires to the mysteries in the modern sense, attempting to nurture both the great and the detailed issues of life, is associated with a therapeutic center that is trying to deepen the art of healing spiritually, especially since the manifestation on a deeper level of what has been fostered in Dornach since last Christmas. Footnote: during Christmas 1923, the Anthroposophical Society was re-established and revitalized after a series of setbacks, including the destruction of the original Goetheanum. For a detailed description of these events, see title The Christmas Conference for the Foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923-24. And I also have recorded that on this website. End of footnote. I have described the current connection between anthroposophy and medicine. This connection is expressed in the devoted work of my dear colleague, Dr. Ita Wegmann, whose decades-long involvement in anthroposophy, from its very beginnings, made our expansion into the art of healing almost inevitable. The spatial proximity of our center of knowledge and the therapeutic center provides an outer image of the intimate connection between anthroposophical insight and our practice of healing, which is directly derived from an understanding of the sick human being acquired through spiritual methods. Diagnosis and healing are not meant to go their separate ways. The diagnostic process is meant to extend into the healing process. By basing each diagnosis on insight into the processes that take place in disease states in human beings, anthroposophy attempts to see simultaneously the comparable degenerative or regenerative activities in the natural world. We recognize where degenerative forces are at work in nature, and use them in remedies that counteract regenerative processes in the human being, and vice versa. Thus, a clear understanding of what is happening in a diseased human being also provides insight into the fundamental character of the remedy's effect. The next 2 lectures will discuss the results of the close association between our spiritual and clinical centers. This association deepens our inner understanding of the healthy or sick human being and enriches the modern art of healing. Today I chose to discuss only the character of spiritual insight and the thorough and intimate understanding of the human being that it affords, teaching us not only to approach natural and spiritual forces on a theoretical level, but also to manipulate them to shape our lives, whether in sickness or in health. As civilization progresses, life becomes ever more complicated. In the depths of our souls, many of us already long for means of coping with life's growing complexity. Anthroposophy's primary aim is to respond to this longing. We will see that anthroposophy, in contrast to many destructive impulses in modern life, chooses to work constructively to help our civilization grow and thrive. Our work involves real action directed toward life's practical issues rather than mere empty phrases. Anthroposophy aims for insight into the phenomena of modern life, insight that can be applied in helpful ways wherever it is needed. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process. This is Lecture 8, entitled What the Art of Healing Can Gain from the Spiritual Scientific Perspective, Part 2, given in Arnhem on July 21st, 1924. In the introductory lecture yesterday, I attempted to explain how the mode of cognition cultivated by anthroposophy permits a clear understanding of the human being as a total being of body, soul, and spirit. I also attempted to show you how keeping this totality in mind leads to inner insight into healthy and diseased states in the human being. By recognizing the real connections between the activity taking place in the human being and the processes and relationships between substances in the natural world outside, we also bridge the gap between diagnosis and treatment. Today, as we continue, we will be concerned with firming up the details of what I said last time in general terms. We will need to understand clearly that both degenerative and regenerative processes are always present in the human organism. As I said in the last lecture, we must distinguish between several different human, in quotes, bodies. The first of them is the physical human organism that is perceptible to our outer senses. Our reason grasps its manifestations through sense perceptions. In addition to this physical body, as I described last time, we must also recognize the first supra-sensible human body, the etheric body or life body. These 2 members of the total human being regenerate the human organization. The physical body is constantly discharging and renewing its substances. We gain an idea of the overall constitution of the etheric body, which includes forces of growth and nutrition, by considering the growing, blooming world of plants in spring, because each plant, like each human being, has an etheric body, or life body. In these 2 members of the human organization, therefore, progressive regenerative development occurs. As a sentient being, the human being also has an astral body. Please do not take offense at these terms. We simply need to be aware of what they represent. In essence, the astral body transmits sensations and supports our inward feeling nature. The astral body comprises degenerative rather than regenerative forces, and constantly breaks down the burgeoning growth that takes place as a result of the etheric body, or whatever you choose to call it. Soul spiritual activity is possible in the human organization only because the physical etheric factor is constantly being broken down. It is quite wrong to think that the soul-spiritual aspect of the human being exists because of the regenerative process, or that this process culminates in the vehicle of our soul-spiritual aspect, in the nervous system or the like. That is not the case. All indications suggest that if our profoundly admirable scientific investigations continue on their present path, they will soon discover that the essential aspect of the nerve principle is not a regenerative process. The regenerative process is present in our nervous organization only to the extent that it enables nerves to exist at all. The nerve process as such is slowly but constantly disintegrating or breaking down. The dissolution of the physical element makes room for the soul and spirit, as it were. This is also true of the actual I being, which elevates the human being above the level of all the other creatures in our natural surroundings. Essentially, the I organization is always engaged in a breakdown process. It asserts itself most strongly wherever breakdown occurs in the human being. Thus, when we explore the wonderful internal structure of the human organism, we discover not only a generative and regenerative process in each individual organ, an activity that serves the organ's growth and continued development, but also a degenerative process that reverses physical development but makes it possible for the soul spiritual element to find its place within the human being. I said last time that the specific balance between regeneration and degeneration in each human organ can become disturbed. When regeneration becomes overwhelming, diseased conditions result. Initially, I need to present these ideas on a somewhat abstract level, but they will become more concrete as we continue. When we choose this approach to what transpires inside the human being, we must proceed conscientiously and with a strong sense of scientific responsibility. If we really study each organ individually, and with all the conscientiousness we have learned from our natural scientific observations, which have reached such a high degree of perfection in modern times, we will not talk of regeneration and degeneration in general terms, but will be able to see the specific state of balance required in each individual organ. We will understand the specifics of health in a human being. Any disturbance in an organ's balance in the direction of either regeneration or degeneration is a pathological phenomenon in the human organism. We must also consider the relationship between the human organism and the natural world that surrounds us, because we must derive our remedies from the three kingdoms of nature, the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms. Our overview of states of balance within the human being reveals that the human organism overcomes everything that exists outside it in the three kingdoms of nature. Let's take a very simple example, such as states of warmth within the human organism. No external warmth is allowed to persist unchanged in the interior of the human organism. By tracing the course of warmth in the natural world outside, I learn that it raises the temperature of objects in the outer world. Warmth permeates these objects. If our human organization were similarly permeated with warmth, if we were just another object as far as warmth is concerned, this warmth would make us sick. If we are to be healthy, the quality and intensity of our organization must permit us to transform external warmth into internal processes as soon as it affects us. External warmth or cold immediately becomes harmful if it takes hold of us and we cannot assimilate it. It is easy for anyone to recognize that this statement is true of warmth and cold, but it also applies to all other natural processes. Only careful study, enhanced by a spiritual perspective, shows us that each force in the natural world is transformed or metamorphosed within the human organism. Our internal organization constantly overcomes our earthly surroundings. If we look at our internal organism as a whole, we see that when our internal capacity for transforming external processes that constantly influence us from outside, parenthesis when we take in food, to give another example, diminishes, anything we take in enters as a foreign body, until ultimately we fill up with foreign bodies or foreign processes. In the opposite case, when our higher organizational members, which I have called the astral body and the I being, develop excessively, the outer processes entering us from our surroundings are transformed to a greater than optimal extent and are speeded up. When external nature is taken beyond the human level, too strongly spiritualized, to use a popular expression, disturbances in health occur once again. I have just described an abstract principle that must be studied with regard to each specific organ. Our ways of metamorphosing external processes are really very complicated. Modern anatomical and physiological studies of corpses or cases of disease view the human organism as a dead structure. When we first attempt to transcend the level of our scientific education and see the human organism as a living, active being, we find ourselves quite helpless, because the more details we learn about the structure and functioning of the human being on the level of life, the more complicated it seems. There are guidelines, however, that can help us find our way through this labyrinth. At this point, let me interject a comment that is both personal and wholly relevant. I spent 30 years searching for guidelines for understanding the overall organization of the human body before I first spoke publicly on the subject around 1917. Footnote, see Title Riddles of the Soul, Collected Works, Volume 21, end of footnote. As a relatively young man in my early 20s, I pondered the question of whether certain guidelines could be applied to the study of this complicated human form in order to arrive at an overview of sorts. As I said, I was involved in this work for 30 years, before it became evident to me that there were three distinct aspects of our human organization: the sensory nervous system, the rhythmic system, and the metabolic limb system. All the parts of the so-called sensory nervous system form a coherent whole that supports all our conceptual activity. Another relatively self-contained system is our rhythmical organization, which includes the rhythms of respiration and blood circulation, the rhythm of sleeping and waking, and many other rhythmic functions in the human body. It first occurred to me to subdivide the human being in this way when I learned to distinguish correctly and precisely between the rhythmic system and the sensory nervous system. At that time, almost 40 years ago, when the basic questions of physiology weighed more heavily on people's minds than they do today, I was forced to confront the question of whether the empirical evidence really suggests that our entire soul life of thinking, feeling, and willing is bound to the system of nerves and senses. For me, this line of thought resulted in an impossible contradiction. How could thinking, feeling, and willing possibly all be bound to the sensory nervous system? I cannot present all of my thoughts on this subject in detail today, of course, so I will simply point you in the right direction. Much of this will become clear when we begin to talk about therapy. For example, precise, unbiased physiological investigations of how music affects the human organism, specifically studies of the close association between musical experience and the rhythmic element and of the psychological or emotional aspects of experiencing melody and harmony, reveal that human emotional activity is experienced in the rhythmic system and is not directly bound to the nervous system. When we realize that our direct experience of music and the resulting feelings are supported by the nervous system only after we have raised them to the level of mental images, we discover that the nervous and rhythmic systems are inherently different on the organizational level. If you take advantage of everything modern physiology has to offer with regard to how the human ear perceives musical sounds, you will realize that audible stimuli, that is, sense perceptions of a particular type, are incorporated first into the human rhythmic system and then make their way rhythmically up into our sensory organization and finally to the nervous system, where they assume the form of mental images. Our emotional life is directly connected to the rhythmic system, but only indirectly to the nervous system, the vehicle of thinking. The nervous system is the vehicle of feeling only to the extent that we become aware of our feelings in the form of thoughts, since thoughts are supported by the nervous system. We make similar progress in studying the physiology of the metabolic limb system. If you find it paradoxical to associate metabolism with the limbs, simply consider how all motor activity, all movement of the limbs, works back on metabolism. The metabolic limb system is indeed a cohesive whole. When we study the issues precisely, rather than in some confused way, it becomes evident that the metabolic limb system directly supports all will phenomena in the human being. We have already established that there is a direct connection between the metabolism and the rhythmic system in our human organization. When will activity in the metabolic limb system works its way upward into the rhythmic system, it is transformed into feeling. Our feelings develop directly in our will, which is played out in metabolic processes. We experience or feel our will indirectly in the rhythmic system, and we develop thoughts about our will when the metabolic and rhythmic systems work strongly up into the sensory nervous system. This insight into the subdivision of the human being provides real guidelines for clearly understanding the organization of the human being. If we clearly understand the character of the sensory nervous system and compare it with that of the metabolic limb system, parenthesis, for the moment we will consider the rhythmic system as an intermediate element, close parenthesis, we find that the sensory nervous and the metabolic limb systems are polar opposites. Where the metabolic limb system causes regeneration, the sensory nervous system causes degeneration. A clear understanding of this view of the human organism shows us that the entire eye organization is closely bound to the sensory nervous system, while the entire human etheric body is more closely bound to the metabolic limb system and the astral body to the rhythmic system. The physical body pervades our human organization, but is constantly being overcome by its three other members. Having understood this, we also begin to understand so-called normal and abnormal processes within the human organism. Before we consider one of these three members, the sensory nervous system, in detail, I would like to make comment to ensure that I won't be misunderstood. A particularly malicious research scientist, who happened to hear a superficial account of my basic subdivision of the human constitution, said that I had attempted to distinguish between the head, the chest, and the abdomen. That is, that I had concentrated the sensory nervous system in the head, the rhythmic system in the chest, and the metabolic limb system in the abdomen. This oversimplification is, of course, the result of ill will. It is true that the human sensory nervous system is located primarily in the head, but it is also found in both of the other systems. The rhythmic system is indeed concentrated mainly in the torso, but it too is spread out over the entire human being. Similarly, the metabolic system can also be found throughout the human body. The issue here is not to distinguish between spatially separate organ systems, but to recognize the qualitative aspect that is active in the individual organs and permeates them. When we study our sensory nervous system from this perspective, we find that it extends throughout the human organism. Our eyes and ears, however, are formed so as to incorporate the sensory nervous system to the greatest extent, the rhythmic system to a lesser extent, and the metabolic system to a still lesser extent. Although an organ such as the kidney contains less of the sensory nervous system, and more of the rhythmic and metabolic systems than an eye or an ear, it nonetheless contains a part of the sensory nervous system and includes all three members of our human makeup. We do not truly understand the human body if we describe it as having senses here and digestive organs there. That is not the case. The reality of the situation is totally different. A sense organ is only primarily a sense organ in a certain sense. It is also a digestive organ and a rhythmic organ. An organ such as the kidney or the liver is only predominantly an organ of elimination or digestion. It is also a sense organ, although to a lesser extent. When we consider our entire human organization and its individual specialized organs from the perspective of the sensory nervous system, from the perspective of the real state of affairs, that is, and not according to the often bizarre concepts of physiology, we discover that while the outer world is perceived by means of specific organs of sight, smell, hearing, and so on, the sensory system actually pervades the human body. On a very subtle level, the kidney, for example, perceives what is going on in digestion and elimination. The liver is also a sense organ in a certain respect, while the heart is an internal sense organ to a very great extent, and is only comprehensible when seen as such. Please do not imagine that I want to criticize contemporary science in any way. I fully acknowledge all its accomplishments, and I want our view to be firmly rooted in science. We must realize, however, that modern science is not yet capable of precisely understanding the nature of the human being. If it were, it would not associate the organization of the animal body so closely with that of the human body. With regard to sensory activity, the makeup of the animal is on a lower level than that of the human being. Because the human sensory nervous system is linked to the eye organization, capital I, while that of animals is linked only to the astral body, sensory activity is totally different in humans than it is in animals. In an animal, the process of visual perception pervades the entire body, as is evident on closer examination of the structure of the animal eye, EYE. In humans, sensory perception remains concentrated on the surface or periphery to a much greater extent. Subtle structures in the eyes of animals, which are usually present only on the etheric level in higher animals, suggest that sensory perception penetrates animals more deeply than humans. In the eyes of certain lower animals, we find structures such as the xiphoid cartilage, also present in etheric form in higher animals, or the pecten, footnote pecten, resembling a comb, is a folded, vascular, pigmented membrane that projects into the vitreous humor of the eye of a bird or reptile. Xiphoid cartilage, or process, is the posterior and lowest division of the human sternum, remaining somewhat cartilaginous throughout life. End of footnote. The degree of blood perfusion in these organs shows that the animal eye participates in the animal's overall structure to a considerable extent, while the human sensory nervous system relates to the total body in a very different way. Human beings live in the outer world to a much greater extent than animals, who tend to live more within themselves. Everything mediated by the higher spiritual members of the human being, and manifesting as sensory nervous activity through the capital I organization, takes place in the domain of the physical body, and therefore needs to be influenced, even on a material level, by the sense-perceptible physical world. An exact study of the well-functioning, completely healthy human sensory nervous system reveals that it depends on a particular substance and the activity inherent in it. As I have said, a substance is never merely matter at rest, but is actually the material representation of a process. A quartz crystal, for example, appears as a delineated form with fixed contours only because we never see it as a process, albeit one that occurs very slowly. It is important to penetrate ever deeper into the human organism to understand such interactions. As I described before, physical substances that enter the organism from outside must be absorbed and overcome by the organism. It is especially interesting to note that in its so-called normal, healthy state, relatively speaking, of course, the human sensory nervous system depends on a subtle process influenced by silica entering the organism. When silica, which takes the form of beautiful quartz crystals in the natural world outside us, is internalized and overcome by our human organization, it is characteristically incorporated into the nervous processes. Spiritual perception of the activity of the human sensory nervous system reveals a wonderfully subtle process at work in the substance silica. Considering what I said earlier about how the human being is, quote, all sense organ, close quote, the activity of silica is simply more intense on the periphery of the human body, where the senses are concentrated, and less intense or more dilute in the interior of the organism, in the lungs, liver, and kidneys, only to intensify again in our bones. This perception reveals a curious subdivision of the human being. We have the periphery or surface of the body, where our senses are concentrated, the bones that support our limbs, and between them the muscular and glandular systems and central structures and organs specific but generally weaker in the intervening area. As we move toward the surface of the body, where the nervous system reaches into the sense organs, we need more and more silica. As we move from the periphery toward the interior, we need relatively less silica, but in the bones that support our motor system, we need more of it again. This perception of our entire human organization shows us how a particular specialized process, such as the activity of silica, takes place inside the human being. Having recognized this process, we begin to realize how imprecise modern physiology is. As I have said, my intention here is not to criticize, but simply to state the facts. Let's take respiration as an example of how contemporary physiology studies human life. In some respects, respiration is a complex process, but it consists essentially of taking in oxygen from the air outside us when we inhale and giving off carbon dioxide when we exhale. Human life on the organic level is based on this rhythmical process. Physiology describes how the oxygen moves through the body, combines with carbon from our blood, and is eliminated in the form of carbon dioxide when we exhale. From a superficial perspective, this description is accurate, but in reality the combining of oxygen and carbon is associated with another process. It is not true that we simply inhale oxygen and combine it with carbon inside the body. That is what we do mainly with the oxygen that we distribute throughout the lower part of our bodies. There, oxygen is indeed combined with carbon and exhaled in the form of carbon dioxide. This rhythmical process, however, is underlaid by a different and subtler process in which the oxygen that moves upward toward the head and the sensory nervous system, in the restricted sense of the term as I defined it earlier, combines with silicon to form silica, silicon dioxide. Carbon dioxide production is essential to the metabolic system, while internal production of silicon dioxide is essential to the sensory nervous system. The latter process, however, is too subtle to detect with our instruments, although methods are available that will eventually permit its detection. Thus, respiration consists of two processes: a cruder process that combines oxygen with carbon inside the organism, forming carbon dioxide, which is exhaled, and a more subtle process that combines oxygen with silicon to form silica, which is secreted into the human body. This secretion of silica transforms the entire human organism into a sense organ, to a greater extent on its periphery and to a lesser extent in each internal organ. This view into the finer structure of the human organism shows us that each individual organ has and must have its own specific complement of substance-bound processes. We took silica as an example, but the same is true of countless other substances. If we want to understand health or illness, we must understand how these processes take place in a human organ. Let's take the kidneys as another example. Suppose the symptoms suggest that a disease originates in the kidneys. Applying spiritual science to diagnosis reveals that the kidneys are not functioning adequately as sense organs for the neighboring digestive and excretory processes. In this case, the metabolic function of the kidneys has become excessive, and the balance is disturbed. So the first thing we have to consider is how to strengthen the sensory function of the kidneys. In this case, we must make sure to supply the kidneys with the silica they need. Anthroposophy shows us that there are 3 ways of supplying the organism with substances necessary for health. The first method is by mouth, orally, giving a substance as if it were a food. In that case, however, we must wait and see whether the digestive system as a whole effectively transports the substance to where we want it to work. This method often works, but when we administer a substance by mouth into the digestive tract, we must know how it works in the human organism, whether it affects the heart, the lungs, and so forth. Injection, the second method, introduces the substance directly into the rhythmic system, where it works more as a process than as a substance, immediately transforming the substantial organization of the metabolism into rhythmic activity. In the third method, we attempt to work on the human organism from outside by applying topical preparations such as ointments or baths to the right part of the body. Thus we have 3 methods of administering medicinal substances. Getting back to our diagnosis of reduced sensory capacity in the kidneys, we need to introduce the appropriate silica process. I described how one aspect of respiration combines oxygen with silicon and distributes it throughout the body. We must make this activity move more strongly in the direction of the kidneys. To do so, we must know how to come to the aid of an organism that cannot produce enough silica for the kidneys. Somewhere in the external natural world, we must recognize the process corresponding to what is lacking in the organs in question, in this case the kidneys. How do we find ways and means of guiding the silica process into the kidneys in particular? We discover that kidney function, especially inasmuch as it is also a sensory function, depends on the human astral body, which is the basis for the specific degenerative processes we call elimination. Therefore, we must introduce silica from outside and stimulate the astral body to guide it into the kidneys. We need a remedy that stimulates the silica process in the kidney in particular. When we look for such a remedy in the plant world, we discover Equisetum arvenza, the field scouring rush. One characteristic of this plant is that it contains a great deal of silica. If we were to administer pure silica, it would not get to the kidneys. Equisetum also contains sulfates, however, which affect the rhythmic system and the organs of elimination, especially the kidneys. When sulfates are as closely associated with silica as they are in Equisetum arvenza, they smooth the way for silica to reach the kidneys. This remedy can be administered orally, or if that doesn't work, by either of the other methods. This individual example demonstrates the actual pathological activity in kidney disease. Our method of formulating the appropriate remedy was very precise. We looked for a substance to replace the missing process in the kidney. Step by clearly understandable step, we bridge the gap between diagnosis and treatment. Let's take another example. Suppose we are dealing with digestive symptoms such as indigestion. Using the spiritual, scientific procedure I have already described, we see that these symptoms are primarily due to a defective capital I being. But why isn't this member working strongly enough? We need to find the reason somewhere in the functioning of the human organism, and inadequate gall secretion is often a factor in such cases. Just as we use dequisitum to assist kidney function, we must now administer a remedy that supports the eye organization when it is not working strongly enough in gall secretion. Just as the silica process, which underlies normal sensory nervous activity, increases the sensory capability of the kidneys, if administered in the right way, specific carbon processes in the organism support functions like gall secretion that correspond primarily to the eye organization. Strangely enough, when we attempt to introduce carbon into the organism to counteract indigestion, we discover that the plant carbon in Cichorium intybus has a natural affinity for the gallbladder. By using a remedy prepared from Cichorium intybus in the right way, we can guide a specific carbon process into gall function, just as we guide a silica process into the kidneys by using an equisetum preparation. I have attempted to use these easily surveyed examples, which can encompass both mild and serious illnesses, to demonstrate how the general principles of spiritual scientific insight into the human organism and natural substances and their interactions lead to an understanding of both disease processes and their reversal, thus transforming healing into a rational art. This is what medicine, the art of healing, stands to gain from the scientific research methods we call anthroposophy. There is nothing fantastical about these methods. They enhance the precision of our research so that we can clearly understand the entire human being from physical, psychological, and spiritual perspectives, because human sickness and health depend on the action of the physical body, the soul, and the spirit. By subdividing the human being into the sensory nervous system, the rhythmic system, and the metabolic limb system, we also gain insight into many different processes and their gradations. Once we are aware of the essence of sensory function, we learn to recognize the sensory function of the kidneys, for example, whereas formerly we saw only the cruder aspects of sensory activity. This new awareness allows us to clearly understand illnesses as such. I said earlier that the activity occurring in the metabolic limb system is the opposite of the sensory nervous process. But sensory nervous functions that normally take place in the nerves in the head can also shift to the metabolic limb system. In that case, a function that is normal and right in our sensory nervous organization is displaced and occurs in the metabolic limb system as a result of abnormalities of the astral body and I being. That is, a function appropriate to one system can cause illness when it is metamorphosed and affects a different system. For example, a disease develops in the sensory nervous system when a function belonging to another system appears there. This is what happens in typhoid fever. Typhoid fever is an activity that belongs in the nervous system and in our physical organization. When it moves into the etheric domain of the metabolic system, it is superimposed on the physical body and manifests as typhoid fever. This is an example of how we gain insight into the essential nature of a disease process. Similarly, the forces that create sense organs can also become active in the wrong place. That is, the activity underlying a sense organ can metamorphose and become active elsewhere. Let's take the example of the ear. If the functioning of the ear appears somewhere other than in the sensory nervous system, at a point where the metabolic system connects with the rhythmic system, for example, an abnormal tendency to develop a sense organ arises and manifests as carcinoma or cancer. We can recognize carcinomas as displaced tendencies toward the development of sense organs only when we clearly understand the structure and functioning of the human body in the anthroposophical sense. One of anthroposophy's most fruitful contributions to the field of medicine is the realization that abnormalities in the human organism are due to displaced functions that are normal in other systems. This insight into the human organism enables us to truly understand health and illness for the first time, and to bridge the gap between diagnosis and treatment, between observing illness and curing it. When the full context of these considerations is presented, none of the statements of spiritual science contradict modern medicine. An important first step in this direction will be the imminent publication of a book co-authored by myself and Dr. Ita Wegman, director of the Clinical Therapeutic Institute in Arnhem. Footnote, this book was entitled Extending Practical Medicine, Fundamental Principles Based on the Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume number 27, end of footnote. This book, which attempts to present spiritual scientific perspectives on medicine as complementing rather than contradicting contemporary medicine, will convince you that spiritual scientific perspectives are not the mere fabrications they are reputed to be. In a way that will do full justice to contemporary science, this book will demonstrate the fruitful contributions of spiritual scientific research to the art of healing. As such, subjects are investigated in increasing detail and with scientific conscientiousness. The efforts of such facilities as the international laboratories in Arnhem, where a whole series of new remedies has been produced according to the principles outlined here, will be more generally acknowledged. The task of my third lecture will be to consolidate the rational basis of therapy that has already been suggested here by considering, at least to the extent that such things can be presented on a popular level, very specific individual cases of illness and possible cures. Those who clearly understand what is involved need not be concerned at the prospect of subjecting our suggestions to exact tests. We know that the popular response will be the same as the response to general anthroposophy. Initially, those unfamiliar with the details will criticize and cast aspersions, but their criticism will cease as they become familiar with the specifics. I will present details in the next lecture to demonstrate that the field of anthroposophical medicine intends to work in complete harmony with contemporary science rather than to circumvent it. Anthroposophy, however, also works out of the urge to complement modern science with spiritual insight. Only when these circumstances are understood will the art of healing find its true foundations, because the art of healing deals with human beings who are beings of body, soul, and spirit. Any true science of medicine must seek to understand the human being on this threefold basis. The end of Lecture 8. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process. This is Lecture 9, entitled What the Art of Healing Can Gain from the Spiritual Scientific Perspective. This is Lecture 3 of a set of 3 given in Arnhem. This one is on July 24th, 1924. In the previous 2 lectures, I presented general principles of anthroposophical research that can bear fruit for the art of healing. Today I would like to complement these general principles with details that will demonstrate how such practical applications of anthroposophy can lead to reality-based and life-enhancing management of daily life. Previously I discussed how anthroposophy subdivides the total human being into 4 members. The physical body is perceptible to our ordinary senses and is constantly being broken down and regenerated in the course of an earthly life. The so-called etheric body or life body, which we humans have in common with plants, is active in the physical body and encompasses forces of growth and nutrition. In addition, we must distinguish the vehicle of our perceptions and emotions, which reflects the outer world for us on an inner level. This vehicle is the astral body. As I said earlier, there is no need to take exception to these terms. Please simply accept them in the sense in which they are used here. The astral body is common to human beings and animals. We human beings, however, transcend the other natural kingdoms, because our constitution includes the I being. capital I. If this subdivision of the human being remains an abstraction for us, we cannot recognize its true value. But when we acknowledge the real significance of these four members of the human constitution, we no longer see them as mere philosophical concepts or as a way to categorize bodily phenomena. We can realize the significance of this subdivision simply by looking at a daily occurrence in human life, namely the alternation between states of sleep and wakefulness. Every day we are aware of making the transition from one state of consciousness, in which we move our limbs from within and receive and process impressions from the outer world, to another, in which we lie motionless and asleep, and our consciousness, with the exception of dreams, fades away into undefined inner darkness. If we choose not to presume that the willing, feeling, and thinking at work in us dissolve into nothing when we fall asleep, only to return from nothingness when we wake up, we must wonder about how the waking individual relates to the sleeping individual. Perception of the higher, supra-sensible members of the human constitution reveals that the aspect of the human being that lies asleep in bed includes only the physical body and the etheric or life body, while the astral body and the I have separated from the two other members. Of course, all I can do here today is present these facts as the results of anthroposophical, spiritual, scientific research, and to say that these results are as certain as those of mathematics or any natural science. As soon as we realize that our astral body and our I being, which are the truly soul spiritual aspects of our being, can separate from our physical and etheric bodies during sleep, we also understand that while radical and complete separation occurs during sleep, partial separation can take place during the waking state. We simply need to consider phenomena that are similar but not identical to sleep, such as loss of consciousness or dazed states of consciousness. In such conditions, the human constitution approaches but does not fully achieve sleep, and is left floating between sleeping and waking. To understand what happens when such conditions set in, we need complete insight into the human constitution. Let's recall a specific result of anthroposophical research that I presented in the last lecture. I said that I had learned to subdivide our human makeup into the sensory nervous system, the rhythmic system, which includes all rhythmic processes and functions, and the metabolic limb system. I also said that the metabolic limb system is the polar opposite of the sensory nervous system, while the rhythmic system mediates between them. A sketch can help us visualize the relationship, and there's a picture of three circles, A, B, and C, one on top of the other, slightly intersecting. A represents the sensory nervous system, C the metabolic limb system, and B the rhythmic system, which connects the other two systems and overlaps with both. This is just a schematic representation, of course. The four members of the human constitution, physical body, etheric body, astral body, and I, extend into all three bodily systems. Because the human constitution is very complicated, we cannot simply say that the entire astral body and the entire I being leave the physical and etheric bodies during sleep. They may withdraw only partially, from the sensory nervous system, for example. Under such circumstances, the human head tends towards sleep because the sensory nervous system, although it pervades the entire human body, is concentrated primarily in the head. The person in question is not asleep, however, because the metabolic limb system and the rhythmic system still fully include the astral body and the I being, which have simply withdrawn from the head. As a result, a dazed or dulled state of consciousness comes about in the head, while the rest of the body functions as it normally does in a waking state. The condition I have just described need not set in as a result of internal circumstances, but can also be the result of ingesting certain substances, such as lead or a lead compound. Administering a specific dose of lead can induce the dizziness or dazed state that results from the separation of the astral body and I being from the head. Thus, introducing lead, a foreign substance, into the human body drives the astral body and the I out of the head. The effect of lead provides a profound insight into the human organism and its relationship to the surrounding world by showing us how it is affected by something it ingests. What if a person suffers from the opposite condition? What if the astral body and I being are excessively engaged in the head and work too strongly there? The resulting symptoms become evident when we study the human body structure, in both its very hard skeletal portions and the softer parts, such as the muscles, and monitor the effect of the head on the entire organism. When we study human growth and development, beginning with childhood, we discover that the head, as part of the organism, whose entire structure demonstrates its ossifying tendencies, constantly radiates forces that shape the skeleton and exert a hardening or stiffening effect on the entire human constitution. We gradually come to understand the tasks of the I and astral body with regard to the human head. The forces that cause internal hardening and the development of solid parts of the body out of more fluid structures radiate primarily from the head. Whenever the astral body and I being work too strongly in the human head, an excessive hardening or stiffening principle radiates from the head. The consequences can be observed in the aging human body, where the potential for bone formation is reflected in the development of arteriosclerosis, or hardening of the arteries. In any form of sclerosis, the hardening or stiffening principle that is otherwise directed into the bones influences other parts of the body disproportionately. Sclerosis reveals that the I and the astral body are excessively active and penetrate too deeply into the organism. At this point, anthroposophical insight into the astral body becomes very relevant. Giving lead to a normally healthy person drives the astral body and I out of the head. But when these two members are too strongly present in the head, an appropriate dose of lead counteracts sclerosis by justifiably driving out the astral body and I to a certain extent. We see here that external means can influence the connection between the members of the human constitution. By giving lead to a healthy body, we can make it sick, dazed, or unconscious, by forcing the astral body and the I to separate from the head as they otherwise do only during sleep. If these two members are too deeply entrenched in the head, however, the resulting excessive wakefulness causes internal hardening or sclerosis, and we are right to separate the astral body and I partially from the head. Our insight into the different members of the human constitution thus allows us to understand a remedy's effect. Let's take the opposite case. Suppose we see the same phenomenon in the metabolic limb system. When we are completely asleep, the astral body and I being abandon this system too. We can, however, force the astral body and I out of the metabolic limb system without forcing them out of the head. Just as lead causes dazed states and the like by driving the astral body and the I out of the head, a certain dose of silver or a silver compound drives the astral body and I out of the human metabolic limb system and induces corresponding symptoms of hardening in the digestive tract, such as constipation and other disturbances. Now, let's assume that the digestive organs are too strongly pervaded by the astral body and I. These two members are the active agents driving the digestive portion of the metabolic limb system. When they work too strongly and become too deeply entrenched, too much digestive activity occurs too quickly. Excessively fast digestion is also incomplete, resulting in diarrhea and related symptoms. These symptoms are also associated with another phenomenon, an excess of metabolic limb activity. Everything works together in the human organism, and excessive metabolic limb activity works too strongly on both the rhythmic system and the head, especially on the former, where digestive activity continues as digested food is transformed into blood. The rhythm in the blood, in turn, depends on substances entering the blood. When the astral body and eye work too strongly, we see symptoms such as fever. Once we know that we can drive the astral body and eye being out of the metabolic limb system by administering a dose of silver, we also know that silver or its compounds can be used as remedies when the astral body and eye are too deeply entrenched in the metabolic limb system. You see how we learn to master these connections between the human being and outer substances. Spiritual science seeks such connections everywhere in the natural world. I demonstrated the general possibility with regard to plants last time, and with regard to two mineral substances, lead and silver, today. We begin to understand the relationships between the human body and its surroundings by being attentive to how various substances in the environment are processed by the different members of our human constitution. Now let's contemplate an example that shows how therapeutic insight results from understanding the pathological workings of the human organism. Before we discuss this example, however, a few preliminary comments are in order. A remedy of sorts, a remedy that we all need, is always present in the human body itself. I am not using the term remedy very precisely here, but you will immediately understand what I mean. In human beings, the eye being and the astral body are always tend to descend too deeply into the physical body and etheric body. We would prefer to perceive the outer world dimly rather than clearly, to rest rather than to be active. Our natural preference for rest is a constant illness that must be cured. We are healthy only when our bodies are continually healed by the iron in our blood, which is present for that purpose. This metal prevents the astral body and eye from uniting too strongly with the physical body and etheric body. Iron therapy is an ongoing internal cure. Whenever there is too little iron in our blood, we become listless and want to rest. And whenever there is an excess of iron, we experience involuntary activity and restlessness. Iron regulates the relationship between the physical and etheric bodies, on the one hand, and the astral body and eye, on the other. When this relationship is disturbed in any way, increasing or reducing the body's iron content will restore the correct proportion. Now let's consider a form of illness that is not given much consideration by the medical establishment, and understandably so. This illness is confusing, because the contributing factors are not readily apparent, and a plethora of remedies are available. It seems that every drug manufacturer has developed a remedy. This illness, which does not elicit a great deal of attention from the medical establishment, but is very unpleasant for the people who suffer from it, is migraine. Migraine seems confusing because it really is a very complicated illness. In studying the human head, we are struck by the central location and wonderful network of the extensions of the sensory nerves. The design of the internal portions of the sensory nerves, located toward the middle of the brain in the human head, is really quite miraculous. This nerve structure is the most highly perfected part of our physical form, because it is where the effect of the human eye on the physical body is most pronounced. In the way our sensory nerves make their way into the body, interconnect, and bring about an inner division of sorts in the entire body, the organization of the human body transcends that of animals to a very great extent. This structure is a wonder. The human eye being, the highest member of our human constitution, has to intervene to regulate this miraculous structure. And it is very easy for the eye to fail from time to time, leaving our physical constitution to its own devices. The eye often may not be strong enough to pervade and organize the so-called white matter of the brain thoroughly. When the physical and etheric bodies slip out of the eye, something resembling a foreign structure is incorporated into the human body. The white matter of the brain, as you know, is surrounded by gray matter, which is much less finely structured. Ordinary physiology sees the brain's gray matter as more significant than the white. This view is inaccurate, because gray matter is much more closely associated with the process of nourishing the brain, of accumulating substances, while white matter, which is located in the brain's center, is supported by the spiritual element to a much greater extent. All parts of the human body are related, however, and each member affects every other member. As soon as the eye begins to withdraw from the brain's central white matter, its gray matter succumbs to disorder. The astral and etheric bodies are no longer able to take hold of the gray matter correctly, and irregularities develop throughout the interior of the head. The eye being tends to withdraw from the central part of the brain, and the astral body from the brain's periphery. The entire functioning of the human head shifts. The central part of the brain begins to serve conceptual activity to a lesser extent, becoming more similar to gray matter and developing digestive activity of a sort that should not occur, while the gray matter itself becomes more of a digestive organ than it is meant to be and secretes too actively. Throughout the brain, foreign bodies are incorporated and excessive secretions accumulate. All of this reorganization in the head, however, works back on the more subtle respiratory processes, and especially on the rhythmic activity of blood circulation. The entire human body is in a significant, although not very profound, state of disorder. At this point, it is important to ask how we can reincorporate the eye into the nervous system, specifically into the extensions of nerves toward the interior. How do we force the eye back into the central portions of the brain that it has abandoned? We achieve this by administering silica, a substance whose mode of action I described in the first 2 lectures. If we use pure silica, however, the eye is driven back into the central area of the head's sensory nervous system, but the surrounding gray matter remains unchanged. To regulate the digestive process in the gray matter simultaneously, so that it does not overflow and is rhythmically incorporated into the entire normal context of our human constitution, we must also administer iron, which has the ongoing role in the human body to regulate the connection between the rhythmic system and the entire spiritual system. Footnote: the human, in quotes, spiritual system refers to the non-physical aspects of the body, which Steiner has described here a number of times as the etheric body, formative forces or life-filled spiritual form, the astral body or soul body, and the self or I. By I, a person means the total experience of his or her being as body and soul. Body and soul are the vehicles of the I. Rudolf Steiner's Theosophy, Steiner Books, 1994, end of footnote. We immediately notice that the cerebrum, in particular, tends to develop irregularities in its digestive processes. Nothing happens anywhere in the human body, however, without affecting other parts. Consequently, subtle disorders develop in the entire digestive system. If we again study the connection between an outer substance and the human body, we find that sulfur and its compounds regulate digestive processes throughout the body. We have now mentioned 3 perspectives that need to be considered when dealing with migraine: using sulfur to regulate digestive processes, whose irregularities become most apparent in the cerebrum; using silica to induce the eye to control sensory nervous activity; and using iron to adjust disturbances in the rhythms of the circulatory system. These 3 perspectives result in true insight into the human body and clarify the entire migraine process. which, as I said, conventional medicine tends to dismiss. The body itself seems to be telling us to manufacture a remedy composed of silica, sulfur, and iron. The result is the migraine remedy, based on anthroposophical research that is now being distributed worldwide. This remedy is extraordinarily effective in regulating the I being, so that it intervenes in the body in the right way, in counteracting disturbed rhythms of blood circulation, and in promoting appropriate digestive activity that radiates throughout the body. Those who understand the human organism know that migraine is ultimately only a symptom of the fact that the etheric body, astral body, and I are not working within the physical body in the right way. This same phenomenon can cause other disturbances in the organism. It is not surprising, therefore, that our migraine remedy is suited to regulating the interactions of the I, astral body, etheric body, and physical organization on a more general level. Whenever these members are not working together properly, our migraine remedy, which is more than just a migraine remedy, will offer relief. We call it a migraine remedy simply because it works on a phenomenon whose most radical symptoms appear in migraine. I have used this particular remedy to clarify how we study the nature of an illness according to anthroposophical principles, and how we produce the remedy once we know the effects of substances on individual members of the human constitution. To produce any remedy in this way, it is essential to recognize the specific relationship of the human body to particular substances in the external natural world. It is also essential, however, to study the nature of this relationship. Last time I described how to develop plant remedies, taking the field scouring rush, Equisetum arvenza, as an example. Similarly, we can describe the effects of other plants on specific organs, but we must also realize that all plants are very different in the spring than they are in the fall. A sprouting plant in spring includes certain physical and etheric components, just as human beings do. When administered as remedies, substances taken from such a plant have especially strong effects on the human physical and etheric bodies. If we leave the plant standing all summer and harvest it only as fall is approaching, we use a dying plant that is drying out. Let's take another look at the human organism. Its growth and development are due to the physical body and the activity of the etheric body within it, while degeneration results from the activity of the astral body and I being. If only the growing, burgeoning life of the physical and etheric body were present in us, we would never develop quiet, reflective consciousness. The more we stimulate our forces of growth, the less reflective we become. And when the I and astral body are absent from the other members during sleep, we are completely unconscious. Regenerative functions make us grow and allow our digestive forces to process the substances we ingest, but they do not produce feeling and thinking. Degeneration must occur if we are to feel and think. That is why we have an astral body and an I being. They induce a permanent autumn in the human being. Our physical organization and etheric body induce a permanent spring in our sprouting, burgeoning life. But these members do not support reflection, consciousness, or any other soul spiritual functions. The astral body and I being cause degeneration, restraining the forces of the etheric body and inducing hardening and atrophy in the physical body. These are necessary processes. The physical body must shift constantly between regeneration and degeneration. The etheric body must continually alternate between the sprouting forces of growth and the forces of decline. Outside us in the natural world, these forces are temporally divided between spring and fall. Their alternation within human beings is also rhythmic. When we sleep, it is completely spring in us, and physical etheric activity sprouts and flourishes. When we wake up, activity of that sort is suppressed, and reflective consciousness makes its presence felt. It is fall and winter inside us. Having acknowledged this alternation, we can see how superficially we judge when we take outer analogies into account. We naturally assume that waking, our transition to daily activity, corresponds to spring and summer, while falling asleep corresponds to the transition to winter's darkness. This is not the reality of the situation, however. When we fall asleep, life begins to flourish within us, because the astral body and the I are absent. Because of the etheric principle that we enjoy in plants, it becomes spring and summer inside us when we fall asleep. If our level of spiritual perception permits us to look back on the physical and etheric bodies and what happens to them when we leave them behind, we can describe the germinating and proliferating life that develops. We cannot see that life with physical eyes, which perceive only the immobile body. Similarly, spiritual perception shows us that we are entering autumn when we wake up. Now, let's assume that we are looking for plant remedies, and that we gather gentian, a good remedy for indigestion, in the spring. If we pick it in spring and prepare the remedy correctly, we can use it to influence what comes from the physical and etheric bodies. In cases of disturbed growth or nutrition, a boiled extract of gentian roots improves the forces of nutrition and counteracts the disorder. If we use gentian roots dug in the fall, however, when the entire plant is engaged in degenerative processes, the effect is not all healing, but is similar to the effects of the astral body. That is, the digestive irregularities are exacerbated. In order to use plants as remedies, we must know not only their healing effects, but also the proper time to harvest them. We need an overview of life cycles in nature if we want our plant remedies to be especially effective. If we seek to arrive at a rational form of therapy through insight into disease states, we must consider plant life cycles in formulating remedies. We need to know that plants collected in fall have different effects from plants collected in spring. Smaller differences in timing can also have consequences. When we produce remedies, we must learn the difference between harvesting gentian in the first week of May and picking it in the last week. What takes place in a human being in the course of 24 hours is spread out over 365 days in the natural world outside us. To cover a span of 24 hours in the human being, we need everything that develops in the natural world over the course of a full year. Now you see what it means to apply anthroposophical principles to the art of healing. Modern medicine does a creditable job, and anthroposophy's contribution, as I have repeatedly emphasized in these lectures, is certainly not to be interpreted as repudiating the accomplishments of conventional medicine. Anthroposophical medicine is based on modern science to the fullest possible extent. Anthroposophy cannot condone ventures that are based on the amateurish view that there is too much to study in the field of medicine, and thus look for shortcuts and easy ways to develop remedies. Anthroposophy recognizes that reality, if clearly understood on a spiritual level, is much more complicated than the physical sciences suspect. Schools of healing that require people to know very little in order to qualify as healers easily become popular because people think they can get away with not going to medical school. This is certainly not true of anthroposophy, which requires considerable study beyond medical school. Admittedly, modern medical training could be more efficient, using less time to teach material that is now spread out over many years because the overview escapes it. In addition to conventional medical training, however, a thorough understanding of the human constitution is required. Let's take an example I have already mentioned in these lectures. All four members of the human constitution, the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, and the I, pervade both the sensory nervous system and the metabolic limb system, but in different ways. In the metabolic limb system, the effect of the I being is much stronger with regard to the will. All activity, anything that brings the entire human organism into movement, is based in the metabolic limb system, while everything that does not require movement but fills us with inner experiences, with mental images, thoughts, and emotions, is based in the sensory nervous system. A significant difference is evident here. In the sensory nervous system, the physical and etheric bodies are much more important than the I and the astral body, while in the metabolic limb system, the I and the astral body are especially important. Thus, if the I and astral body work too strongly in the sensory nervous system, the sensory nervous system is forced into the other systems of the body. Over-enhancement of the I and astral body and the sensory nervous system can push this entire system into the metabolic limb system along many possible paths, but the consequence is always the development of a tumor. We begin to understand tumor development when we see how exaggerated astral or I activity impels the sensory nervous system into the rest of the organism. Now, let's assume that the opposite occurs. The I and astral body withdraw from the metabolic limb system. As a result, the physical and etheric members become too strong and radiate into the sensory nervous system, flooding it with processes that should actually be restricted to the metabolic limb system, and inflammation develops. In this way, we clearly see how tumors and inflammations develop as polar opposites. When we know how to push back the sensory nervous system, when it begins to work in the metabolic limb system, we discover forces that may lead to healing. Cancer or carcinoma is an example of the sensory nervous organization overrunning the metabolic limb system. Footnote: carcinoma usually refers specifically to an invasive malignant tumor derived from epithelial tissue that tends to metastasize to other areas of the body. Since Steiner never mentions the complementary type of cancer, sarcoma, a malignant tumor arising from connective tissues, he may have simply used the term to mean malignant tumors in general. End of footnote. In cancer, the sensory nervous system invades the metabolic limb system and begins to assert itself there. In the previous lecture, I said that the potential for sense organs sometimes develops in the wrong place in the metabolic limb system. An ear that develops in the right place is a normal organ. But when even a very minimal latent ear or other sense organ develops in the wrong place, we are faced with cancer or carcinoma. To learn to counteract the body's tendency to develop sense organs in the wrong place, we must look deep into world evolution, into the cosmic evolution that led to the human being. If you look through our anthroposophical literature, you will find that the cosmology and the view of world evolution it presents are totally different from those of materialism. You will discover that the present stage of our earth was preceded by another stage, in which human beings, although they were present, were not like the human beings we know today. Although our predecessors had not yet developed human senses, they were nonetheless superior to animals in a certain respect. The final evolution of the human senses occurred only during the earth phase of evolution. They had been present in latent form for a long time, but their final development into the I-imbued senses we know today took place only during the earth phase, when the human eye rushed into the eyes, ears, and other sense organs. When eye development becomes excessive, the tendency to form sense organs is too strong, and cancers appear in addition to normally developed sense organs. How can we intercede in such cases in order to heal? We must go back to earlier stages of the Earth's evolution, when bodies like those of today did not yet exist. In looking back, one discovers that the last remnants or legacies of earlier phases of Earth's evolution are the mistletoes, viscum species, parasitic plants that grow on trees. Because they evolved before our Earth became solid and mineralized, they never learned how to sink roots into the ground. For this reason, they now grow on other living things. Today's mistletoe is a plant that has not managed to become a purely earthly being. It needs to attach itself to other plants, because the mineral kingdom came into existence last in the course of the Earth's evolution. If they are appropriately processed, the substances in mistletoe become a remedy for carcinoma, because they counteract the tendency to form sense organs in the wrong place in the human organism. Clearly understanding nature gives us the possibility to combat pathological conditions that fall out of the normal course of evolution. A person who develops cancer becomes too earthly, forming excessive earthly forces. These exaggerated earthly forces must be counteracted by forces corresponding to an earth phase in which the mineral kingdom and the earth as we know it today did not yet exist. That is why the cancer remedy developed through anthroposophical research is a viscum preparation. I have no doubt that our view of the essential nature of the disease will enable us to discover a remedy that will gradually eliminate the need for standard surgical treatment. These are the details I promised you. I could add many more, because we have formulated a large number of remedies. For example, when the metabolic limb system radiates into the outermost periphery of our sensory organization, it results in a particular form of illness, namely hay fever. This phenomenon is the opposite of the condition I described earlier, where the sensory nervous system slips down into the metabolic limb system and causes the development of tumors. In contrast, the invasion of the sensory nervous system by the metabolic limb system results in hay fever symptoms and the like. We are attempting to treat this condition with a preparation extracted from fruits with a particular type of peel that repels the etheric aspect of metabolism. This remedy counters the excessively strong centrifugal forces of hay fever with strong centripetal forces. Because we clearly understand both the pathological process and the healing process, we have achieved very satisfactory results with our remedies in illnesses that are otherwise very difficult to treat. And in this case, we have achieved favorable outcomes in treating hay fever with preparations formulated on the basis of the perspectives I have described. Many other details could be presented to show that anthroposophical research yields insights into the human being that bridge the gap between diagnosis and treatment. You see, the effect of the eye and astral body is to break down the body. Their degenerative forces, which transform us into beings of soul and spirit, also have toxic effects and destroy organs. Strong degenerative processes are needed to counteract rampant organ growth. Degenerative activity in the human being, however, is the activity of the astral body and eye. The effects of toxins introduced from outside, either metallic toxins or plant toxins, are always related to the activity of the astral body and eye being. We simply need to understand the extent to which toxic effects are present in normal human functions as a result of the activity of the eye and astral body. All of our thinking functions and all of our soul development have toxic effects on the body. We can compare the outwardly sprouting and burgeoning forces in harmless edible plants to our own physical and etheric forces. In contrast, the effect of the eye and astral body on the human organism is similar to the effects of the toxic forces and substances in harmful inedible plants. Such plants can be used as remedies because their effects are similar to the normal degenerative processes in the human being. The natural forces in the plants we eat, in order to promote our own growth, are similar to the forces of our physical and etheric bodies. We learn to distinguish these forces from toxic or degenerative processes in the natural world, which are similar to our astral body and eye. We view the polarity between nutritive and toxic substances very differently once we have gained insight into the four members of the human constitution: physical body, etheric body, astral body, and eye. This insight simultaneously stimulates insight into the healing and nutritive forces that are distributed throughout nature. Once we have achieved such insight, the study of disease becomes a continuation of the study of nature. Spiritual insight into both health and illness enriches our entire view of nature. This study has only one prerequisite. The modern approach prefers to study inanimate objects so as to have as long as possible to gain an overview of the whole. In contrast, anthroposophical study gets everything moving. Everything is active and in motion. Studying anything in this way requires real presence of mind, because we cannot take the time to make the object of our study settle down. The advantage of anthroposophical study is that it more closely approximates reality. It resembles real life. The prerequisite to this approach is the courage to heal, a quality that I always say is very much alive in the Institute in Arnhem, that is directed by our good friend and colleague, Dr. Ita Wegman. To bring about healing, we need courage as much as we need knowledge. This courage is optimistic, but it is well-founded rather than nebulous and illusory. It allows us to speak with certainty when we say, quote, "Here is a case of illness. We understand it clearly. We will do our best to cure it," close quote. To aspire to this inner certainty, we absolutely must have the courage to comprehend the human being and the natural world in their states of flux. Therefore, remedies of the sort we are developing can be formulated only in the context of the actual practice of medicine. Just as the healing centers of antiquity were always adjacent to mystery centers, a modest clinic that we are still working on is located near the Goetheanum, the center that aspires to knowledge that will satisfy individual souls in the field of anthroposophy. The overall relationship of human beings to the rest of the world encompasses both healing and disease-causing processes, and profound insight into the cosmos is possible only when we understand the potentials both for disease and for health. If the forces building up the human organism could not be repelled, if the germinating, proliferating forces of growth were not constantly subdued, we would never be able to exist as beings of spirit and soul. We need the phenomena that lead from normalcy to illness and regressive developments. Specific aspects of these same phenomena transform us into spiritual thinking beings. If we could not become ill, we could also not become spiritual beings. The possibility of illness makes us spiritual beings. The same phenomena that are necessary for our thinking, feeling, and willing appear in abnormal forms in illness. In illness, our liver and our kidneys are forced to undergo the same processes that appear in thinking, feeling, and willing. These activities simply overshoot the mark and appear in excess. If we could not become ill, we would remain fools for our entire lifetime. The possibility of illness is due to the possibility of becoming human beings who think, feel, and will. Anthroposophy makes us especially conscious of the connection between the process of spiritualizing the human being and the concomitant phenomenon of disease. When we have clearly understood this connection from the anthroposophical perspective, studying disease symptoms becomes a matter of profound personal concern. When we understand spiritual development and its cost, namely human illness, as polar aspects of our humanity, we begin to approach illness and the healing forces it requires in the right way, with both heart and mind. The fruits of Anthroposophical spiritual science for the study of healing include an inward feeling aspect in addition to the cognitive aspects I have already described. Physicians need to have their hearts in the right place. Their devotion and self-sacrifice must stem from the intimate relationship between illness and spiritual development. Anthroposophy can deepen not only our intellect, but also our feeling, our total humanity. This is how I wanted to answer the question I posed as our theme for these lectures, namely, what can the art of healing gain from a spiritual scientific perspective? What it can gain is this, that physicians as healers can truly become whole people, not merely people who use their heads to think about illness, but people who empathize with illness out of their own humanity, and see healing processes as their mission, as a humanly worthy task. This task is carried out in the right social context only when illness is clearly understood as the shadow side of spiritual development. In order to understand shadows correctly, we must also look to the light, to the nature of spiritual processes. When physicians learn the right way of looking at these spiritual processes, at the light at work in the human being, they will also know how to appraise the shadows appropriately. Where there is light, there must also be shadow. Where there is spiritual development, as there is in human beings, symptoms of illness must appear as its shadows. They can be mastered only by individuals who also turn to the light in the right way. This is what Anthroposophy has to offer to physicians and to the art of healing. The end of Lecture 9. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Healing Process. Lecture 10, entitled The Art of Healing from the Perspective of Spiritual Science, Number 1, given in London on August 28, 1924. I would especially like to express cordial thanks to Dr. and Mrs. Larkins for making it possible for me to repeat last year's presentation on the approach to medicine, human health and illness, and therapeutic procedures that is based on the anthroposophical worldview and methods of research. Let me first say a few words of introduction. The contributions of anthroposophy, as the term is used here, to various aspects of life, such as medicine, are not intended to contradict modern scientific medical views in any way. When speaking from the perspectives I have chosen for tonight and tomorrow evening, I know that I am likely to be misunderstood because of the prevalent contemporary view that any approach not limiting itself to so-called hard facts is automatically sectarian and cannot be taken seriously from the scientific point of view. For this reason, I would like to note at the very outset that the anthroposophical view of medicine not only fully acknowledges, but also completely understands all the great and significant accomplishments of modern medicine. It is unthinkable that anything I say should be construed as a dilettantish or amateurish polemic against currently sanctioned methods of healing, or the like. It is simply a fact, however, that in the course of the past few centuries our entire worldview has assumed a form that limits research to subjects accessible to our senses, either in experiments or in direct observation, and to what our human reason synthesizes on the basis of sensory perception. For centuries, research of this sort was fully justified because humanity would have succumbed completely to dreams and fantasies, arbitrary assumptions, and chaotic hypotheses, if we had persisted in our old ways. Nonetheless, it is also true that our senses and our reason cannot really completely grasp the human being in this world between birth and death. The human being has a suprasensible aspect that is just as real as the sense-perceptible aspect. When we talk about human health and illness, we inevitably wonder whether it is altogether possible to understand health and illness as we attempt to grasp them today by simply investigating the physical body with the help of the tools of our reason, our senses, technological extensions of our senses, and experimental techniques. An unbiased consideration of history teaches us that our insight into the human being initially emerged from an element completely different from mere sensory observation. After all, we have a long history of development behind us, even with regard to our intellectual and cultural life. 3,000 years ago, when ancient Greece was at its peak, there were no schools where people could learn the way we learn today. Modern education assumes that the psychological makeup of young people entering our colleges and universities is finished and complete. These young people are introduced to various scientific disciplines, such as pre-medical courses of study, which they are expected to appraise according to the psychological level of development of 18 to 20-year-olds. In ancient times, learning did not take this approach, but instead assumed that forces first had to evolve in people's souls that would allow them to continue to grow and educate themselves with the goal of understanding the essence of the human being. Because the more primitive soul state of people in ancient times did not permit fantasizing tendencies, students of the so-called mysteries were able to master all aspects of life on the basis of such spiritual training or spiritual discipline. This approach ceased when our universities were founded in the 12th through 14th centuries. Since that time, we learn only through rationalistic methods. The rationalism that leads to clear logic, however, also leads us to see only outer material aspects. It cannot be denied that in recent times, that is, in the past few centuries, we have accumulated huge quantities of valid sense-based information in biology, physiology, and all other pre-medical subjects. The accumulation of knowledge has been so great that we have not yet managed to categorize all the individual observations from which so much remains to be learned. These few centuries, however, have also seen the retreat of the view that the human soul must also learn to see the suprasensible. As a result, real research into human health and illness has become impossible. To confirm what I have just said, I would like to point out that it is indeed possible today to guide the human soul toward an understanding of the spiritual aspect of the human being as opposed to the material or physical aspect. I have discussed this possibility in my books, including titled How to Know Higher Worlds. The spiritual aspect of the human being is as perceptible to spiritual observation as the physical material aspect is to sensory observation. The organic basis of sense perception, however, develops naturally and without any effort on our part, while spiritual perception must be acquired. This spiritual perception comes about not through nebulous mystical exercises, but by cultivating a life of pure thought. The process of resting on or dwelling in a thought must be transformed methodically into exercises that educate the soul. In a process similar to physical experimentation, we experiment with our soul, allowing it to dwell on an easily surveyed thought without succumbing to autosuggestion, self-hypnosis, or any other state of reduced consciousness. We perform exercises that build on the accomplishments of ordinary thinking, retaining our full presence of mind. In a process that corresponds to the physical phenomenon of a muscle growing stronger with exercise, the human soul becomes stronger and perceives differently as a result of this methodical activation. The soul's first new perception is that the human being includes not only a physical body, which can be examined either with the naked eye or with a microscope or other instruments, but also an etheric body. Please do not take exception to the term etheric body. The choice of terminology is somewhat arbitrary. but we do need to have a name for this entity. In a human being, we perceive an etheric body in addition to the ordinary physical body, whose structure can be studied by contemporary anatomy and physiology. The etheric body is not identical to the, in quotes, life force amateurishly imagined during earlier stages in the development of science. It is truly perceptible, truly visible. I will select one of the numerous qualitative differences between the etheric body and the physical body as an example. The human physical body is subject to gravity and tends to move toward the earth, while the human etheric body tends to move outward in all directions toward the periphery of the cosmos. Because modern researchers like to measure weight, they focus on weighty entities. The weighty aspect of the human organism, however, is counteracted by an entity that not only is not heavy, but also actively counters the Earth's ordinary force of gravity and attempts to escape from the Earth. We incorporate not only forces of weight, but also forces of levity, forces that move away from the Earth. The etheric body is the first suprasensible body. I could list many more of its etheric characteristics, but I will restrict myself to the one I already mentioned. Each human being comprises not only the first human body, the physical human being, which is centripetally oriented toward the earth and tends to move toward the earth, but also a second body that is centrifugal in its orientation and tends to move away from the earth. Our life, as we know it, depends on maintaining the balance between these two aspects of our human constitution, between the heavy physical body that is subject to gravity and the second etheric body that attempts to move out into the cosmos in all directions. Think about this configuration of physical and etheric forces. As we have seen, the etheric body strives to move outward in all directions. In effect, it always wants to be as big as the entire universe. The physical body, on the other hand, is subject to gravity and heaviness and seeks to move toward the Earth's center. It restrains the etheric body, which imitates the cosmos, so that it conforms to limits imposed by the physical body. By considering the balance between the physical body and the etheric body, we achieve a truly realistic and penetrating view of the human being. Now, let's move on. Once we can visualize the centrifugal etheric forces that attempt to move away from the earth, we also begin to find them in plants. Minerals alone are exclusively physical, with no trace of centrifugal forces. Minerals are completely subject to gravity, while the physically perceptible forms of plants result from both types of forces. It becomes apparent, however, that more than two types are required to account for organisms higher on the evolutionary ladder than plants. Each plant has its etheric body, but each animal has perceptions. The animal creates its own inner world, alerting us to the need to expand our investigations. We can indeed develop our consciousness to an even greater extent than is required in order to see the human physical body, not only in isolation but also embedded in the etheric body as if in a cloud. The etheric body, however, is not all there is to the human being. Just as we can strengthen our arm muscles through regular exertion, we can also strengthen our soul so that its thoughts encompass ever more reality. Having done so, we can move on to an exercise that is more difficult, namely suppressing the thoughts we made an effort to strengthen. As you can easily confirm through experimentation, if we gradually eliminate vision, hearing, our other senses, and our thinking from our ordinary consciousness, we fall asleep. But if we first strengthen the soul through thought exercises that train our entire conceptual and emotional activity, we can then suppress this activity. When we do so, we enter a state in which we are not asleep, but very much awake. In fact, when we cultivate this state, we must be careful not to lose the ability to fall asleep. Proceeding as I describe in my books, however, ensures that we take all the necessary precautions to prevent such disturbances. We manage to be very much awake, but without seeing, hearing, or having other sensory perceptions. We also succeed in eliminating ordinary memory, and we confront the world with our consciousness empty but fully awake. When we have done so, we perceive a third body in the human being. I call this body the astral body, and once again I ask you not to take exception to the terminology. Animals also have such a body. This body enables human beings to transcend the level of the etheric body and its centrifugal forces, and to develop a real inner life of perception and sensation. This third member of the human constitution is related neither to the depths of the earth nor the breadth of the cosmos. It is imbued with still different forces. I will tell you about the fourth member later, but first I want to tell you about the third member. Learning about the third member in the way I have outlined is tremendously illuminating from the scientific standpoint. It is as if the scales suddenly fall from our eyes. Before this moment, any unbiased thinking would have led us to the conclusion that we encounter a sheer impossibility when we observe human growth. We can see how children whose vital forces are active grow and grow. But in addition to growing, they also develop consciousness, an internal reflection of the outer world. Can consciousness be derived from growth? Can it come from the forces underlying the processes of nutrition and growth? In reality, our consciousness is dulled when the organic forces underlying nutrition and growth gain the upper hand in us. That is, our consciousness is dulled immediately when hypertrophy of the growth forces occurs and the forces of nutrition predominate. We need something that counteracts these forces rather than coinciding with them. We continue to grow and take in nourishment, but the astral body I described constantly suppresses and breaks down our processes of growth and nutrition. In the human being, therefore, we see earth-related and cosmic generative and regenerative effects in the physical body and etheric body, respectively, and ongoing degeneration in the astral body. The astral body constantly deconstructs organic processes, breaking down the activity of our cells, glands, and so on. This is the secret that explains why the human being has a soul. If we continue to grow like plants, we would have no soul. Growth processes must be broken down, because they repel the soul. If growth or regeneration occurred unceasingly in our brains, we would each be incapable of receiving a soul. Evolution never takes place in a straight line, but must always regress to make room for a new element. Degeneration is necessary. This is the secret of the human constitution and of every ensouled being. I would like to present the spiritual physiology and spiritual biology of the human being today, and then proceed tomorrow to describe individual diseases and the processes that cure them. As long as we remain on the animal level of organization, we are dealing with the three bodies I already mentioned, physical, etheric, and astral. If we apply the same degree of soul training to perceiving a human being, however, spiritual perception reveals an additional level of organization. Spiritual insight into the animal kingdom shows us that thinking, feeling, and willing in animals are not clearly separated. They neutralize each other, so to speak. True insight reveals that animals do not possess separate faculties of thinking, feeling, and willing, but only a neutral mixture of these three elements. Human psychology, however, is based on the ability to formulate intentions in the quiet of thoughts, and then to act or refrain from acting on these intentions. When an animal has an impulse, it acts on it immediately. In contrast, human beings separate their thinking, feeling, and willing. We clearly understand this phenomenon only when we expand our inner soul vision to perceive the fourth member of the human constitution, the I being, capital I. In the human being, therefore, we distinguish a physical body, an etheric body, an astral body, which we have in common with animals, and finally the I, capital, itself. We have just become aware that the astral body breaks down growth processes and retards the forces of nourishment, thus incorporating a slow dying into the human organism. The I being rescues certain elements from this breakdown and begins rebuilding using degenerating substances that have fallen out of the etheric body and physical body. This is the secret of the human constitution. When we observe a human brain, we see that the lighter colored parts lying deeper below the surface are made up of nerve strands coming from the sense organs. To understand this, admittedly very complicated structure clearly, we must realize that it is breaking down, although the degenerative process may be too slow to trace by any crude physiological means. In human beings, and this is one aspect distinguishing us from animals, this degenerating structure serves to build up the peripheral brain, which underlies our overall human organization. The central brain, which includes the continuation of the sensory nerves and their connections, is actually the most highly perfected part of the human body, while the outer layer of the brain, which underlies our ordinary human organization, is more closely related to metabolism. The I being rescues this uniquely human peripheral or frontal brain from the degeneration it would otherwise undergo. We encounter parallel phenomena throughout the human body. The I rescues certain elements from the decline caused by the astral body and uses them to build the foundations for the harmonious coordination of thinking, feeling, and willing in the human being. Of course, I can mention these subjects only briefly, but I do want to point out that our spiritual research can indeed proceed as exactly as any science that investigates physical phenomena. Our sense of responsibility constantly forces us to ask whether our spiritual perceptions coincide with the results of physical empirical research. If they do not, they are assumed to be invalid, at least in principle. The very structure of the brain points to a fact that is confirmed by spiritual perception, namely that three of the members of the human constitution, the physical body, etheric body, and astral body, are underlaid by the I being, which reconstructs and re-enlivens a parasite of sorts out of products of degeneration. Thus the human organism has four members, and these members must be present in very specific proportions in the healthy human body. Let me use a scientific analogy to illustrate this statement. Water is produced only when we combine hydrogen and oxygen in specific proportions by weight. When the proportions are different, water is not created. Water comes about only when the proportion of oxygen to hydrogen is correct. In the parallel phenomenon, in the human being, the proportions among physical body, etheric body, astral body, and I are normal. There are not only four proportions that come into question, but 4 times 4, and any one of them can become disturbed. The etheric body may predominate, for example. Although living matter is distinguished from dead by the presence of a certain balance between the physical and etheric bodies, this balance is unstable. Water simply does not come about if the proportion of oxygen to hydrogen is incorrect. Let me read that again. Water simply does not come about if the proportion of oxygen to hydrogen is incorrect. But in the human body, an abnormal proportion can develop between the etheric body and the physical body, the astral body and the etheric body, or the eye and any one of the other members. All four members are interconnected in specific proportions. When these proportions are disturbed, the organism is diseased. Although we can determine the correct proportions, they are not the same throughout the entire body, but are different in each human organ. Let's consider the human lungs. In the lungs, the proportions that exist among the physical body, etheric body, astral body, and eye being are different than they are in the brain or the liver. The fact that the spiritual and material elements are present in each human organ in different proportions is what makes our human organization so complicated. I will go into specifics tomorrow, but I would like to give an overview today. Generally speaking, too much astrality may be present in an organ such as the liver or kidneys. Specific relationships among the physical kidney, the etheric body, the astral body, and the eye support health in the human organism. It is possible, however, for the astral organization to predominate in the kidneys, or it may be too weak. Both conditions signify disease in the kidneys. Excessive weakness or strength of the astral organization, however, is defined differently from organ to organ. Once we have achieved a general level of spiritual perception through practice, we must study the human organism. We must observe and recognize sickness and health in each organ just as precisely as physically oriented anatomists and physiologists study the human body's physical characteristics. Through this study we gradually achieve complete knowledge of the human organism. We cannot understand the human body simply by being familiar with its physical structure. We must take all four of its members into account. And we clearly understand the nature of an illness only when we can state that one of the four members either predominates or is underactive in a particular location. By learning to perceive such phenomena by means of spiritual vision, we arrive at a spiritual diagnosis in addition to the material diagnosis. It is out of the question for the emerging field of anthroposophical medicine to ignore any of the remedies or methods of conventional medicine. On the contrary, this new field supplements conventional medicine with an appraisal of the healthy or sick individual based on insight into the four members of the human constitution. Spiritual vision can be applied not only to the human being, but to the entire natural world, adding a spiritual understanding of nature to our ordinary physical level of understanding. Spiritual insight enables us to discover the connections between the human being and nature, and with regard to medicine, between the human being and remedies derived from nature. Let's consider one such remedy. Silica is a very common substance on Earth. It is present not only in the form of quartz crystals in the Earth's solid regions, but also in highly dilute form in the air. Silica makes up 28% of the substance of the Earth's surface, while oxygen makes up 48%. So there is almost as much silica on Earth as there is oxygen. Silica forms beautiful, transparent, six-sided prisms or pyramids. These crystals are commonly found in our mountains. The particularly beautiful ones are displayed in mineral collections. Silica is an extremely important component of our solid Earth. But for those who have also acquired spiritual vision, the outer phenomena of quartz and silica also reveal a spiritual aspect. Such a statement raises the hackles of our contemporaries even more than speaking about spirit in the human being, which is somehow more acceptable to them. They cannot accept it, however, when we talk about nature and say that spirit is present in every natural object. They are content with nature's physical manifestations, but physical manifestations do not tell the whole story. It makes a tremendous difference whether we apply our spiritual vision and trained consciousness to a quartz crystal, or even very finely dispersed silica, or to carbon dioxide gas. It is customary today to apply the usual physical distinctions. Carbon dioxide is carbon plus oxygen. Silicon is silica plus oxygen. We describe the oxygen, silicon, and carbon in terms of the properties they reveal in chemical reactions taking place in test tubes in laboratories. In addition to all these properties, however, spirit is also present. In fact, all forms of silica, including the crystals we find in our mountainous regions, allow the spirit free passage. All spiritual forces that are active in the universe pass freely through silica. The strange thing about a quartz crystal is that to spirit it is like a through station to an express train. 28% of the Earth's total substance is silica, and spirit passes through it as readily as light passes through transparent objects. Quartz crystals also occur in opaque forms, such as smoky topaz, but spirit passes right through them, even though light does not. These natural substances allow spirit to pass through. They are a vehicle for spirit. Spirit is present within them. They accept it readily, yet never hold it back. They are truly through stations for spirit. This is how substances like silica relate to the spiritual element. But the relationship is a very different one in the case of carbon dioxide. Although all physical substances contain spirit, carbon dioxide has the unique quality of individualizing the spirit that enters it. Carbon dioxide attempts to hold spirit fast with all its might. The spiritual element itself seeks out carbon dioxide as its dwelling place. When the spiritual element enters a siliceous substance, it wants to move on, to enjoy all the available silica to the utmost. When spirit encounters carbon dioxide, however, it wants to stay there. It feels very much at home wherever it takes hold of carbon dioxide. This phenomenon is the basis of the carbon dioxide process in animal respiration and blood circulation, a process associated primarily with the astral body, which is constantly at work there. In the animal, the activity of carbon dioxide is the external physical aspect, while the astral body is the spirit working within. The spiritual aspect is the astral body, and its physical correlate is the carbon dioxide process that underlies exhalation. In contrast, the I being is the internalized spiritual aspect in human beings. We have silica in our hair, bones, and sense organs. It is distributed throughout the periphery of the body, wherever we have contact with the forces of the outer world in any way. This silica is the physical correlate of the I, capital. Where the astral body is the internalized spiritual aspect, the carbon dioxide process is its outer physical correlate. Where the I being is the internalized aspect, the silica process is its outer physical correlate. As you can imagine, the I being must be strong enough to assimilate and master all the silica activity that is present in it. When the I being is too weak to do so, the silica process falls out of it on the physical level. This constitutes a disease. Similarly, the astral body must be strong enough to master the carbon dioxide process. If it is not, carbon dioxide or its breakdown products fall out of the astral body, triggering illness. When we diagnose strength or weakness in the astral body, we see the spiritual element as the cause of an illness. Becoming familiar with the human I being shows us the root of all illnesses that induce appropriate breakdown of silica in the body, or that need to be treated using silica forces. What follows from these insights? The purely physical natural sciences allow us to process silica to use as a remedy. Using silica in this way is not unknown. Modern medicine uses it, although infrequently. When we use silica in conventional medicine, however, we are thinking only of how chemists imagine this compound of silicon and oxygen, SiO2. That is all we think about. In fact, however, the physical silica we administer as a remedy is a substance that does not restrain spirit, but allows it to pass through freely. We need to be aware of this fact. When we give people silica as a remedy, our methods of producing the preparation must enable it to contain spirit in the right way. Similarly, we must be aware that the astral body is at work in remedies containing carbon dioxide. Thus, we can conceive of a therapy that does not work exclusively with chemical agents and chemical forces. Of remedies we can prescribe knowing that spirit enters the human organism in a very specific way, along with the dose of physical substance, or a certain dilution of physical substance, that we administer orally, topically, or by injection. We can indeed make the transition to acknowledging not only the physical substance in the remedy, but also the spiritual factor active in it. This insight was an intrinsic part of ancient medicine, and the tradition persists in some important remedies still in use today. We must return to this level of insight. We can do so without neglecting physical medicine if we supplement our understanding of the physical aspects of the human being and the natural world with an understanding of their spiritual aspects. This can be done with all the precision of the physical sciences. The intention of anthroposophy is not to correct, but simply to supplement conventional medicine in response to the actual needs and demands of that field. A book presenting the first elements of anthroposophical medicine is currently being printed. When it comes out, you'll be convinced of anthroposophy's intentions with regard to medicine. Footnote, title Extending Practical Medicine, Fundamental Principles Based on the Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 27. I'll just mention, it's not on there, but it was co-written with Dr. Ita Wegman. End of footnote. Of course, anthroposophical medicine will need to be worked out slowly and systematically. It will take a long time to develop the initial elements into a perfected system, such as that of conventional modern medicine. We must and will go forward, however, and the first step is this book, which developed out of a collaboration between me and Dr. Ita Wegman, my dear friend and co-worker in both medical and general spiritual research, and the director of the Goetheanum's Clinical Therapeutic Institute. The first volume of our book constitutes a beginning. Additional volumes will follow, because what I have pointed out to you here today is just the initial stages of a broader spiritual knowledge. Although today this knowledge is generally greeted with disbelief, and understandably so, it is the basis of our medical successes, which can be studied in actual practice at Dr. Wegman's clinic. I am convinced that our spiritual understanding of both the human being and specific methods of healing will not remain inaccessible to anyone who approaches our extensions and additions to the field of medicine with the same goodwill that is typically applied to conventional medicine. Today I have simply attempted to present general principles. I know very well that there is little to be gained from such indications, but in the third part of this lecture, after this section has been translated, I want to move on to demonstrating how our suppositions allow us to understand specific disease processes and provide a foundation for bridging the gap between diagnosis and treatment. Let me give you two brief examples to elucidate the spiritual and practical ramifications of what I have already presented. Let's assume that spiritual diagnosis, if I may call it that, shows that a person's etheric body predominates in a particular part of the body, and that its activity is too strong. Spiritual vision confronts us with the fact that the etheric body is working too hard in one organ. Neither degeneration by the astral body nor re-enlivening by the I being controls the etheric body's overwhelming process in this particular organ. We see an astral organization that is too weak, and possibly also an inadequately directed I being. Consequently, the etheric body predominates in this particular organ. The processes of growth and nutrition are so forceful that the human organism is inadequately controlled by the astral body and the I. At this spot, in the dominant etheric body, the human body seems too strongly exposed to centrifugal forces working out into the cosmos. These forces, which are active in the etheric body, are out of balance with the centripetal forces of the physical body, and the astral body cannot control the resulting developments. In this case, we are faced with both a predominance of the activity of silica and the I being's inability to control it. Such phenomena, which are always present when tumors develop, enable us to truly understand cancer. As you may know, cancer research has resulted in some very promising treatments, and its successes are as great as any that are possible on a physical level. But we cannot understand cancers as long as we do not know that they involve a predominance of the etheric body that is not forced back or broken down by appropriate activity of the astral body or I being. Then the question arises of what we must do to strengthen the astral body and I in this particular organ, so that the predominance of the etheric body can be adequately broken down. This is an initial abstract formulation of the question that set us on the path to the cancer therapy that I will discuss tomorrow. In this instance, understanding the etheric body opens a way for us to learn to comprehend one of the worst human illnesses and to combat it by discerning the spiritual effects of remedies. This is an example of a case where we must look at the etheric body in order to understand the illness completely. Next, let's assume that the astral body predominates throughout most of the body. We see a general stiffening of the astral body, so to speak. It becomes excessively forceful, and it takes itself more seriously than it deserves in the context of the entire organism. What are the consequences when the astral body cannot be controlled by the I, when its degenerative processes are not neutralized and balanced by appropriate re-enlivening? The resulting symptoms have to do primarily with weakness of the I being, because when the astral body is too strong, the I is proportionally too weak. Symptoms that stem from weakness of the I are also always related to an excessively strong astral body. Chief among these symptoms is abnormal cardiac activity, so we must look for a syndrome that includes it. Another consequence of I activity that is too weak, in proportion to the astral body, is increased glandular activity. The functions of glands close to the body's surface begin to predominate, because they are inadequately controlled by the I being. For example, goiter may develop, causing swelling of the glands in the throat. In addition, because the I organization is unable to work strongly enough, especially in the sensory organs, the stiffening of the astral body forces the activity of silica outward, which should, instead, work back from within. Consequently, we find that the patient's eyes protrude. The astral body forces the eyes outward, and the function of the eye is to counteract this protruding tendency. Our eyes are held in place by the stable but delicate balance between the I being and the astral body. When a patient's eyes protrude as if attempting to escape from the body, we know that the I being is too weak to keep them in their proper place. Other symptoms, such as general restlessness, sensitivity, and nervousness, also indicate a preponderance of the astral body's activity, because the I cannot adequately repress the organic processes the astral body induces. When the I is too weak, and the patient is pushed around by the astral body, which should be subordinate to the I, the symptoms include insomnia, protruding eyes, and abnormal glandular activity. In short, the symptoms of Graves' disease, hyperthyroidism, or exophthalmic goiter. Having realized that Graves' disease is induced by a disturbance in the balance between eye and astral body, we can attempt to develop an appropriate treatment. As you see, both the pathological condition and its treatment can be studied with great precision with the help of spiritual insight into the human being. I have now completed my introduction and hope to move on tomorrow, using the two examples I have just given to demonstrate how spiritual diagnostics leads to spiritual treatments. I will use the two characteristic syndromes of cancer and Graves' disease to show how a truly exact spiritual foundation for both pathology and treatment enriches and complements conventional medical therapies. Treatments for these two syndromes will serve as the basis for providing a more complete picture of therapy in general. The end of Lecture 10. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled The Healing Process, Spirit, Nature, and Our Bodies. It is in the Collected Works, Volume 319. This is Lecture 11, the last of the set here. It's the Part 2 of a set given in London, titled The Art of Healing from the Perspective of Spiritual Science. This is number 2, given in London on August 29th, 1924. Yesterday I described how understanding the supra-sensible human constitution sheds light on states of health and disease. I showed you that the physical, etheric, astral, and eye components must be present in very specific proportions in the healthy human being. Although the resulting state of balance is somewhat fluid rather than exact or strict, any substantial deviation from healthy proportions among the four members triggers illness in the human being. I chose two examples to demonstrate this point. Understanding the etheric body on the basis of spiritual scientific research, or a spiritual perspective, offers insights into cancer, and understanding the nature of the astral body can lead to insights into the complicated syndrome known as Graves' disease. Before we use these examples to illustrate the transition from diagnosis to treatment, I still need to supply some general information on how natural substances take effect when they enter the human organism. Completely understanding the relationship between the natural world and the human organism requires more than simply recognizing the human being as a being of body, soul, and spirit, with a physical body, an etheric body, an astral body, and an I being. As I pointed out yesterday, with regard to silica and carbon dioxide, we must also understand the spiritual factor that forms the basis of all natural substances and processes. This spiritual factor, which can be concretely apprehended by spiritual vision, must be studied in detail. Just as we distinguish between minerals and plants on the physical plane, we must also recognize the spiritual aspect of natural beings in concrete detail. In this context, I want at least to summarize the major categories, although I cannot do more than that. First, let's take a look at minerals in the natural world. Conventional medicine derives a substantial portion of its remedies from the mineral kingdom, and a spiritually based medicine will continue to do so. When we consider the mineral kingdom as a whole, we discover that spirit is bound to minerals in a way that suggests a specific relationship between minerals and the human eye, capital. We might think that when we administer mineral substance to a patient, either orally or by injection, the substance itself is the primary agent working on the human body to make it well or sick. In reality, however, the physical mineral substances that chemists and physicists investigate have no effect on the human organism. As purely physical substances, they remain as they are. Spiritual vision reveals that the physical nature of a substance remains almost unchanged when it is removed from the outer world and introduced into the human organism. In contrast, the spiritual aspect of minerals, which is present within their physical aspect, has a very strong effect on the human I being. Because our I contains silica, capital I, contains silica, it masters the spiritual aspect of internalized silica and is profoundly affected by it. This is a very important point. Now, let's move on from the mineral kingdom to the plant kingdom. As I described yesterday, a plant has not only a physical body, but also an etheric body. As a rule, when we administer any plant substance, again either orally or by injection, it works directly on the patient's astral body. This is the general rule, although of course there are exceptions that can be studied individually. As I said, I can give only a general summary here. Similarly, animal substances, any essences, fluids, or other processed substances derived from the animal kingdom, generally affect the human etheric body. This point is especially interesting because the spiritually based medicine I mentioned yesterday has already derived remedies for certain illnesses from the animal kingdom. One example is a pituitary secretion that is used successfully in children with rickets, deformed limbs, or the like. Other animal products also primarily affect the human etheric body, either strengthening or weakening it. It is interesting to note that anything transferred directly from one human being to another has a purely physical effect, and is significant only for the physical organization of the receiver. For example, the effect of receiving a blood transfusion from another person is purely physical. This phenomenon was very easy to study during the transition from human smallpox vaccines to cowpox vaccines. It was possible to trace directly how the effect shifted from the physical body up into the etheric body when animal vaccines began to be used. Thus, when we develop spiritual vision, we can survey how the different kingdoms of the natural world affect the human being. Our I being draws in the spirit of the mineral kingdom. Our astral body draws in the spirit of the plant kingdom. And our etheric body draws in the spirit of the animal kingdom, while our physical body merely draws in physical aspects from another human being. We can no longer speak of spirit in this last instance. In fact, we can also no longer speak of spirit in the case of the animal substance that affects our etheric body, since this effect is due to the animal's etheric aspect. An understanding of these connections is provided only by a true view of how human beings, whether healthy or ill, are incorporated into the natural world. Such inner vision also allows us to see the ongoing effects of natural substances in the human organism. Now let's ask what we must do in the case of cancer. Yesterday we discussed how the etheric body develops too much strength in a particular organ. The centrifugal forces, the forces that want to move out into the cosmos, become excessively strong. And the astral body and I being are unable to counteract them sufficiently. At this point, spiritual insight tells us that either we must attempt to strengthen the astral body by turning to the plant kingdom, or we must suppress the effects of the etheric body by turning to the animal kingdom. The initial results of our spiritual research prompted us to attempt to cure cancer by strengthening the astral body. When we look for any remedy that affects the astral body, we must look in the plant kingdom, and in fact our cancer remedy was discovered there. We have been accused of mixing all kinds of amateurish ideas into our efforts, because our first trip toward finding a cure for cancer involved specially processed mistletoe, a parasitic plant that is otherwise used medicinally only in the treatment of epilepsy and similar disorders. Mistletoe, however, is a very special plant. If you look at trees with strange tumor-like outgrowths emerging from their bark, and if you look particularly at a cross-section through these burls, you will realize that something unique is taking place there. In these locations, the normally vertical growth tendency is diverted at a right angle and assumes a horizontal direction, as if a second trunk were beginning to grow outward. In effect, the tree is parasitizing itself. By studying the phenomenon more closely, you find that the physical body of the tree above the burl is always negatively affected. By studying this phenomenon more closely, you find that the physical body of the tree above the burl is always negatively affected. I read that again. Because the physical substance that gets through is not enough to allow the physical body to accommodate the etheric body's forces of growth, the physical body is retarded. The etheric body, whose centrifugal forces normally attempt to fling physical matter out into the cosmos, is left to its own devices in the portion of the tree above the outgrowth. There's a drawing. Too little physical substance, or at least substance with too little physical energy, gets through. As a result, the etheric body turns back toward the stronger lower part of the tree. In essence, therefore, the etheric body becomes too strong. Now, imagine instead that a parasitic mistletoe plant establishes itself at the same location. The same phenomenon occurs, but it is caused by a second plant with its own etheric body, rather than by the tree's etheric body. As a result, the mistletoe develops a very specific relationship to the tree. The tree, which is grounded in the soil, assimilates forces from the soil. The mistletoe, which is attached to the tree, assimilates what the tree supplies. That is, it uses the tree as its soil. Mistletoe artificially brings about the same preponderance of the tree's etheric body that occurs naturally in outgrowths. What mistletoe takes from the tree is available only when the tree has a deficiency of physical substance and an excess of the etheric aspect. The etheric excess moves from the tree into the mistletoe. Inner vision reveals that when we process mistletoe in a way that allows this etheric excess to be transferred to a human being via injection, under certain circumstances, mistletoe, as a foreign substance, takes over for the cancer's rampant etheric substance and strengthens the effect of the patient's astral body by suppressing the physical cancer, causing the tumor to disintegrate. When we administer mistletoe substances, we use them as a vehicle for the tree's etheric substance. The actual remedy is etheric tree substance, which strengthens the human astral body. This method requires insight into how a plant's etheric body influences the human astral body. Specifically, how the spiritual aspect of the tree that is pulled out by the parasitic plant affects the astral aspect in the human being. The example of mistletoe supplies concrete confirmation of what I said yesterday. Namely, that when we use medicinal substances, we are implementing not only what chemistry knows about them, but also the spirit that is present in them. I told you yesterday that in Graves' disease, the astral body stiffens so much that the I being can no longer control it, resulting in the entire syndrome I described. In this case, we need to increase the energy of the I, capital. In this instance, we must look at a substance that plays only a minor role in our ordinary interactions with the natural world. We consume many natural substances, but our food does not contain certain metallic substances, among them copper or copper ores, such as chalcocite or cuprite. The very substances that play no role in our ordinary interactions with the natural world are the ones whose spiritual portions have the greatest effects on the more spiritual aspects of the human being. For example, the copper ore chalcocite, cuprous sulfide, has the strongest possible strengthening effect on the human I being. When we administer an appropriate preparation of chalcocite to a patient with Graves' disease, we counter the stiffened astral body with an I that can control it, because the forces contained in chalcocite assist the I being and restore the necessary balance between it and the astral body. I chose these two examples to demonstrate how any derivative of the natural world can be studied in terms of its effect on the human etheric body, astral body, or I being. For example, mistletoe or viscum, either the mistletoe that grows on apple trees or the one that grows on pines, affects the etheric body's relationship to the astral body, which deserves special consideration in our search for medicinal means of combating carcinoma. I also explained how chalcocite affects the I being, and I showed you what needs to be considered in treating Graves' disease. When we learn to perceive abnormal interactions of the physical body, etheric body, astral body, and I in the diseased human being, and these same interactions as they occur in the natural world, we know, for example, that the I being is too weak in a patient with Graves' disease, and that chalcocite, a naturally occurring substance, significantly strengthens the I. Considering such phenomena results in a wonderful insight into the connection between the human being and the natural world, and explains why we ingest many substances in our food while other substances play an insignificant role in healthy human beings. These latter substances, however, begin to play an important part in human beings who are sick, because substances not present in our food have the greatest effect on the spiritual part of the human being. Non-food minerals, plants, and animal products are especially related to the human I and astral body. With regard to such phenomena, the ability to see into nature's deep secrets and mysteries is especially important, because it alone establishes a direct connection between a sick human being and an effective remedy. If I know that magnets attract iron, I can predict what will happen when I place iron filings close to a magnet. Similarly, I can make a connection between the spiritual aspect of chalcocite and what is wrong with the person with Graves' disease. I imbue medicine with a spiritual perspective. We discover how to make the connections between the healthy or sick human being and external natural substances only by studying the details of the connections among the four members of the human constitution. We must first look at how these connections differ in waking and sleeping, the two alternating states of consciousness that we experience during earthly life. In the waking state, the physical human body is pervaded by the etheric body, and both are filled with the astral body. This whole complex, in turn, is pervaded by the I being. To put it schematically, and there's a picture, we can imagine the physical and etheric bodies as being filled with the astral body and I, and extending somewhat beyond the first two members. In contrast, when we confront a sleeping person, what lies there in the bed is the physical body and the etheric body. The human being only comes to the point of developing mineral and plant activity, as plants do, though not, of course, in a vegetable form. The physical and etheric bodies lie there in bed, while the astral body and the I being are outside the physical and etheric bodies. I can sketch it as follows, and there's another drawing. The astral body and I surround the etheric and physical bodies like a cloud that grows continually larger and disappears in the distance. It is an oversimplification to say that the astral body and I being are active within us during the waking state, but absent from the physical and etheric bodies during sleep. This is not the case. We can say only that during the waking state, the I and astral body work outward in all directions from within the physical and etheric bodies, wherever the dynamics of our organs or organ forces lead them, while during sleep they work from outside. When we sleep, our astral body and I being surround us. Outside us, they submerge themselves in the spirit of the cosmos and work into the human organism through our eyes, ears, and other surface organs in a way that is somewhat similar to how external events enter our consciousness via sense perceptions and ideas when we are awake. We have described the difference between waking and sleeping by saying that when we are awake, our eye and astral body work outward in all directions from within us, and when we sleep, they work on us from outside, along with all the spiritual forces of the cosmos. We can see that our spiritual forces affect our etheric and physical bodies from both inside and outside. Having clearly understood this phenomenon, we also understand the relationship between the activities of sleeping and waking and the spiritual essences of natural products. For example, the effect of ingested lead, to name just one substance not normally ingested in food, is always to drive out the astral body, just as happens in sleep. Lead puts us to sleep by forcing the astral body and eye being out of the body. Imagine this as vividly as you can. When we ingest lead, we always want to go to sleep, but we cannot really sleep. The eye and astral body are forced out, but lead also hinders them from acting on us from outside. Lead's centrifugal effect moves the astral body and eye out, but it also prevents their centripetal or inward working effects. We fall asleep incompletely because lead blocks effects that should come from outside. Consequently, healthy people who take lead do not fall asleep. Instead, they faint or succumb to dizziness or other conditions that result when the eye and astral body let go of the physical and etheric bodies. Now let's assume, however, that an abnormality appears in a person's constitution. When this person sleeps, the eye being and astral body become too strongly rooted in the world outside the human being. They take up too much of the spirituality of the non-human cosmos, and its effects become too strong. During sleep, the person is too powerfully affected by spiritual influences from outside. The result is sclerosis. This is the true cause of sclerosis. Instead of self-organization from within, the person is exposed to excessively strong effects from outside, especially during sleep. At times, an older human body attempts to resist this process through insomnia, but insomnia cannot persist forever. Consequently, when an older person's astral body and eye leave the physical and etheric bodies during sleep, they receive too many effects from outside and work back on the organism too strongly. In such cases, we find that administering an appropriate lead preparation, instead of causing dizziness or loss of consciousness, simply wards off sclerosing forces. Sclerosing forces, astral and eye forces that approach from outside, are warded off because even though the patient is not really sleeping, the lead drives out his or her astral body and eye being and prevents their excessively strong forces from taking effect from outside. A clear understanding of relationships among the physical body, etheric body, astral body, and eye leads to insight into the reasons for the effects of lead and its ability to counteract sclerotic processes. When we clearly understand the human constitution and the spiritual foundations of nature, we can make them interact in ways that have desired effects on health and illness. Of course, we also must be able to combine various effects. I explained how silica relates to the sense organs and the entire periphery of the human body, and thus to the eye being. We have just learned that lead also has a certain relationship to the eye. By formulating a remedy that combines silica and lead in the right way, we can strengthen the centrifugal forces of lead or curb the centripetal force of silica to create a remedy with its own inherent vitality. We can predict how this remedy will work in the human organism. A clear understanding of what takes place inside and outside the human being is an essential factor in preparing remedies based on spiritual medicine. The producer must have an overview of the spiritual connections incorporated into the remedies. In addition to the remedies introduced by our materialistic chemistry, which involve mere chemical forces, we can produce remedies that have had cosmic spirituality guided into them in this particular way. The spiritual component will be essential to any remedies that will be produced once the spiritual foundations of medicine have been acknowledged. We will know that it is important for remedies to include not only the aspects chemists understand, but also the spiritual forces of the cosmos. Spirit itself, spirituality itself, will be used directly as a fundamental component of therapy. As you will see, we can go even further in this direction. By clearly understanding the human organism in the way I described yesterday, we will come to a very precise understanding, although I can only suggest it here, of the physical and etheric bodies as the aspect of the human being that is provided by the stream of heredity. This aspect is descended from parents, grandparents, and so on. The I-being and astral body, however, descend from the spiritual world, immerse themselves in the human physical and etheric bodies, and later re-enter the spiritual world through the gate of death. These members are the lasting element that survives the death of the physical body, the immortal aspect that lives and works in each human being. To be strictly scientific, however, we must expand our concept of immortality. The I and the astral body, which constitute the core of an individual human constitution and intervene dynamically in a person's physical and etheric bodies, not only enter the spiritual world through the gate of death, but also exist there before birth or conception. This core of our being comes from the spiritual world and works to build up the physical and etheric bodies. But we must also acknowledge that it exists before birth. The natural sciences are so far removed from the truth in this field that we now speak of immortality only for egotistical religious reasons, because we want to know what happens after death. Because we are already here, we are not interested in what happened before birth or conception. If we want to speak with scientific accuracy, however, we must speak of pre-birth and immortality as the two aspects of eternity. We must also realize that the eternal, essential core of each human being, which submerges itself in the physical and etheric bodies through conception, embryonic development, and birth, and leaves these bodies again at death, must adapt to the physical etheric conformation it enters. In the development of an individual, this process of adapting is not always smooth and easy. It always involves an inner struggle. When a child enters the world, the astral body and I come from the spiritual world, while the physical and etheric bodies come from heredity, from the child's ancestors. A struggle takes place as these two elements attempt to merge. The various types of childhood diseases are outer manifestations of this struggle. We see childhood diseases in the right light only when we view them as the attempt of the eternal core of an individual's being to adapt to what heredity has provided. Especially when the etheric body has difficulty adapting to the astral body and the I-being, we see illnesses developing as a consequence of the etheric body's preponderance over the approaching I and astral body. Rickets is an expression of the etheric body's predominance, its resistance to the invaders, as it were. Tracing the spiritual aspect, in addition to the physical, allows us to discover specific means of negating the power of the etheric body that blocks the astral body. What deprives the etheric body of this power in the normal course of events, as an individual gradually approaches the physical world from the spiritual world during the embryonic period. When we study this period, we discover a specific relationship between forces present in phosphorus, or its compounds, and forces in the uterus that resist embryonic development. If these forces were not present in the uterus, every child would develop rickets. The uterus contains the same type of forces that are present in the outer natural world in the mineral substance phosphorus and its components. Thus the uterus constantly works like a physician to prevent rickets. Once we have understood these revealed mysteries, we will be able to treat rickets with phosphorus in the outer world after birth to compensate for insufficient phosphorus effects in utero. When we clearly understand the spirit inherent in what is happening in the human being and in our interaction with the natural world, we learn to neutralize existing disease processes precisely by implementing the opposite effects in the right way. This is the basic principle underlying spiritual medicine, as I described yesterday. The book Dr. Wegmann and I have written gives a first formulation of this new science of medicine, which, rather than amateurishly criticizing conventional medical science, is intended to complement it with a similarly exact and scientific study of the spiritual world. Anyone who is very familiar with the foundations of modern scientific medicine and explores them just a bit further will feel the need to extend them in the direction of the spirit. In a certain respect, as undesirable and unpleasant as illnesses may be from the perspective of daily life, they provide a great deal of clarity for those seeking the spirit in the human being or spiritual enlightenment with regard to the human being. Illnesses reveal abnormally weakened or strengthened versions of functions that must constantly occur in us so that we can exist as spiritual beings. Simply consider that if we did not have the effects of lead within us, without the actual lead, we would not be thinking beings. Our thought processes would be dulled constantly by latent sclerosis. When we acknowledge this fact, we also realize that the anti-sclerotic lead process I have described here illuminates how thinking develops in human beings. Psychology, the science of the soul, can learn a tremendous amount from diagnostics and therapy. This prospect, however, suggests that when medical science is combined with a spiritual perspective, our worldview will become a somewhat more general one than it is today in all its specialization. Let's look back over the history of human evolution, and especially the intellectual development that has carried human civilization and societies and produced what we call knowledge and science. In times so distant that they are accessible only to the perception available to spiritual researchers, as I described yesterday, the centers of knowledge were not like our schools. In these centers, people learned to understand the natural world and the human being only after their souls had been prepared to see the spiritual aspects of outer objects and events. These centers of knowledge, which we generally call the mysteries, were not simply educational centers, but also encompassed other functions that are separated in today's world. They were centers of religious ritual, centers for the arts, centers for the cultivation of knowledge in all areas of human life. In these ancient mysteries, the teachers began by presenting images rather than abstract concepts of what they had to communicate. The inner structure of these images, which were presented in what we would now call a religious ritual, revealed actual circumstances and effects present in the world. Certain offshoots of this practice incorporated beauty into the images, and these branches of the ritual developed into something like art. Science evolved by expressing the content of the images, which were derived from the secrets of the world itself, rather than from any arbitrary fantasy, in the form of ideas. The same content, expressed in a way that elicited piety from human will, was a religious ritual. Expressed in a way that enticed and elevated the human mind with beauty, it was art, and the center for the arts was combined with the religious center. The same content, presented in the form of ideas, was knowledge or science. This content, rather than appealing one-sidedly to human reason, sensory observation, and experimentation, appealed to the whole person of body, soul, and spirit. It delved into the essential nature of objects and events, into the depths where reality was expressed, on the one hand, in a way that stimulated religious piety, and on the other hand, to the context of true ideas. The path that led to the truth, beauty, and morality of human nature was and still is called the path to the initia, to the beginning of all things. The people of antiquity were aware of dwelling in these beginnings and magically incorporating them into their religious rituals, expressions of beauty, and compilations of ideas shaped in accordance with the truth. This approach to the world was called initiation knowledge, knowledge of the beginnings that allow us to understand all things and tackle them with our will. The people of antiquity were searching for a science of initiation to investigate the world's mysteries and beginnings. A time had to come in the evolution of humanity when this initiation science declined, and human beings used their spiritual energy to become more truly conscious as individuals. People had received the ancient science of initiation instinctively, as if in a dream, and there had been no question of evolving toward freedom. The development of freedom became possible only because human beings were driven away from the origins for a period of time. Instead of pursuing beginnings, we lost the initiation perspective and pursued the ends, and what sensory revelation and experimental research could tell us about them. After experiencing the full and immeasurable breadth of quote-unquote end science or surface science, which can have only a superficial relationship to art and religion, we must now seek initiation with our full consciousness, which has been educated by exact science, and will remain equally exact as we pursue a new science of initiation. This conscious approach to initiation will rebuild the bridge between a worldview, the inner development of ideas that unites human souls with their origins, and its practical applications. In the ancient mysteries, the initiation worldview was united with the art of healing in particular. This view, although it saw healing as an art, also called for recognizing healing as a sacrificial process. Now, this art must once again establish a closer relationship to a more philosophical worldview that appears in order to satisfy the deepest needs of the human soul. The Anthroposophical movement, acknowledging what our time demands of us, is seeking this closer relationship. The goal of the Anthroposophical movement, which has its center in the Goetheanum, at the Goetheanum in Dornach, Switzerland, is not to spawn arbitrary ideas or to accomplish mystical abstract goals that are foreign to real life. Its intention is to have a hand in all practical human activity. It aspires in full consciousness to the knowledge that was acquired instinctively in ancient primitive times. The connection between the Goetheanum as a center aspiring to a spiritual worldview and Dr. Ita Wegmann's clinic, although merely a beginning, allows us to re-establish the close association of medicine with spiritual perception that was a matter of course in ancient times, when all knowledge was mystery knowledge. In response to the demands of our time, the Anthroposophical movement is attempting to make this association a reality. We may hope that this collegial collaboration between a worldview and a clinical practice, our work in the direction of the initia, will engender new life both for initiation knowledge that meets the demands of modern times, and for medicine as an initiation science. In these 2 lectures I have sketched the first few steps in this collaboration. I know how little can be accomplished by such sketchy indications, and am all the more grateful to Dr. and Mrs. Larkins for making this gathering possible so that I could share these thoughts with you. I would also like to thank you for your attentiveness and assure you that I have not wasted your time, because what I presented to you is truly more than mere theoretical yearnings. Anyone who presents such ideas in public today must be convinced of their truth with every fiber of his or her being. As the end of Lecture 11, the end of the book, The Healing Process, Spirit, Nature, and Our Bodies, by Rudolf Steiner.